one more night. You know it's feeling right. Don't wanna shake it out. Shake it out. Shake it out. Bright lights, good vibes, let's make a move. Be free, live it up, just me and you. Say yes, take a chance, just one more night. You know it's feeling right. Don't wanna shake it out. Shake it out. Shake it out. Shake it out. Shake it out.
Hello, hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. It is a beautiful, clear-skied, delightful temperature morning in Austin, Texas. It is a rarity for us to have this kind of beautiful weather Saturday morning, the first weekend of South by Southwest. Last year it was cold, it was rainy. Woo! And we thank you for being here with us today. This is the Future of Food. My name's Arlen. This is Joy Chevalier, one of our amazing partners. Joy, tell us a little bit about the Cook Snook while I figure the mic out.
Hi, so I'm Joy Chevalier, and the founder and president of the Cook Snook. And the Cook Snook is amazing. Give you the short version. Okay, that was the short version. Actually, in fact, we are a creator of high-quality, nutritious meals that are focused on vulnerable populations. We work in the health care sector and provide meals to that channel, but we also work with cities, counties, governments, and school districts as well, as we try to affect health outcomes one community at a time. And so that is actually our focus.
Sit with me, Joy, because I want to tell people a little bit about our history, because a lot of folks don't know how much we've collaborated over the years.
Yeah.
So Little Herds is the nonprofit that's organizing the Future of Food. And again, thank you for all our folks here in the audience. Thank you to our live stream viewers. We're very excited. And we definitely want to thank all of our partners and sponsors, and we'll get to them, but we want to let you know where this came from. Little Herds is a nonprofit, and we've always been very active in the Austin food community. And so probably about 10 years ago, we met Joy through the local food community, through some groups
Food
like
and Tech Community.
Austin Food and Tech Meetup.
Yes.
It was a long-running local group of advocates and entrepreneurs and business owners and people who are passionate about the community. Mm-hmm. And we would see each other at events, and we got to talk to each other here and there. And what was the next big thing we did? Was it when the pandemic hit? No, it was 2019.
It was 2019, and we did some of the food and tech meetups at the Cook Snook, where Little Herds was.
That's right.
And also Earth Day.
Earth Day Austin.
Earth Day Austin as well, where we were out there supporting Little Herds in their work and developing and showcasing and advocating in alternate proteins and the different work that they have done previously. And then the pandemic hit us here.
No, South by Southwest 2019. We both were invited to the Google Food Tech event.
Oh, Refresh.
Refresh Food and Tech.
Any of you guys know what Refresh is?
South by Southwest. This is right before the pandemic times.
Yes.
And it was such a great experience coming together and really working together to bring a lot of our local friends in the community to represent at the South by event. And if you've been to a lot of events at South by, a lot of times there's a lot of folks from out of town. It was really great for us to be able to bring a lot of our local partners to get representation to an event with such a great international audience.
Yeah, nonprofits, food groups, entrepreneurs who are in
farmers,
the food space, and
chefs.
Farmers, and absolutely. And if you don't know, Austin has become a center for new food creation, production, particularly in CPG, consumer packaged goods. And so there's always a ton of folks that we work with and got to showcase. So you're absolutely right. We
got inspired. In 2020, we were collaborated and put together the first Future of Food, which got postponed.
And the following year, we were working on our conference, which I'll talk about a little bit later, which is a conference on food resilience, access, and equity, which happened during the pandemic, as sort of the first conversation in 2021 around the issues of food access, which had become so chronic and critical in Travis County. Our food insecurity rates spiked to nearly 25% in this county alone. And so it begged the question, how were cities, counties, governments, nonprofits, and private business trying to actually tackle what was transpiring? And that happened for 2 years, and then we got Future of Food, and we put CFRE, which is what it's called, the Conference on Food Resilience, Access, and Equity, CFRE, into this, and it's become part of Future of Food, because the topics around food access and equity, not only are they parts of the UN's Sustainable Development Goals, but in general, this is the conversation I think that's going to dominate the U.S. very quietly under the surface for the next 30 to 50 years is this disparity and inequity in food and food access and food quality that happens here, the richest nation in the U.S. So that's the future of food. So that's the argument we're going to make in a few minutes.
That's one future, and we can
Change
change
that
the
one.
future. That's right. And one of the other things that was really powerful working with y'all and being able to host the conversations that y'all are bringing is that it really helps balance out a lot of the conversations that we have. Like, for instance, if you were here yesterday and some of the conversations we'll have later today, we've got such a wide range of folks who are coming together for this event, whether it's food technology, alternative proteins, new kinds of consumer packaged goods, being able to make sure that we're centering those conversations around and within conversations with people who have the lived experience of food insecurity, with people who are advocating for policies that can alleviate hunger or disparities in food access. There are very few places where that breadth and depth of conversation can come together, and so we're very proud that we've got partners.
That's one of the few places is probably here, actually, under the banner of Future of Food, to be honest.
And so now we come to today, and so we're excited to see you all here. We're going to have, in a little while, we'll have our exciting Future Food Field Day that's going on outside. You'll have a variety of delicious foods that you'll be able to taste, some great local nonprofits you'll be able to learn about, some educational activations and artistic installations. And if you're sticking around with us today, watching through, we're going to have some great conversations with the Conference on Food Resilience, Access, and Equity. After that, we're going to have a great slate of conversations with our presenting sponsors, the Kroger Zero Hunger, Zero Waste Foundation. They're going to be talking about some of the similar issues, and it'll be really great for us to have that through line through the day. And then after that, we'll have a conversation with one of our friends, Chef Andrew Zimmern. He'll be talking about his work and passions around sustainable seafood and how we can really look at the oceans in a different way as a resource. And we're excited. We've got some great entrepreneurs. We've got the founders of Ataraya, a shrimp, very sustainable shrimp farming operation, as well as the Atlantic Sea Farms that's doing seaweed farming. So we'll really be able to explore how can we start farming the oceans? How can we start creating seafood that can get to our plate in a way that's more ethical, in a way that's more resource efficient, in a way that makes it fresher? If you can get shrimp that is fresh, never frozen, even if you're in a landlocked area, that's a whole new thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And then one of the things that we were talking about last night was actually around the idea that, there are a lot of answers to food insecurity that are rooted in innovative processes or technology or distribution model. But probably the first solution is actually to return to some old products that have been around for a long time. And that is your core vegetables, seasonal vegetables, your core farming work, and the breadth of that to bring to people, and the nutrients that come with that breadth of food, and bringing some of that stuff back to market and putting it and making it available to people. So you can look forward, but there's a few moments you can also look backwards to actually find some of these solutions as well. So
100%, and you'll have the chance to taste those, because after that conversation, we'll have the Future Food Culinary Showcase. We've got some culinary students and up-and-coming chefs working with local professionals using a variety of future food ingredients. Our friends at Trendy are bringing some of their upcycled ingredients. We've got things like the shrimp and the seaweed, and even things that are Little Herd staples, if you know us, like cricket powders. So we're very excited. They're going to be creating some really interesting dishes. You'll have the chance to try it. And we'll have a panel of feedback judges. We've got Chef Tiffany Derry coming in from Dallas.
Tiffany's here.
She is amazing. We've got Chef Gerald Sombright, who's in for his South by panel, as well as Andrew, and some local chefs, Chef Tavel Bristol Joseph and Rick Lopez. So we're very excited. We'll have some great feedback for those up-and-coming chefs and culinary students, really fostering that mentorship aspect, really fostering that professional development and networking that is so important for any profession, but especially in the culinary and food service space. There's a lot of, especially recent articles about some of the top restaurants in the
Yeah.
world. There's a lot of things that go on behind the scenes in restaurants that need to be fixed. And one of the ways to do that is to bring those conversations into the light.
Yep, absolutely. All right?
And then after that, we are excited. We've got Arlen Hamilton from Backstage Capital, who's going to be bringing us some of her personal experience with food insecurity and her investments in food. And we're so excited for such a rich, full, packed day of programming and content.
Yeah.
All right, Joy, I think we're going to get to it. Joy is going to be bringing up some amazing folks to kick us off. So thank you so much for being here. Let's give a round of applause for Joy Chevalier and the Cook's Nook.
You guys ready? So very quickly, I introduced myself early. I'm Joy Chevalier. I'm the founder and president of the Cook's Nook here in Austin, really trying to bring nutritious solutions to healthcare and into food security in our public sector as well. And I am really, really excited that we get to bring you the next 3 panels, which are going to focus on the issues of food resilience, access, and equity in different arenas. Oh, look at these guys. The first group we're going to get a chance to talk to are some friends in the healthcare space, and then we're going to have some folks in the food school space. And then we're going to have another panel that's actually quite local about how you move the needle in Black health and what has it taken here in Austin Travis County to affect this change on the ground. So I'm going to move over to the side here. Hey, y'all.
Hey.
These are a pretty good-looking crowd for 8 a.m., I'm just going to tell you. So, I'll bring up my notes here because I don't want to mess up anything. And so this panel is the future of healthcare is food.
Or it might be the future of food is
healthcare.
food is healthcare.
Is healthcare.
I think we debated on that.
I know.
Yeah.
And so we've got 3 friends here. Let me just introduce them very quickly. Firstly, right next to me is R.J. Briscioni, who's the principal at the Focus Group Consulting, who I met used to be with one of the very large insurers here in the U.S. Next to him is Julianne Eckert, who's the Senior Director of Clinical Quality Programs with Clover Health, a wonderful, huge health organization. And at the end, our friend Paula Gutierrez, who I also met, used to be with one of the very large healthcare institutes. She is a health equity leader and SDOH disruptor. Also in this space, these guys are so connected across the United States about what's happening and how healthcare is starting to think about, there's only so many answers you can do when you create pills, medicines, and products. At some point, you have to ask about what and how things are being consumed and how does that actually work towards health. And so, I'm going to give you guys a few seconds. You want to tell everybody any details, a little bit about what you are and what you do and what you want to say about that, and then we'll jump into some of the questions here.
Yeah, sure. Looking forward to this. Thanks for having us. R.J. Briscioni, I'm out of Atlanta. Spent about 15 years with health insurers. I'm in a small consultancy now. It's actually part of a slightly larger consultancy, but most recently at Aetna and then CVS, which some of you may or may not recognize. Aetna is now owned by CVS Health, which is, kind of goes into how we talk about feeding into the system. I led social determinants of health there, so thinking about all of the things that we can do that don't happen in a doctor's office. Our former CEO used to say 80% of what happens to your health can't happen in a doctor's office or a hospital. I'm starting to realize I think it's even higher than that. And just like you're not supposed to have a favorite child, there's a lot of determinants. There's housing, there's transportation, there's everything. Food was definitely my favorite, so glad to be here.
Yeah.
Thanks, Joy. My name is Julianne Eckert. I'm a registered nurse, and I'm the Senior Director of Clinical Quality Programs at Clover Health. And I've been a nurse for almost 30 years, more than I care to count. However, working in the inner cities as well as on the health plan payer side since 2001 with case management and helping members prevent from falling through the cracks. Most recently, I've been with startups and a health tech, Clover Health, where our mission is to improve every life. And the majority of our population live in the top 5 ADI deciles. And so we actually go to market in underserved areas, and we wrap benefits, provider support, and other tools so that they can optimize their life and not have to make a choice between food or medicine or rent.
Good morning, everyone. Joy, thank you so much for
having us. This is amazing, tremendous. Thank you all for joining us this morning, bright and early. I am Paula Gutierrez. I'm the Senior Director of Social Care and Partnerships at City Block Health. It is a value-based care provider based out of Brooklyn, New York, that focuses on low-income and Medicaid patients, also focusing very heavily on their social determinants. I joined City Block by way of CVS Health, which is how I met my friend RJ and Joy, leading their health equity work for their kidney care division, focusing on patients with chronic kidney disease and end-stage renal failure. Prior to that, I led health equity, diversity, and inclusion at a healthcare system in New Jersey, which is where I hail from, and started my career in the nonprofit space, also focused on organ and tissue donation and transplantation. So much like a lot of us that are here today, food to me is also incredibly meaningful, poignant. It's literally been the livelihood of my family. My mother has cooked for our local community for over 30 years. So being able to lean into this work is very humbling, I will say. So I don't take this lightly. It's, to whom much is given, much shall be, demanded of, and that's what we're here to do. So thank you all. Excited to
We're
chat
really
with you
fortunate
today.
to have really great friends and partners like these guys who are committed to ensuring equity and access in healthcare, and particularly the food and nutrition components of healthcare. So you guys all mentioned the word. For those who don't know, there is a concept called the social determinants of health. And I wanted to give, how about you want to start, RJ, and sort of just give people a general definition so, we can, because we're going to use that word a few times.
Yeah, sure, thanks. So the social determinants of health, sometimes referred to as the social drivers of health, are the conditions in which you live, work, play. People like to add a lot of fun stuff in there. There was one yesterday, I think, that was pray, thrive.
Pray
right?
and slay,
So,
I think it was.
And slay, yes. So it's everything around you, the entire environment. The built environment, actually, something that we did a lot of look at. So really, again, it's 80%, we believe. It's a kind of round number of what actually drives health outcomes is all of those conditions. So if you think about, if you think about Maslow, if you think about those kinds of things, right? Are people going to go fill their prescriptions if there's, a few bucks left in the bank account and they don't have food on the table, right? And so what are the things that we can do holistically, ideally matching that with their actual either disease state or needs? How can we get, one of the big things we can get into probably in a little bit is the data. How do we understand what those members' social needs are? We speaking as we in the health insurance world have a pretty good idea. Lots of people like to think we sit on all the data in the world. When I went to go do this and try to implement this, meaning bring in social determinants and really try to affect them, we don't have data on what members' social needs are, right? We don't know what their exact housing needs are, so we have to figure out.
Transportation needs, right? Think about the relationship between food access and just the pure act of having transportation. That's one of the key drivers.
Food's a little bit easier because if we know the member has diabetes, has end-stage renal, has certain conditions, we can try to match food to that in a little bit easier way it's a little bit easier to get the data on that. So that's, I'll let others chime in here on their thoughts.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting because, if you think about it, every member is like a snowflake. Each one is completely different. And we can, at Clover, we have an intake assessment called health risk assessment. So we take a number of social determinant of health questions when the member first enters a plan, so we can start to develop a persona. However, like I always used to train my case managers, you never know what's going on the other side of that phone. And like I said, every member is a snowflake, and so you don't know if in their house that our population is primarily seniors, that they're diverting their food to their grandchildren, or what other barriers that they could be facing in their communities, whether it's an underserved area or even if it's in the middle of a suburb where you wouldn't even think that there would be food insecurity. And so we try to screen, like as you said, RJ, and then we work to make real-time referrals to our care management teams. So.
Yeah. You want to add anything
Yeah,
about
thank you.
definitions that you guys use?
Absolutely. Yeah, I would say for us at My Kidney Care,
we really leaned hard into food, particularly because of the clinical implications for patients with chronic kidney disease and end-stage renal. So ensuring that, right, we talk about fresh and healthy food and access to food, and oftentimes what we might think is healthy very much is, but for patients with certain chronic conditions, like those with kidney, can't have a high potassium intake, protein, you have to be very mindful of those things. So, kind of double clicking into the food aspect and ensuring that the food that they are getting is not just fresh and nutritious, but also modified for their diet and their clinical conditions, because ultimately it affects their clinical outcomes.
Or the food not undermining, the health goals that you guys are working with them on. Go ahead, RJ.
Yeah, one thing that I learned early on, that some people probably heard me tell this little story before, but it bears repeating to different audiences so people don't make the same mistake that I did. One thing we saw, Paul and I actually went to a panel yesterday at clinical trials, so trying to get more patients into clinical trials. There's a lot of parallels here, right? And one of the core principles of that is design with them and not for them. And we were working with people early on with literally the best intentions of the world, and I think we did a little bit of designing for them. So just briefly, we did the first food intervention we did that was at some scale was for basically a whole community in Miami, built around the school, built around the elementary school, and we did every other week we had massive deliveries of fresh food, and then we built in a shelf-stable pantry into the school so that they could come pick up the shelf-stable items anytime the school was open. But on those fresh food delivery days, it's essentially kind of downtown Miami. We learned later, or we figured out later, most households may have one car. That one car was being used by the dad or the grandfather that was out at the job, right? And so it was the moms and grandmoms walking out of the school, and it's Miami. We're getting amazing fresh melons and lots of, the takeaway is going to be like 30, 40 pounds of food. I'm watching them spill it walking down the street struggling, and I said, okay, we got to do something completely different. So I can get into later what we did to address that, but so the point there is you can't address a single social determinant in isolation, right? So you have to design for truly the whole person.
Yeah, absolutely. So what has driven, I guess I maybe have alluded to it, but what has really driven the shift for payer providers to rethink including food? Most people don't realize that your payer providers, your insurers, your ACO, your alternate care organizations, and others are some of the biggest movers and prime movers of food products around the United States, right? We tend to think about food in terms of restaurants, or we think about it in terms of retail, but there are a whole other places that move a heck of a lot more food than just your grocers. Not to diminish grocers. But what has driven that shift, do you guys think, for the papers, in your terms, and what you guys saw from inside? You want to go, Paul?
Yeah. I would say for us at CVS, one of the biggest drivers of looking at investing in food is really the cost, right? If we look at, for example, our members, we had some subsets that had higher readmission rates, to the ED for different reasons, but a lot of them were nutrition related. So if we can feed folks properly, that there's also an ROI to that, right? From a payer perspective, which unfortunately is a part that we have to look at and be very realistic about. But it also drives engagement for our members. So looking at what needs are we meeting for them, and also having them not worry about something, because oftentimes, and RJ made a point about this, if you have to worry about where you're going to get your next meal from, how you're going to get your child to daycare, you're not going to be adherent to your treatment. So when it comes to something like food, which is so integral and core, investing in medically tailored meals, right, which is what we were working on with the Cook's Nook, takes one less step out of their day. And for individuals who might be a single parent, right, with two children, two school-age children, having that meal at your doorstep that is tailored to their diet, to their chronic condition, means the world to them, and it makes things much easier. So really, to answer your question, it's one, it certainly drives engagement for our members and increases satisfaction, but also you see better clinical outcomes. Unfortunately, there's not as much literature as we would like on the clinical benefits of that, and I know that there's a lot of folks out there doing pilots to work towards that, which is something that we struggled with, right? From a clinical perspective, do we know that there's evidence, is this rooted in evidence-based?
Yeah.
And there are some folks out there that have done the work, but my hope and what I'm seeing is that more both private and public partnerships are doing the work to be able to have some more data that supports it. But I would say is those two pieces.
Yeah. Julianne?
So at Clover Health, I'm over the clinical quality programs, and one of the way that we measure health is through some key quality metrics to kind of get a pulse, like how well is a diabetic's hemoglobin A1C controlled, how well is their blood pressure controlled, and those start to give us some signals. And what we've done is when we get a sense of those cohorts that aren't doing so well, then we start to wrap around the programs for them. But actually how we build our entire design of our plan actually tackles SDOH. I think as payers, we have to get to the point where we're designing our plan, our benefits, and our affordability around social determinants of health, especially with the proposed rule that's coming in from CMS and the reward factor going away and plans being judged, getting a bonus of the health equity index. So we're going to be held accountable for that. So, but when we build our plan benefits, one of the things is, we have in and out of network parity. We know that members are much more likely to go to a primary care physician in communities that they trust, that they live in, that are culturally appropriate, who they identify with. So most of our plans have a $0 copay, whether they're in or out of network, because we feel that a member is more likely to go to a PCP if they're able to, choose that person who they identify with. Additionally, for affordability, we also have Live Healthy rewards that we just instituted. And what that is it drives health literacy. It also drives engagement with health and with their providers. And the cool thing about it is that we give them a preloaded Live Healthy Reward Flex Visa card. And as they do these literacy videos, these predetermined set of tasks, they get money loaded onto their card up to $400. And as I was saying earlier, each member is a snowflake. Your need for food might be completely different from yours, or you might need transportation. So, they can't go out and buy firearms and alcohol and all that fun stuff, but they can use it on anything. They can use it on food. They can use it on boxes of produce. They can use it on so many things so that they are able to tailor it to what they personally need for their own barriers to overcome for those.
Yeah, one can't overestimate the need for the ability to create solutions that are culturally appropriate and relevant to the household. That is the way you're going to get engagement, long-term compliance, and eventually the improved outcomes from folks. And any ways that folks can do that and organizations can do that, you're seeing more and more of that. And I'll just also mention the lack of data here, and we're going to let RJ talk about that here in a minute too. This lack of data becomes essential. We may know instinctively that, of course, what you eat is going to support, the condition that you have or the structure you have, or just having access, right? And trying to keep a household from being food insecure, that's huge. But there's still a need to show it and to prove it before you start to see this all-in conversation that so many of us would like to have. Sorry, go ahead, Arlen.
No, awesome. Almost like we planned that tee up.
Oh.
So some data. There's a really great organization out of UCSF called SIREN, which is Social Intervention Research Evaluation Network, I think. SIREN. They just put out actually a meta-analysis on all of. So they study. They exist to study social interventions for health, right? And so they just put out a study, a meta-analysis of medically tailored meals. So we're getting a little healthcare wonky with definitions, but medically tailored meals, meaning if the member has a specific condition, you send them meals, you give them meals that are specifically tailored
so
for that condition.
Meals that are fit for renal patients, meals that are fit for diabetes patients, or hypertension, heart healthy, focused meals, things of that nature.
So in that meta-analysis, they have a 37 to 52% reduction in healthcare costs across the board, which is like, those are insane numbers for healthcare. A 70% reduction in ED visits. And so that translates to about $2,500 per member per year.
ED visits, emergency.
Sorry,
yeah,
I'm in healthcare world, yes.
Yeah. Emergency visits.
Emergency visits, thank you for pulling me back out. I was trying really hard.
Go down the hole.
And then, so those are huge numbers in our world, right? And then the $2,500 a year, that's a huge difference. Yeah. Most people probably don't realize this. Health insurance runs on very tiny, sometimes upside down margins. So that could be all of the difference to a health plan. And that is net cost of the meals, $2,500. So the evidence is there. We may get into this in a little bit. It's really, really hard to bridge evidence across for some reason that those of us that work on this internally at places, I think, like, just have trouble. You have to see it in your own population to believe it. And this world is run by, somewhat older medical doctors that say, like, guarantee me what the ROI is going to be on this set and I'll let you do it, right? We've had this discussion, right? So that's, we're getting there. Those evidence bases are building up. As I was finishing at CVS, I had a really great one running with a very tight experiment with folks on getting meals with the express purpose of social intervention, lowering their food insecurity, right? Mm-hmm. So we measure their food insecurity quarterly, and also their A1C. And when that spreadsheet came back from the provider's office, so the doctor's office where they were getting it, my boss, who was a doctor of 30 years, didn't believe it. Said there's no way that these A1Cs are going down this much just on this food intervention. And I said, I'm not the one putting it in. I'm not doctoring these.
Yeah.
So So it's happening, but it has to happen in each little fiefdom, unfortunately, for right now.
What that sort of says, though, right? I mean, I don't know if I myself am a former diabetic, but what happens typically is you're diagnosed with something and you're given a pamphlet and say, diet and exercise and good luck. But the idea that there's senior executive management who doesn't quite believe that even is supposed to work is kind of interesting, right? But you're handed the pamphlet, right? So I'm sorry, do you guys want to add anything to?
Yeah, I think I concur with what RJ said, because we actually partner with Walgreens, and we've embedded health corners into our communities that are the top 50% of the ADI deciles. And what that means is an area deprivation index. It's a scale of 1 to 10, 5 and over. Getting closer to 10 means the more burden and disparities that your community may face. So what we did is we put health corners in where our most populous concentrations of members who lived in those type of areas. And what we found was those members organically in New Jersey, because 90% of our population is in New Jersey, they organically started to come to these health corners, these Walgreens pharmacies that were in their neighborhood, and started to engage with these pharmacists. And they started, lo and behold, they started taking their blood pressure multiple times a month. The pharmacists began educating them on DASH diets. And lo and behold, now that instead of like, hey, we've got a blood pressure and it's uncontrolled, we can see that we're trending down because they have that continuous support, and it's not just sending a mailer of like, hey, you should be doing these things to take care of yourself every year. And so we're starting to see that trend shift, and that's starting to set up for, and I know we're going to talk about a little bit later about pilots of trying to get efficacy and basis for actually building these to scale our entire populations.
Wow. Paula? You're good? Okay. All right. So just real quick, so we can talk about pilots, but let's go back to right before the pilot. As decision-making leaders, what do you guys look for in order to decide that some funding is going to happen, or program is going to happen, or you've got the population to design a program? What is the decision-making that you guys sort of think about to get there? And I'll let you start, Paula, at the end.
Yeah, thanks, Joy. For me, one of my mantras and tenets has always been to make sure that the dollars that we're investing are invested in the best way possible. And to piggyback on what RJ had said at the beginning of our conversation around social determinants, if someone has a job, if you provide employment, or if you have access to employment, you don't have to, there's a lot that you can do with that, right? You can get to and from places. You can get access to healthy foods. You can have an education. So I share that because, for us, when we were looking for a partner for medically tailored meals, and we had the chance to meet Dwight, Joy, and Amy here at the Cook's Nook, it was really a no-brainer because we were looking at investing in the community here in Austin. And what better way to start with investing in a local business? So if we are employing our communities and investing in those thoughtfully, then it really is that downstream impact that you're providing you're filling the need for all these other determinants. So all that being said, not just because we're here, but I've said this to you guys before, but the model that you have to provide food is incredibly special. And what we were looking for is, because in the kidney population, a great number of our patients are people of color, right? They're Hispanic, they're Latino. So ensuring that those meals that they were getting were designed with a cultural lens in mind was paramount. Food is so central to all of us, right? It's community, it's gathering. And to be able to make that as special as possible with a meal is incredibly valuable, and that was not lost on us. So, oftentimes you see all these other companies that do provide meals, but they're very bland, and it's not aligned with the cultural
or
needs.
non-identifiable.
Yeah, right. Or it's
Or
like,
even
what
the
is this? What are we
dietary
looking at?
High sodium.
And then you layer on that the nutrition value. So, we looked for partnering with a local business that was helping the same community that we're looking to influence, right? The fact that it was a minority, woman-owned led business was incredibly special. So looking at investing locally, investing in individuals who may not have had the opportunity to own businesses historically, right? We all know history around that. So that was really the differentiator. So I'd say, for companies like CVS and others that have billions of dollars, it is a lot easier sometimes to work with the bigger names out there. And it may not be as easy to work with smaller partners, but it does drive a much bigger impact, right? Because you are that downstream impact of focusing on companies like Joy's help the same community that we're looking at influence. And, we talked about this before, is that trust factor.
There's a trust
the
chain
community.
there, right?
There is that trust factor. You're here in the community. Listen, I'm from Jersey, and before I worked at CVS, I'd never been to Texas. So I was not going to come in here and pretend like I knew this community. So working with you, working with our patients, and listening to them and saying, what are your needs? How can we help you do this? And let's do this together. Let's partner, right? Let's design with, not for.
Yeah.
Like my colleagues have said here. So I'd say a lot of those different aspects are what we looked for when we were looking at a partner to invest with.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Well, I think with us, we start more organically, and we look at what is the problem we're trying to solve. And our former CEO, Vivek, I spent a lot of time with him in my earlier days of Clover, and he gave us room to fail spectacularly. And knowing that when we build it once, that it, there's a lot of change management. It may not go like we thought it would, but that gives us freedom to start to develop and innovate, which is how we've developed many of our tech solutions like Clover Assistant, et cetera, but working backwards from what we're trying to solve. And, to your point, there are a lot of big players, and Clover is not one of the biggest plans, so we can be small beans. So finding partners who are willing to collaborate with us and our unique needs and our unique membership and the ability to pivot quickly. Also working within, we are silo busters throughout our organization. So we embed quality and health equity in our DNA. And so we're getting ready to work on a new, project of bringing like pre-made meals and farm boxes into members' homes of our 20% of our most complex morbidity and mortality who have in-home care Clover physicians visiting them because they're too, they're not able to go to their PCP. So we actually hire our own PCPs to go into their homes to see them on a monthly basis and care for them. And, developing a project like that is now we know that we've got, the things that we need to do for prevention and wellness and chronic disease management, but finding the ways such as leveling up that next detail of how are we going to start to impact the control of their A1C through food as medicine, because that's the next big leap that we're taking. And also that's where CMS is going, is instead of like an NCQA.
All right, tell them what the acronyms mean.
National Coalition for Quality Alliance, and CMS is Centers for Medicare and Medicaid.
Yes.
They are, like I said earlier, they are holding plans accountable for health equity and addressing SDOH. And it's not just good enough to have an A1C value that's under a certain number. Now we're going to start to see that trend go to how well are they controlled over the year? How well is the blood pressure controlled over the year? And food is such an integral part of that. We know that it's very emotional, it's community, and that is the next place where we're going towards now.
Yeah, it is social, it is ritual, it is everything. It's foodways, and unless you can put that in, give that as an option for people, and they're at choice and have dignity about that choice, and it looks and reflects them. I love how you guys say that, with, not for. I mean, that is going to get the compliance in motion that these programs are going to need. You want to add anything to?
Just a little bit. My colleagues here, especially, pretty much everything Paula said, right?
What Paula said. That's pretty much our answer, but I said what Paula said.
I'll take it. I'll add one minor thought on top, right? We do always look locally. We do always try to do this locally. However, the other question that I always got from the people that would approve this and give me money to do it, in addition to, like, what's the ROI right off the bat, is how can you scale it? Right? So we want to work locally with you. We want to be here in the communities. Most of my healthcare career is in Medicaid, where we really have to do that locally. Our customers are the state.
Yep.
And the state wants to see us having partnerships on the ground, right? So then how do we get you, for example, partners that can help you scale that up locally, right? Like, how do you join a platform? How do you join something that can get that food out to all of Texas eventually? Or, if you were working with a Medicaid plan here, or then how can you start to go regionally? That's really hard, right?
Yeah.
Like, I can give you today how to do it, in Miami for a small area for a couple thousand people. Getting it up to the millions of people that we have on the Medicaid rolls is a little difficult.
Yeah. And just Texas by itself fulfills any of these requirements.
It is a whole other country.
Yeah, it's a whole place. All right, I want to make sure that we have time to let folks ask questions, trying to figure out what I haven't asked for. You want to talk about real quick, how about we just go to the questions? We got 8 minutes. You want to go to the questions? I want to talk about pilots. You want to talk about pilots?
We did pilots.
We did
That's
pilots?
Well, yeah, I think the question is why pilots, and it's mainly what I just said, right? Like, how do you, because every buyer's different, and every buyer's got their own thing, and every buyer's got their own, you have to be approved, and you have to, there's a lot of hoops you have to jump through.
There's a lot of hoops.
There's a lot of hoops. And so if you can get in a pilot and prove it, and then you can get some of those numbers that we talked about earlier on the results, and then start to scale up, then you're on your way. Because if you do well in pilots, I guarantee you it's just as painful for us, for the people that are sort of your sponsor, bringing you into the organization for all the hoops jumping, than it is for you. We don't want to bring another and another and another and another, right? Like, if you do well, we're going to partner with you and keep it rolling.
Keep going. Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, to the point about pilots and scalability, some of the work that we were doing was also outside of Austin, right? So, it was a little bit more challenging to work with Joy and her team, but I think that's an interesting point in who we're looking to partner with, because I always bring it back to the community and the trust aspect. As much as scalability is incredibly important, and we do need to think about that, having sort of that blueprint of what we need to do, but then tailoring it to the community that you're working with, right? We were working with you guys here in Austin. We had a community also in outside of Chicago that we were looking at doing some very similar work, and the blueprint for this work is very similar, but the needs of that community were far different. So, when we think about scalability, we have to also think about meeting people where they are and tailoring it to their particular needs, because it's I always say this, it's not a one size fits all. What works for me may not work for Joy or RJ or Julianne.
And these little tiny consistent innovations in thinking and thought and process and community and populations inside these big companies, these are huge. It's folks like these who are trying to talk to those within their organization to get that organization to think about
think about doing this work differently. So we got to support these guys as much as we ask them to support us. We have to support them internally as well. So go ahead, Julie.
I was going to say, I think one thing too is that, as a health plan, it's like we can't ourselves operate in a vacuum. One of our core tenets is making sure that, we're improving every life. Well, part of that is the critical relationship between a patient and their doctor. And if we're operating in a vacuum and doing all these great things with the best of intention and all these great plan designs and benefits and all these things that, are great tools, keeping that transparency with that patient's provider and physician so that they're involved in that care throughout the entire journey, that is so critical for us. And that's one of the things that we've worked to do is to increase that transparency and support those physicians, especially in underserved areas. If you think about in and out of network parity, and in the US, we're already in a doctor shortage anyway. But if we have narrow networks and patients are choosing between going to a provider they trust or going to someone into a network, that's across town that is more difficult, they're less likely to go. But what we do with our providers in these underserved areas is we have the Clover Assistant, and that is a tech-enabled driven platform where we drive insights and information about that patient to the physician at the point of care while they're with those members at the bedside. And so they can see why, your patient's telling you that he's taking your statin, but he's really only taking it 60% of the year. Something's wrong. You need to talk to him.
Right.
Or we're actually doing this kind of engagement, et cetera, so that there is that communal there is a web wrapped around. It's not just the payer in the vacuum. It's not just the provider. It's all of us holding our hands around the member to guide them and prevent them from falling through the cracks.
Right, absolutely. These guys are fabulous. All right, we only have a few minutes left. Are you guys got any questions? Yeah, go ahead. Joe. Hi.
Oh, thanks. Hi, this was fantastic, guys. I had a question on ROI, and obviously the ROI story is easier to tell the higher the acuity of the patient. So if you have a patient with an A1C of 8, it's not a hard sell necessarily to put dollars behind their food, but how are you thinking about lower in the pyramid, where the larger groups of people with the lower acuity, and what makes a compelling ROI story for a plan for that population?
Are you a ringer?
Where'd you come from?
I'm new. I work for Season Health. I lead products. I'm new in this industry.
yeah. Ringers in the
I
audience.
came from the food world, so just the fact that I knew all of these acronyms, I'm feeling really good about myself.
Yeah, but there's a healthcare plant in the food world. Yeah, ROI. I'll jump. Sorry. So what I was trying to preach internally there, and I've talked with Josh and I've talked with Morgan about this, is there's a bigger ROI story to make with that social data that I talked about at the beginning, right? Like, ROI to me doesn't have to be only dollar over dollar, but you still have to get back to dollars inside the health plan at some point, right? And so there's a way to figure that out with the social needs of the member. If you find the data on the social needs of the member, know that member's food insecure, we can assign, this gets into big time healthcare economist world, which is what I was trying to do. You can assign a value to that food insecurity per person, right? Or any of the other determinants or anything like that, right? In addition to it's easier for diabetes, for renal, for those kinds of things, because the hard dollars. Also, these bigger meta studies that are just coming out now on this dollar value, that's an across the board dollar value, right? That's across Medicaid, Medicare, kind of everything, right? So there's starting to get to be a little bit more on that. Again, everybody's going to want to do it with their distinct population that they have. The world's not there on food for every patient yet, but I think bringing in that social data of the members' actual needs. We don't know how many members are food insecure, to be totally honest. We can take a pretty good guess at it based on, we know their income, obviously, if they're Medicaid, we know Medicare, but we don't know a lot else about them from the social world. So that's where I was trying to head.
Yeah. And I know for us, You know, I always joke that if I blink, I need to show an ROI to my leadership team. So we've gotten pretty good at trying to work backwards. But
Hey, at least they don't ask you when you just show up in the room. You got an ROI? I just walked in the room.
I got that. I got a number. But actually what we do is we can take that and of what it impacts and how it impacts the population of scale and roll that up into some predicted benefit that we get that actually, for us, it's star ratings, which is a set of like about 40 quality metrics that if Medicare Advantage plans do well in, they actually get a reward factor and extra money from CMS that we pour then back into that relationship. So that's how my team usually proves that ROI, because it all rolls up into that, and so it's on predicted income.
Do you want to go? I want to make sure I get another couple of questions.
I was just
here.
going to add, you know,
Yeah.
another
Yeah,
piece
I
of
know.
this too, that just to wrap up and to make sure folks also understand this a bit better, is looking at preventative measures and also looking at those members that aren't as costly, right? Because those are the easier ones because they're more complex, so it's easier to prove that ROI. But some of the work that we were doing is through Aetna and predictive modeling is catching some of those members that were at high risk for CKD before they became such a burden and so
Chronic
costly.
kidney disease.
And there's going to be medical jeopardy jargon after this, just FYI, make sure everybody's paying attention. So we have to also look at prevention and
Yeah.
before folks get complex.
Right. Yeah, too complex.
I think so too, and that's one of the things about the Clover assistant is keeping them healthy so they don't go
Yeah,
down
they don't
that
get
path
there.
of getting there.
Yeah,
you know.
yeah. I'm sorry, this lady had her hand up back there.
How did you solve for the rolling melons? How did you solve for the rolling melons?
The rolling melons, the
in
ladies
Florida.
here.
Oh gosh. So integrated transportation is the short answer there. So we did it at a clinic. Well, for that, I actually ended up carrying them down the street sometimes. But but we redesigned for a clinic that had transportation as part of the clinic's benefit, right? So the members would come there, they'd shop on this truck that we actually bought for Feeding South Florida. The members, they would come through, shop with an assistant based on their dietary needs, take it out, and then the van is literally waiting like down the breeze, like from here to the door for them to take them home.
Yeah. I mean, that and integrating transportation it's almost becoming inherent in some pilots. You have to, in some fashion, right? Any other questions? Hi. Sarah's gonna run all the way over there and give you this.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Great talk today. I did want to know more about the new CMS proposed rule, and you can talk about like the implications of your
Wow.
work.
Good,
We
Julianne.
had policy walks in the
Oh,
audience.
Healthcare policy walks in the audience. I love it.
Yeah.
At 8 o'clock on a Saturday.
Well, and just at a high level, the proposed rule which came out by CMS in December is what I would pretty much call mind-blowing, because it's really taken away the traditional way that plans drove performance in star ratings, including even risk adjustment of diagnosis capture. And what it's doing is, usually if I did well on a certain number of measures, I could guarantee that if I had they rate plans on a star level of 1 to 5 stars. So I know at 3.5 stars, if I'm doing well on my quality metrics, I'm going to start getting money back, additional monies back. Well, there are larger payers who do really well, even smaller payers, and they have more narrow networks, et cetera. But what CMS and NCQA, who leads HEDIS, which is a set of other defined quality metrics like prevention, screening, et cetera, is they're taking away that traditional reward factor and they're replacing it with a health equity index reward factor starting in, I believe we start getting measured 2025. And what that means is we're going to be scored on how well we are able to show how we address social determinants of health in our populations. And there's an early smoke signal for a lot of plans because NCQA and the National Office of Minority Health did a HES summary score pilot. And what that was is a health equity summary score, which is a combination of prevention measures like and CAPS of member experience measures, and then weighted that on different factors such as LIS, low income subsidy, and race and ethnicity. And with Rise National, which is like our big think tank earlier this week, there's a lot of plans who've done traditionally very well in STARS, but they didn't do well in HES because JAMA came out with an article a couple years ago that shows that plans who have disproportionately high numbers of people who don't have SDOH do better in STARS, where plans like us, who have 67% of our populations in the top 5 ADI deciles, do worse. So we did very well in the HES summary. We were in the top 30. So we're pleased with the proposed rule because we feel like it supports health equity and the work that we're doing and just where healthcare really needs to go if we're really improving all of our
So more
lives.
HES, less STARS.
What?
More HES, less STARS.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
And better health will get you more stars in the future.
Yeah, and better HES will
That
get
is
you
the
more
future,
star
yeah.
ratings, right? Exactly. Well, we are over time. I do want to thank these ladies. These guys clearly are amazing, and thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for joining us, and clap for these guys.
Thank you. for
And
having
we
us.
are going to relocate, and then you guys ready? These guys, we got another group coming up, and they're going to talk about a similar conversation, but it's going to be related to policy and around school food in that universe and those populations. So let us transition. I'll be right back.
Where to place my feet. I'm gonna try to catch where I start and do a quick math in my head. Subtract 7 minutes from
Good morning. So we're going to talk about how good school food can change everything. So I'll start off with some introductions here. So we have John Dillon. John Dillon is a public policy researcher and consultant with the Center for Mississippi Health Policy in Jackson, Mississippi, and works to promote equitable, evidence-based solutions to the impacts of public policy on population health. We have Arlen. Arlen is the founder of the Institute for Ecology, Scholarship, and Health, which helps organizations design creative solutions to achieve their sustainability goals. And we have Hallie. Hallie is the value chain director at the Sustainable Food Center right here in Austin, where she and her team build local school purchasing power and work to shift policy to nourish our health, land, and livelihood. And I am Sunny Baker. I work to lead school food reform and envision a new culture of regional-based eating. I am currently serving as the interim senior director of programs and policy at the National Farm to School Network, and I am a co-conspirator in liberation and justice work that centers community. I'm based out of Quapaw and Osage lands, now known as Little Rock, Arkansas. So I am going to do a rapid fire history of the school food program in this country. So People have always fed children in schools. It started with volunteers since the start of schools in our country. And then during the Great Depression, when resources were short and those volunteers were finding really hungry kids in schools, policy was introduced to make National School Lunch Program a federal program. And that was in 1946 under President Truman. And it's important to note that Truman thought of this policy as a measure of national security to safeguard the health and well-being of the nation's children and to encourage domestic consumption of nutritious agricultural commodities. So school nutrition in this country has always been incredibly closely tied to agriculture and food production in this country. In fact, still today, there's a commodities line for schools that every school is getting a certain number of commodities based on the number of students that they feed. I want to take a moment, too, to recognize the importance of the Black Panther Party in school meal programs in the country. The Black Panther Party started the school breakfast program as one of their social services outreach. That was in 1969, and it was meant to help fuel revolution by encouraging Black people's survival. And this program was incredibly beneficial for the students that participated. They noted an immediate difference in the performance of students, the behavior of students, and the health. There were less stomach pains. Kids were able to stay awake during the school day. It was always meant that school food would be more than nourishment for our kids. It's a time for learning. A child should not go to school and learn in the first half of the day, in the second half of the day, and not also learn when they're eating in a school cafeteria. And early on, in the original intent of the National School Lunch Program, was not necessarily to feed, but to teach cultural norms about American ways of eating in our country, which is something we can think about as we move forward with school food and what are we teaching in those cafeterias. So today, the National School Lunch Program is in over 100,000 schools across the country. That's 5 billion meals annually and 31 million meals every day. The nutrition content of those meals is dictated by the USDA, but it's important to note that the only food that is required on a tray every day is produce, either a fruit or a vegetable. After labor and admin expenses, and by the way, school food staff are often the lowest paid staff members at an entire school district, less than janitors often, although janitors deserve fair pay and as well. After all those admin costs, we see about $1.25 for food on every tray. Incredibly low. And yet, we have seen school districts across the country doing incredible things, and we're going to get to learn more about the Austin School District right here in a minute. We've seen scratch cooking in these cafeterias, local purchasing, farm to school, school gardens, and sometimes even that school garden food makes it into the cafeteria, which is incredible. We've seen culturally relevant meals. Montana has created recently an entire menu database on how to integrate native foods into school meals. In Sitka, Alaska, they have a Fish to Schools program. Boulder Valley School District is doing organic bulk milk for their students. There are these examples from across the country. This can be done, but it is not the norm. In order to have school food in the way I'm describing, we need every child eating in the cafeteria. As it stands currently, we divide students into categories: kids that get a free meal from school, a reduced cost meal from school, and children with the ability to pay. It is our responsibility to participate in school meal programs. It's our responsibility now to send our kids so that it's not just the free kids that are eating in the cafeterias, but it's our responsibility as a country to implement something called universal school meals, which means that every kid gets a meal from school. And we really thought this was going to happen. During the pandemic, we instituted legislation so that there were universal school meals. We saw the importance of schools as community hubs and places that were feeding children during the pandemic, not just as like a fun thing that happens during the day, but as a way to keep our children alive. Sometimes a school meal is the only food a child is going to get in the day. So when that pandemic legislation around universal meals happened, us in the school food reform world thought, surely this will never go away. We're gonna see the benefit of this. It's gonna be so great. This thing we've been fighting for so long will be here. And yet in September it did. And we are right back to the way that things were, where we're dividing kids up into categories. So a number of states have stepped up to the plate and have introduced universal school meal policies. Colorado, Maine, California, and some of those states are integrating their values into those universal school meal campaigns. In New Mexico, they wrote purchasing local foods into their universal school meal policy. We demand school meals for all children. We demand that these meals line up with values around economic justice, environmental justice, health impact, animal welfare, respecting workers and educators, and prioritizing racial equity. Our country has a lot of repairing to do when it comes to the food system in this country. Our children deserve the best because they are inherently valuable. Our children deserve delicious, nourishing school meals that feature foods that represent their people, and with local foods sourced right from their community, benefiting their local economy. Our children deserve this dignity. Our current food system and our current school meal program is functioning exactly the way it was designed, to benefit exactly the people it was designed to benefit. To get large-scale, mostly white male landowners the funds that they need to get a bare minimum of calories and nutrients on school trays, nutrition requirements that have been largely influenced by big-scale food industry. It's not only the right thing to do to have values-aligned universal school meals, but it is the way, it is the route to creating a better food system that is better for our bodies, for our health, for our communities, for our farmers, for climate, and for knowing one another and one another's cultures through food. This event is the future of food, and this is the future I can envision for school food. So I'm going to turn it over to my panelists here and ask a couple of questions, and we'll start with Hernan. Hernan's right here in Texas, so what are some of the challenges and innovations that you've seen on the ground here in Texas? Can you paint us a picture?
Yeah, Sunny, thank you so much. And thank you for highlighting all of those historical tidbits that a lot of people don't actually realize have gone into CNP programs. So thank you for that. School food programs are incredibly difficult because we're having to work within, so I was a CNP director for a number of years, and we're having to work within incredible amount of red tape. All of the finances are highly regulated. It's not a free-for-all with these public funds, right? They're incredibly regulated. And so anytime a meal is served, it has to qualify as a reimbursable meal if we're going to get into the technicality, right? And so there's a lot of different definitions for how that is interpreted in various states. But here in Texas, they're very strict, and we need certain meal components in that. So that makes it incredibly challenging when we're working with a few dollars, a couple of dollars for breakfast actually, and a few, just double that for lunch. So that's incredibly difficult. And to add to that, the districts who have the greater buying power end up going to the sources who are most, who are cheaper, right? Most cost effective. But that isn't always what is best for our students, as I'm sure some of you all know. So we're in this highly regulated environment with very little margins to play with, and they're nonprofit food service programs, right? So they can't actually be making a profit off of this. So all of that makes it incredibly difficult for anybody who's trying to change anything with the supply chain, with the actual menu patterns, which are also incredibly regulated. There's nutritional requirements that go into that, which are, to a certain extent, is good, right? We can't just serve anything to our students, but it's incredibly flawed, that whole system as well, as Sunny alluded to. All of these challenges, yet I am always inspired to see C&P directors across the region where I work, here in Texas, in the United States, folks that I interact with, getting very creative with the small amount of funding that they have available, with the, with their labor, with their passion. All of this can lead to just really breakthrough efforts. So I want to highlight some. There has been some school farm programs that I've worked closely with. And instead of having to go through all of the logistical and financial red tape that they found in trying to procure from their local farmers that also wanted to sell to them, a school district started their own farm. And that has become an exemplar model for other neighboring school districts. And so they're able to avoid some of that red tape because they're growing their own food. And so they know what needs to go into that food. They know how to grow it, food safety requirements that are in that. And the students benefit ultimately because while the district is saving money on their produce, the students are eating the produce that was harvested that same day oftentimes. And oftentimes they're harvesting it, they're doing the growing, they're preparing it, fertilizing, preparing the soil, all of these things and delivering to the cafeteria. So it's really impressive work that I've seen, and that idea is starting to grow, right? That farm to school model is also a variation of that, rather, is gaining steam from a different direction. So one of the things that makes it difficult to buy from local producers is that school districts often need to go with the lowest source, the lowest cost product, right? So if you have lettuce coming in from California with these 3,000-acre farms, they have the economies of scale on their side when compared to a 5-acre lettuce grower nearby down the street from the school district. And so when a school district goes out for what we call formal procurement, they have to go with the cheaper option. Now there's some opportunities there as well. There's the geographic preference that can definitely be leveraged a little bit more, but oftentimes school districts will go with the cheaper option also because they have less money to play with, right? So so here in Texas, we have what are called education service centers, and those serve as a middleman, so to speak, between the Texas Department of Agriculture, which sets the regulations for C&P programs, and school districts. They serve as a middleman. And in one innovative education service center, they are now going to manage one contract so that all school districts can buy from using that one contract from local growers. And so that is easy for growers to sell to. It's just one contract that they have to deal with and not multiple school districts, multiple schools. It's just one contract. School districts, on the other hand, are also benefiting because they're buying using one contract. And so all of that formal procurement, all of that paperwork that accompanies every single meal with every single student is severely reduced, which is a good thing. And those kind of innovative processes are extremely helpful because they're serving as a model for other school districts that happen to want to partner, or other states that may have something similar, like education service centers here in Texas. They're able to accomplish local production, and with an emphasis on agroecological production, they'll award more points to that, or they'll include in their formal procurement stipulations. We are looking for this type of product, organic, GAP certified, et cetera, right? They can put in what they want. They're getting very innovative. So that's what I've seen so far.
Yeah, I think that model generally is really exciting to see because it really emphasizes the power of cooperative economics and these institutions working together. I think what you shared underscores the point that this can't be school by school. It's about working together and creating policy change, to your point, Sunny, and also creating this collective change using this purchasing cooperative model or other cooperative marketing models. I think it's so key.
Yeah, thank you. And also around that geographic preference and having to go with the lowest bid, we did just see, it's super exciting, the USDA has put out a durable rule before we get our next child nutrition reauthorization, that would allow for geographic preference for everyone, so you wouldn't have to go with the lowest bid. So perhaps, while I have this audience, we could all go to the USDA's website, where they are taking comments right now, and say, yes, please, to that geographic preference option for the durable rule.
And that's with the upcoming Farm Bill. That's where these decisions are getting made.
So
is that
this
right?
this is a separate. So this is while we are waiting for child nutrition reauthorization to happen, which who knows when that will be, and that's what regulates school food in this country. They have what's called a durable rule, which will take the place of that legislation in the meantime. But they put some cool stuff in there, and it was great. And it's stuff we've been fighting for. Like geographic preference, there's also a rule that would allow indigenous communities to count things like, what was it? For grain, sometimes indigenous communities are using like root crops and root vegetables, so it would allow them to count those for that grain requirement, which is really exciting. All right, so Hallie and Dylan, this question is for both of you. What could this look like if we invest in policy change? What is the opportunity on the table, economic, health, environmental?
Yeah, I mean, when we talk about the economic possibility, there's a lot of money on the table, right? And you alluded to this already, and you talked about this some, but some schools are operating their own kitchens, but some schools are contracting out to companies that actually run their child nutrition programs. And nationally, there are 3 what they're called food service management companies that control about 45% of the national market, and that's $33 billion that those 3 companies are receiving. On the supply side, there are 2 what's called broadline distributors, so companies who basically will supply schools at the lowest possible cost, and they control about 75% of the institutional feeding market from the supply side, and that itself is $65 billion. So there's a lot of money on the table, and these companies can be immense allies, right, in changing the way that our students are fed and the way that our money gets spent on the food that we're sending into institutions. But right now, largely it's business as usual, and so they're purchasing from these large industrial farms. And what we've seen is that not only are these industrial farms worse for the environment, as you alluded to, but they're also just not good for our rural communities. So we're talking a lot about our school communities, but these industrial farms increase income inequality in our rural communities. They increase unemployment in our rural communities compared to smaller farms, decrease property values, increase community stress, and decrease civic engagement. So there's like a cascade of the challenges that these industrial farms really introduce into our rural communities. Not to mention, our smaller and mid-sized farmers are really prioritizing labor, they're creating jobs, they're supporting agroecological methods largely, and protecting animal welfare. When we think about local purchasing and purchasing from small and mid-sized farmers, that what we call like agricultural middle, as opposed to hyper small or hyper large farms, it's what we call a multiplication effect of 1.72. So if you think of $100 that a school could spend on a local product, then we have an additional $72 that's entering our local economies. So that's $72 in job wages, that's $72 in goods and services being purchased. It includes things like insurance, or land purchasing, or investing in infrastructure on farm, or cold trucks. Buying from other local businesses and supporting other local employees, creating these jobs. And so when we think about creating better food systems within our schools, it's not just about, supporting local, but it's about how spending those dollars within the local food economy support our commonly held values, support our value to, have the most nutritious food available, support our value to protect the animals that, are being fed to our students, to support a valued workforce, environmental sustainability. And so when we think about how these dollars are being spent, we're not prioritizing those values. And we need to be. And there's just a huge economic opportunity to increase that multiplication effect of how our public dollars are being spent and really turn that into like a public good so that we really are creating better rural economies. We're supporting these commonly held values of environmental sustainability, of protecting our labor. And it's not just about these values, it's also about equity, to your point earlier. The power of having better school meals also means that we have more students that will be eating because they'll be more appetizing, frankly. They'll be more excited to eat in the cafeteria. And the more meals that are eaten in the cafeteria, the better the food can actually be, right? We don't often think about this, but cafeterias are an earned revenue model. And so we have meals that are out for reimbursement, but we also have students that pay in the cafeteria. And a couple of years ago, here in Austin ISD, there's been a lot of incredible work that AISD nutrition team has been doing to really transform their purchasing and really create options for better procurement and more localized procurement. But the child nutrition director at Austin ISD, I think 2 years ago, or maybe it was pre-pandemic, so it must have been 2019, ran some numbers and discovered that if every student in the district ate one meal in the cafeteria per week, that, I see you laughing. We have someone from AISD Nutrition here today. Shout out to you for doing the amazing work. But if every student in AISD ate in the cafeteria once a week, that the district could afford grass-fed beef for everyone in the district, for everyone. And if they ate in the cafeteria twice a week, they could afford organic produce. And if they ate in the district 3 times a week, they could afford organic milk. So it's about really harnessing these public dollars and the ways that we're feeding our students and being able to open that up to really center our collective values. But I'll hand it over to John Dillon to expound on that a little more.
Yeah, and so it's really important to consider too, like you said, how we're spending those dollars and what types of food and what types of producers we're supporting, but then also just for long-term effects with the children, with the current foods that are being offered or are the easiest to get, those are directly contributing to like childhood onset of type 2 diabetes, which used to be referred to as adult onset diabetes after years of high intakes of sugar in your diet and being sedentary. But now the average for children that are under 18, if they're diagnosed with type 2 diabetes, it's around age 14. And so that just sets them up for a long time, like a lot of health complications over their life. But if we use this money wisely, we can get good food on the table that steers away from those types of diseases in children, and it just sets up better health behaviors for them to understand just like, oh, this is good for me because, it tastes good and it's cool, but also through, like you said, with the farms on the school properties, that gives them the opportunity to not only see that as a workforce opportunity, but just to understand the science and everything behind it. So diet-related diseases cost Americans about $850 billion a year through healthcare spending or lost economic output. And so when you think about the types of foods that are being subsidized through the Farm Bill and how the CNR has not been reauthorized since 2015, I think. Yeah. We really just need to put our money where our mouth is, I guess, when it comes to federal spending on foods for children.
If I can add to John Dillon's comments. So I completely agree, because when we are more intentional about our dollars, like you're saying, Hallie, we really, knock out multiple birds with one stone, right? We're serving our environment well. We're improving it. We're reducing biodiversity loss, et cetera, right? Just the list goes on and on. Students benefit not only physically or physiologically, but also mentally. I've done a lot of work looking at socio-emotional health with children, particularly with their interactions with farm programs, school gardens, and eating organic foods in the classroom, and we saw multiple improvements. And so mentally, particularly after being cooped up over 2 years with a global pandemic, needing to reverse that damage, so to speak, right? And that goes for all of us, not just children. Eating better does improve our mental health as well. And there's a lot of science coming out around the connection to our gut health and our mood, emotional well-being, etc. And so relatively new science, relatively speaking, but there's so much that we can accomplish by just being much more intentional with our dollars. And not to mention all of the social equity, social good, social benefits that we would derive from that. It's just, there's no reason not to do this. You know, I have yet to find someone who can argue against this.
Yeah, and I mean, you brought up social equity, and I mean, we're all here at the Future of Food, so I feel like we're all kind of bought into the idea of like supporting better food in general. But when we think about the power of institutions in particular, it is about social equity, because our institutions, whether that's schools or universities or hospitals or the carceral system, we have billions of dollars that are going through these institutions, and they're feeding everyone, right? When we talk about bringing new and exciting foods to market, that's fantastic, but often those better foods are going into grocery stores or going into restaurants, and that's a limited, income limited market. And so when we're looking at institutions, it really is about an equitable access to these good foods.
Yeah, and on that, and like to your point of a lot of making up to do for it, I read somewhere recently that it's like even if every American could afford to eat the recommended fruits and vegetables a day and wanted to, there wouldn't be enough to go around. So as far as commodities and things that are subsidized and how some of those programs seem to work against each other, that's a really good opportunity to just kind of figure out where follow the money and get the bang for your buck, I guess.
Yeah, this feels like a great opportunity for me to paint this picture about where our tax dollars are going in terms of the food system in this country. So the Farm Bill is the largest piece of legislation that controls food in this country. And y'all,
This is the second largest check that the government writes after defense. So we spend a lot of money on food.
$29.6 billion go towards commodity agriculture in the Farm Bill. So that's cotton, corn, soy, stuff we don't eat unless it ends up in our gummy bears in the form of high fructose corn syrup.
Or feed for livestock that contribute to carbon emissions.
Or in our cows, yes, exactly. $29.6 billion checks to large-scale landowners. When you drive through the beautiful country and you see those farms and you envision farm life, it is monocrop agriculture. It is the same thing out there, and it is not what we're eating. $4.2 billion, so a tiny incy little 1% of the Farm Bill is what's going towards what is even called specialty crops, fruits and vegetables in this country, often in the form of really competitive grant programs. And yet, us in the food system, every time the Farm Bill is up for renewal, we're like fighting for pieces of that tiny 1%. And we don't even go after the commodity line because of the power of the commodity industry in this country. So if we want to talk about our values in terms of food system work and how we can get better food into schools, but better food for people, we need to talk about where our taxpayer dollars are going and where our values stand.
Yeah, and that brings us back to what you brought up at the very beginning, which was like the school food program was created by the Department of Defense as an economic development program. And it was like a happy side benefit that it also fed our children. And now we're really seeing that it's reinforcing these really negative for the environment, negative for our rural communities, negative for our school children, for us, industrial farms, this industrial agricultural complex. And like you're saying, this is our tax dollars, and it should reflect our values and how we want our children to be eating.
And to speak to that a little bit about the Department of Defense and how it was their program, that's the number one reason that people are turned away from registering to serve in the U.S. Armed Forces is obesity or diet-related diseases. So,
As I heard them put it once, children that are too fat to fight.
oh.
And in the 90s, the Department of Defense invested in the fresh fruit and vegetable program in every state in the country. And that is one way that we are getting local foods into schools. We were talking about that this morning. And it's a great opportunity. Department of Defense is purchasing lots of food in every state in this country. So that food should be going towards small-scale growers in our country.
Yeah, and to add to that, I'd hate to be all doom and gloom up here because we are looking forward, and we got to find the opportunities embedded. And so you talked about Department of Defense. There's still a critical component of school nutrition programs, and they're part of what schools can get for free, so to speak. I mean, there's never a free meal, but school districts won't have to pay for that product that comes through the DoD. Nevertheless, that has its own issues with how DoD procures products for that supply chain. But the USDA is actually committing more dollars to helping school districts procure more local foods in an environmentally conscious way. And so there is change happening. We have to seize this moment, nevertheless, because if we don't take advantage of this opportunity, the next administration may not see the demand and ultimately do away with it. And I will also add, Texas is also, they're on paper at least, I have yet to know whether it's, how committed the state of Texas is, but on paper, they at least do commit to supporting local foods. And so we need to make sure that we are making our voices heard by those of us who can influence that, either by our voices or our actions, make sure that we're heard through increasing local procurement in schools, our institutions. We keep talking about schools, but this actually applies to hospitals, private hospitals, for-profit, other nonprofit entities that feed people en masse. So it really is a similar ball game across institutions.
No, I was just going to say that brings us back to the Farm Bill, your point, that Sunny brought up at the beginning. And this is an omnibus bill that comes up once every 5 years. And this is the first time we're addressing our food issues as a nation post-COVID, right, where we really saw, to your point at the beginning, schools as critical infrastructure, schools as food access infrastructure. And I know this is South by, so we have a lot of out-of-towners, but for the Texans in the room, we have several Texas representatives on the House Agriculture Committee, and so they are going to be the ones who are steering the Farm Bill. And I really encourage folks to think about values-aligned universal meals. Think about, the ways that we're shifting the taxpayer dollars that are spent in this huge omnibus bill to support what we see as the future of food.
John Dillon, what did you tell me this morning about the Farm Bill? It's the first Farm Bill that will hit $1 trillion.
Yeah, it's the first one that's going to go over $1 trillion. So it's getting more expensive, every time it goes through Congress, but yet the health equity divide just keeps getting greater and greater, and access to food is just always teetering for everyone. And so I think that, especially with a bill that expensive, it's really key, like she said, these stakeholders to make sure that their voices are heard to the people that can actually steer that money.
Yeah, I just like to think of it, that's our money. That's our money that we're putting in. And I should mention that most of the Farm Bill is for SNAP, the food stamp program in this country. That's the vast majority of the Farm Bill, and that need continues to grow every time we introduce a Farm Bill. So it seems like maybe the system is not designed to help those people so that we can decrease that number. I would love to see what we could do with those billions of dollars reinvested for fresh fruits and vegetables, for small-scale Black farmers in Mississippi, for new farmers, for immigrant farmers across the country who are largely growing the food that we eat in this country. We talk about how farm labor, we have such a huge problem with farm labor in this country. and we have to bring labor in, and we can't pay fair wages. And it's like, well, we could. It's not as if there's not an opportunity to basically move money around to make this happen.
Yeah, like corn is cheap because the government subsidizes it year after year after year. So since that's not healthy for us, since half of it goes to animal feed, maybe steer some of that the money in the direction of the farm and agriculture workforce, you know?
As well as the auxiliary services, right? So we need coal trucks, we need roads, we need cold rooms, all of the infrastructure in place to get these products from farm to our table, because a lot of the infrastructure for small growers or agroecological growers, et cetera, it's not there. And so we also need to consider all of those things as well.
Yeah, it's, a really beautiful picture that we could paint. And I think we should end on a happy note here, because this is a room of supporters and an audience of supporters. And, just to be aware that this is happening is important. To be aware as you potentially are interacting with your legislators, as you're talking with other parents at school, and wondering what happened to those free school meals that were so wonderful, often at many school districts, and then maybe not looking so great at some. But this is a future that we can see, and like you're pointing on, there are places that we need to invest in order to make this happen. I'm thinking especially about the Good Acre in Minneapolis, this incredible place that helps distribute locally grown foods to schools, but also provide that culinary training to the food service staff so that they know what to do when those foods show up in the cafeteria. So I think we'll end with what's on your tray in terms of like a beautiful school meal for the future. Anyone can start.
For me, what's on a school tray.
Like the food. What food would you like to see on a beautiful school meal?
Oh gosh, I don't know.
I know.
I know you know.
I know. Yeah. I love food. So I would have tacos, but the tortillas would be corn, and they would be corn grown, from somebody I knew. Probably a mixture of colors too, because that's heirloom corn that was grown by Aztecs, Mayans, Native Americans here in what is now the United States. And the filling, it would just be anything, but probably huitlacoche. It's delicious. That's what I would have.
Love it. Hallie, what you got?
Some folks might not know this, but Central Texas, as an extension of the Great Plains, is actually historically bison country. So mine would definitely include bison, which is one of our biggest native foods in Texas. Bison with some wild rice, maybe some collards. I feel like that's what would be on my dream plate.
I love it.
Okay.
What you
Okra,
got, John Dillon?
some greens.
Oh, yeah.
And John Dillon and I was in Mississippi for the last 10 years, so my tray would definitely look very Mississippi. I would do some purple hull peas.
Definitely.
Some catfish.
Yeah.
Locally raised.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah.
Belzoni, Mississippi, the catfish capital of the world.
That's right. Maybe some sweet potatoes of different colors, too.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks, y'all.
Thanks, y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I can taste you.
Good morning. Yes, that's right. South by, let's do this. I'm Sharonda Robinson, and I am so honored to be with you this morning to help moderate this amazing panel on moving the needle in Black health. And so take your seats, join us, and thank you for those of you who are joining us on live stream. We welcome you as well. I have been told not to do something, which means I'm going to do it, and that is to take questions. I really do want there to be a conversation with the folks that are in the audience, and so I've asked my esteemed panelists to limit their remarks so that we can talk with you all. I feel like conversations on this topic, we don't have them very often, and so we want to make sure that you're included. Is that okay? All right, let's get it. So thank you for the applause, the one person who was clapping in the back. Appreciate you so much. And y'all made me hungry from the last panel because they were talking about collard greens and catfish and purple hull peas. I spent summers in Mississippi. All right, so I'm Sharonda Robinson. I get to moderate today's panel. I'm going to just jump right in. And as I'm asking the questions, have each person tell a little bit about themselves related to this topic. These are leaders that you see here on the stage, and they have been working collaboratively and collectively over a number of years to address this issue. So this wasn't just a panel that was put together for South by. These are people in the community who are really dedicated to this work. And so I'm going to ask everyone to answer this question, and then Culinary, I'm going to come to you with the second question. So the topic is moving the needle. For those of you who don't know, can you give, for those of us who may not know where the needle is today, can you give us an overview of the state of Black health? And Ashton, I think I want to start on your end and we'll come back this direction. Is that okay?
Sure, that's
and
fine.
And how your organization plays a role in moving the needle.
I certainly will yield to Shannon Jones, who is the king of data and has been for a number of years. But some data points that I would put out. Blacks are only 8% of the population here in Travis County, but more than 25% of the blacks have difficulty accessing health care. Cancer is the #1 killer among blacks in Travis County. But you know, you hear that and you say, well, maybe that has to do with diet and they don't exercise enough. Well, let's just look at black women. Black women who are diagnosed with breast cancer in Travis County are more than 2 times likely to die than white women, irregardless of income or profession. So it's not about money, it's not about education, it's not about jobs. There's something else going on as it relates to disparities. And then briefly what I would say is, we shouldn't be surprised by it. If we go back at least to 1928, in the 1928 plan, and understand about the way that blacks and later Hispanics were moved east of what was then East Avenue, what we call IH-35. And the Negro District was created. But it wasn't that it was just created. It was that they reduced the zoning laws to allow things that weren't permitted west of East Avenue. So city dumps and tank farms, all those things when you drive now, or at least over the last 20 years on the airport, and you say, why are those things over here? They were there intentionally. And all those things contribute to the social determinants of health and poor health. So it's not a surprise when we see the health disparities that reside in the Eastern Crescent.
Culinary, I love the shirt, by the way. Can you style it for us, please? That's
you
important
didn't say that
for
about
everyone.
my shirt.
Okay, well, Equidad ATX. I'm just saying we designed the logo for that shirt. So yes, Black Mama's ATX. Thank you for that.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for that, Sharonda. I'm the executive director of Black Mamas ATX, an organization who was founded by and continues to be run by Black women, Black birthing people, and Sharonda was a foundational member of creating our organization, so I just want to give her that props. That's why I'm wearing the t-shirt she designed. In terms of the state of Black health here locally, I can 100% agree and attest to what Ashton just mentioned. And the statistic that Ashton mentioned around breast cancer for Black women, that is reflected in so many other places. For example, in maternal mortality, Black women are also 2 times or 2 times plus more likely to die as a result of childbirth compared to our white counterparts here in Texas. And that is not, it is not an issue of socioeconomic status, education. It involves, if you have a PhD and you have a child, you are still more likely to die as a result of childbirth compared to a white woman who dropped out of high school, right? And so these disparities are systemic. And systemic disparities, you start to see the pattern. That's why when he mentioned this, it's the same statistic for cancer. It's the same statistic for Black infants, infant mortality. It all is based on something systemic, something institutional and ingrained. And anecdotally, I see it in families reaching out for help with groceries, help with rent, pregnant mothers being put out of their homes and trying to find places for them. So we see it every day in our work.
My name is Larry Wallace. I'm the founder.
A little closer, Larry.
I'm the founder and executive director for the Black Men's Health Clinic. The Black Men's Health Clinic.
Yeah, celebrate that. Let's celebrate that. A national model happening here in Austin.
The Black Men's Health Clinic was created to address long-standing disparities suffered by men of color. We recognize the trauma that men have faced throughout the years, and traditional healthcare systems are not equipped to really reach the population. And you may ask why. It's because in order for you to reach a population, you need to understand the population, and you really should have a lived experience. At the Black Men's Health Clinic, we have all of that. We consider ourselves unique. When we talk about the current state of what's happening here in Austin, we can just look at what's happening in the state of Texas. The state of Texas is one of 9 states that really ranks highest in availability to food for low-income residents. With that, it's over 10 million individuals that are in that situation. So we can understand why we see it here in Austin. It's really not just Austin. And so being number 2, only behind another state, we are in that category. So the Black Men's Health Clinic, we have 3 principles that we work through. It's mental health, it's physical health, and it's social determinants of health. When you talk about infant mortality that's suffered by Black women, it's a systemic issue, and it's for the entire Black and brown population. And so what we do is we work with individuals, we have unique outreach strategies, and our goal is to get you in the door and to show you care that you can trust. That's our model. It's all about trust. And we believe that our lived experiences, our team, answer that bill. And so the Black Men's Health Clinic is a clinic for everybody. But honestly, our focus is on the highest disparate group, and that's African Americans, but we welcome all.
And thank you. Yes, please. Powerful work that's being done by all of these organizations. And Ashton, I'm going to come back to you because you didn't talk about Equidad ATX, but we're going to let Dr. Shannon Jones, and please pull out your notepads and your pens because he has brought the syllabus for this session today. And there are reading materials that you will have to follow afterwards, so just so you know. But Shannon Jones, please. Tell us about today.
Okay, first of all, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today. For those who are from outside of Austin or the Central Texas area, welcome, and we're glad you're here and ask you to enjoy yourself as always and spend plenty of money and make sure our economy goes well. My name is Shannon Jones. I served as the health director for the city of Austin and Travis County for several years. And as a public health person, we start off with data. And people are visual people. So the purpose of bringing this map is to let you know, or to see, and I'll raise up a bit, hopefully you can see this, is that this is a Travis County. There are several maps, but roughly, okay, thank you. These are the various, all of this is Travis County. This is I-35 that runs down the middle of Travis County. You might want to show this. And if you just think about the community you come from, but in Travis County, I-35 is a dividing line. And the reason I wanted you to see this, because when you look at access to health, the food, when you look at health centers, when you overlay that with cancer, heart disease, all of the mortalities we see in Travis County, the highest areas are in the, what we refer to the eastern part or the eastern crescent. Now I'd like to ask you a question. Who do you think lives in that area? Not knowing, not from Austin, if you didn't know from Austin, who do you think lives in that area?
Answers, please. This is a test.
People of color, particularly African Americans. And as Ashton had said earlier, in 1928, African Americans lived all over Central Texas. But in 1928, they moved to move African Americans into the eastern section. And from that point on, what we have seen is the diminution of service delivery in those communities. So when we ask why is it that African Americans lead in 7 of the leading causes of death in Travis County, and will you say, well, there are no health centers there. There's no full service grocery stores there. There's no support systems there, social service support system there. You begin to understand part of the problem. And I'm going to give an example of that. HEB, which is the largest provider of services of a grocery store in the state, has not put one grocery store in that eastern crescent. And it has been presented, discussed as law. I don't want to just on HEB. I want to say anybody has put anyone there. So if we're going to address this problem, we're going to address the data, because we've been studying it here from public health for over 20 years. This problem is not going to be addressed unless we get people involved in addressing the data, in addressing providing service deliveries and the like. So we thank you for the opportunity. Hopefully have the opportunity to engage why some of these things exist here in Austin, as well as in your other community. Austin's not unique. So wherever you come from, you probably have similar kind of situation. But we're in Austin today, and we'll talk about that. Thank you.
Thank you. You all did well. So there's more to come. So Ashton, can you give us a quick blurb on Equidad, ATX, and tell us the great work you're doing in the Colony Park area?
Sure, but before I do that, I mentioned Shannon before, and you guys have heard from him. Shannon has been the canary in the coal mine for 20 years. Yeah. He's been trying to get us to understand that East Austin wasn't just about Central East Austin and about the full crescent. And so it's unfortunate that we collectively, particularly those in power and authority, have not been listening to him for all these years. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in the shape that we're in today. So please give him some more love for all the work that he's been doing for all these years. And he wasn't afraid to speak truth to power when he was director of public health. And so I appreciate him not being silent when he was in a position of authority. And today he continues in that work. So Equidad ATX, we started in 2018. I'm one of 4 co-founders. And we came out of the community saying we wanted place-based planning, which is about the community being impacted by any particular work around redevelopment, being involved from the very beginning, as opposed to someone coming up to them and saying, we have a plan for your life, will you please bless it? That they're there from the very beginning to be part of the conversation or co-lead the conversation about what are the needs, what are the strengths, what are the possible solutions, and the implementation of it. One of the models of place-based planning is purpose-built communities, which was started in the mid-90s in the Atlanta area in Eastlake. And they've been successful throughout the years, and they're in various cities. So we model ourselves after them. And we started in 2018, and we see ourselves as a catalyst for the acceleration of holistic, equitable, sustainable, transformative development and redevelopment throughout the Eastern Crescent, with the end goal of being ending generational poverty. And we work in 4 dimensions. Mixed income housing, because everybody in the community does better where there's mixed income housing. Community health and wellness, which is not sick care, but holistic care, prevention, nutrition, everything that goes about whole body health from the top of the head to the soles of your feet. World-class education, cradle through career, and economic vitality. And those are all interlocking. Those are not silos, they're interlocked, et cetera. And those are the areas that we work in. We say the whole Eastern Crescent, but we can't eat that all at once. And so all of our initiatives are alive in the Colony Park area, and in our community health and wellness initiative, Live Well, Viva Bien, as we call it, our mobile ecosystem is alive also in Del Valley and Creedmoor.
So for those of you who are passionate about these types of issues, you don't have to start from zero. There are groups that are established that are doing amazing work in the community, and you can support in all sorts of ways. And so make sure you look all of them up. So we kind of hit around the edges, and I just want to name it because part of the work in community is it's important to say what it is, right? And when we talk about the disparities, we've talked about the system, and we've talked about, you know, what the system has created, and it really doesn't matter what community you're in, you're going to find the same disparities for Black and brown people wherever you live in this country. And so the system is working. But what I want to know is currently, right? We know about the 1928 plan, the Negro plan in Austin. Currently, what are the issues, and you raised one of them, Shannon, about private sector not investing in Black and brown communities as it relates to food access. What are other issues that are currently exacerbating the fact that Black men in Travis County die 10 years before white men, right? Black women are more likely to die in childbirth. In Travis County, we have the highest rates in the state of Texas. Black women are more likely to die from childbirth than any other place in this state. So what today is exacerbating that? And I'll take, we've got 2 minutes on this one. So who wants to jump in?
I'll start. If you want to know, you ask. And what we did when we first created the Black Men's Health Clinic, we surveyed a number of men to find out why they don't go to the doctor. And most of it was around mistrust, feeling like the system is really not for them, their own lived experiences. Many men are, and we deal with low-income populations as well as insured populations. But those that were low income, they had issues with even trying to get an appointment. It's hard to get off work when you're minimum wage and your employer don't let you off to go to the doctor. So that means they have to try to get there during the evenings. And most health systems don't provide that type of access. The other thing we learned is what happens even when you get to the waiting room. If you get an appointment, you show up in the waiting room, and it's not a welcoming environment for African American men. And so extended wait times, I'm here, I'm on the clock, and nobody seems to be concerned about timely service. Once I get in to see the doctor, he's looking, or she is only looking at the computer, never make eye contact with me. We never have a dialogue about really what's my problem. They give me a prescription and send me on my way. And that does not work. And so that is a huge problem. That is one of the reasons that we have what we have as it relates to Black men and healthcare.
So access and cultural proficiency and how the system is structured in terms of access. Who else? One more person on this, and then we're going to jump into a question about food.
My answer, listen to Black women. Because What we've found is that Black women in the hospital setting, especially giving birth, are not listened to. The implicit bias, the just commodifying of healthcare, the whole process means that our lives are in danger at that point, and when we say something is wrong, no one listens to us, and everything gets exacerbated. 90% of the deaths as a result of childbirth are preventable.
Wow.
Sharonda.
I'm having a moment here of going back and thinking about emergency room experiences. So I've been triggered. I just want y'all to know that as a Black woman. So thank you. Thank you. Yeah, this is real. Go ahead, Ashton, and we'll
So
take
my
just one
comment
more
is
minute.
going to touch on that. So, you know, we talked about 1928 and institutional racism, and many times we think, well, that was just in the past. But we need to understand, your question is, what's happening today? That continues today. So there's a recent study done of medical students, and a majority of them, I believe it's about a majority of them, believe that the pain tolerance of Black people was higher than those of white people. That's today, 21st century. And you say, well, what matters? What matters, it means, is that when you go in to go see this particular white doctor, he's not going to subscribe to or prescribe to you some of the same things that he would to a white woman because he believes you can take it. So you may get more surgery or less surgery, but not the evidence-based amount of medical care that you deserve, because in his mindset, the way he was raised, whatever it was that informed him wrongly leads him to believe that you are different because of the color of your skin. That's prevalent today. That impacts the trust that you heard Larry talk about, your triggering event. And so when we think about that and we think about the disparities that we see, that's a key component of it. So it's important that there be cultural proficient training of our medical providers, well, in education period, contrary to what our leaders in this state, our governor, lieutenant governor, and AG believe. It is absolutely necessary because people are dying because of the lack of education and the ignorance as it relates to race.
Yeah, we can't just talk around these issues, right, as a community. And so what you're experiencing is a way to understand it and a way to bring that information back to the discussions that you're having. They really will make a difference. I will just tell you that anytime you see a Black man or a Black woman in a healthcare setting, they need an advocate. They need someone who can stand in the gap for them because they're not being heard. Yeah. So just, make that your angel duty moving forward. Okay. All right, that helped me. Thank you, Joy. All right, so let's talk about food, because that's what we're here to talk about, right? So Shannon, what's the relationship between food and nutrition and some of these outcomes that we're seeing in terms of access and equity?
Well, what we've seen in Travis County particularly is, and coming from a public health perspective, is that if you look at the leading causes of death and mortality and morbidity in our community, what you see is those zip codes, those census tracts, where you do not have access to healthy foods. And once again, on the map I showed you, the Eastern Crescent is at the highest rates of those who end up in emergency rooms or end up in the morgue, unfortunately, in many cases, are in those areas. And let me give you an example. As I mentioned earlier, in that Eastern Crescent, the average African American has to go 5 to 6 miles to get to the local grocery store. Let me also remind you, in those areas, there are no transportation system for the most part. There's no bus routes that connect all of those areas. And as a result, what does that mother who has a child who is needing food, where does he or she have to go to take care of them? They go to the local store, convenience store, and that store is full of processed foods, negative items that result in them feeding. And I'll give you just one example in responding. As part of our WIC program, one of the things we did was provide nutritional services.
So WIC is women,
women, infant, and children. I'm sorry. Thanks very much for reminding me. That support is provided to mothers and fathers of children up until age 5, and then mothers a little further after the pregnancy. The question is that we had two ladies who for the first 5 years after birth of their child did not know anything about WIC, and the only place that she got food for her children was at that convenience store. And so she had 2 children, both of them had diabetes, because the products that she got, that she provided every day, every week, every month to her children was from that convenience store. Now multiply that by day after day, by population, you begin to see why we have numbers like we hear here in Austin and around the country today.
Thank you. So I do want to open up for questions. And so I hope that some of you might have a question for our group that's here today. I'm going to repeat your question if you have something. Oh, wait, we got a mic in the audience. Go ahead.
But still repeat.
All right, perfect. So I think we have a question over here in the pink. And if you could tell us your first name and where you're from.
Good morning. My name is Julianne Eckert, and I'm the Senior Director of Clinical Quality Programs of Clover Health, which is a Medicare Advantage insurer. And with that role, part of my role is driving engagement with our membership to improve their health outcomes. And you mentioned something very poignant that I, as a clinician, am always trying to work with my population of not having trust in the medical system. And what are ways that you feel that us as payers, because we have a very tight relationship with our providers and our PCP, because we feel it is central to improving health outcomes of our members, what would you recommend as ways to start developing that trust within your population and your communities?
It starts really with the phone call, with the appointment, with the first exchange. Culturally appropriate care is really not widespread around the healthcare system. People want to talk and visit people that look like them. So if you go into a clinic and you don't see a person of color, right from the beginning, that sends a message. So I think the outreach component is important. People that are marketing your services, if you're going into the black and brown communities, you should at least have some black and brown people as a part of that. Same as I mentioned earlier, accessing the care itself, people that look like you, people that understand you. I've worked in a system where we had multiple large health centers, and I heard from one black community that says, we only want black providers, black staff, black. Guess what? We did that, and it failed. And the reason it failed is because all black providers are not really sensitive to black people. Now, that's hard to understand, isn't it? And so what it came out to be was, they said, we don't really care what color. We want people that is going to give us the respect and show us the dignity as a population. So,
thank you for that question. Are you here in Austin? I work in Austin. Okay.
Can I add?
Around. Okay, go ahead, Culinary.
Can I add a thought to that? One way to gain trust is to be trustworthy. And that includes being, considering health equity, considering having an anti-racist lens. It includes trauma-informed care. It includes letting people know what you're going to do and how and why, and listening to their input and making your decision based on also their input. And it includes spending more time. That be trustworthy is the core.
And how do I get that? How do I get that trauma-informed care? How do I get that racial equity lens?
It has to be pervasive, and it's not just on accident. You have to train every single person, from the person at the front desk to the MAs to the person answering the phones. Every single person has to have that lens. It's not a lens, it's a culture. If it could be a culture in a clinic, that's a safe clinic, and I'll be happy, everybody would feel safe to go there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Pay you later, Ashton. Okay, we have a question back here. Tell us your name and where you're from.
My name is Michael. I live in Austin, Texas. And this is not a question. I just wanted to say thank you all so much for being here as an African-American male, to see like people that look like me on stage, and the nuance of the topics you're talking about, and the intersectionality between all brown cultures. I appreciate that it's like we're not only just trying to uplift black people, we're trying to uplift brown people, because we're not free till we're all free, right? And so I just thank you all from the bottom of my heart. I'm not gonna cry in front of people, but just like, thank you all so much for being here.
Amen.
You're so welcome. Any other questions from our audience? Yes, right here. Thank you.
I just would like to make a comment.
Okay, your name and where you're
I'm sorry,
from,
Mark
sir.
Bethel. I'm from Austin, Texas. It's the study. It's not an article that you mentioned, Ashton. I cannot tell you how profoundly disappointed I was coming from the healthcare system. I was running hospitals when that article or study was done. I encourage everybody to read this article. You're going to be blown away at how medical students think when it comes to people of color, and particularly blacks. And so, but I cannot remember the name of the study. Could you just make it, because I think everybody needs to read it.
But before I go, I'll get it and I'll share it so they can
Somebody
get it out to the folks.
Google machine. You got it? All right, give her the mic. This is a classroom
Thank you,
environment.
Myra.
When
Thank you.
communities learn together, everyone in the community benefits from it. And so thank you all for participating in this learning experience. All right, we're giving you the mic to tell us the article.
It is called Racial Bias in Pain Assessment and Treatment Recommendations and False Beliefs About Biological Differences Between Blacks and Whites. I know it's a mouthful. I'll repeat it. I'll repeat it. It is Racial Bias in Pain Assessment and Treatment Recommendations, and False Beliefs About Biological Differences Between Blacks and Whites. And the main author is Hoffman.
Yes, thank you. Tell us your name and where you're from.
Areli Lozano Cantu. I am visiting from Florida, but I have family here, and I learned English in Austin area. So
Thank you for contributing. All right, any other questions from our audience? Yes, right here, sir. Your name and where you're from?
Hi, my name is Sam Eater. I'm originally from Austin, Texas, but I reside in Buffalo, New York now. I'm enjoying the sun. We've heard a lot about food as medicine as a movement. Are there any programs that you guys are seeing or looking into that you think have promise?
Okay, yes. So that lady standing back there, Joy Chevalier, she's helped orchestrate this entire day, these couple of days around the future of food. Give her a hand.
Yay,
Joy runs an organization called the Cook's Nook, and in partnership with Travis County and other entities. Joy, get the mic. You can do this better than me. I don't know why I'm trying to do this.
Oh, was that a softball? Yes. So I am Joy Chevalier. I'm the founder and president of the Cook's Nook. That's our banner. Please appreciate the banner, y'all. They're on the side, and actually we are actually one of the big providers here. Work with the county and city and other organizations to provide high-quality, nutrition-rich meals. And we do those through our healthcare partners and programs. And you guys heard from some of them this morning. But we also, like I said, work with cities, counties, and ISDs to create culturally competent meals that people actually want to eat and actually help them achieve the health outcomes that they're looking to achieve. So, yeah, that's what we do. And get to work and talk to these folks, and they're just so key to us here. As Black community has to take the reins. That was the whole point of this panel, that we had to take the reins ourselves to try to figure out how we were going to change health outcomes.
And Ashton has a project that's happening. Can you talk about that?
Sure.
Just briefly?
Yeah, I noticed you look at the clock there. I'll try. So one of the initiatives that I mentioned was Live Well, Viva Bien, and it's a mobile ecosystem. So one of the things we do, we don't necessarily provide the food, but we collaborate with food providers. But we also recognize there, as I mentioned before, social determinants of health. So in a given place, in a given time, on a regular scheduled basis, we provide not just food, or our partners provide not just food, but we bring in other partners. So WIC, as you heard about, we bring in community care for primary care. We bring in Batcave for books, free books, et cetera. Austin Public Library, Workforce Solutions, ACC, and Adult Education, and other providers, all with the idea of dealing with the social determinants of health and trying to reduce the stress of inconvenience that we provide or not provide that is imposed on many folks in the Eastern Crescent. As Shannon mentioned, 47% of the folks who live in the Eastern Crescent live in what we call a food desert. But not just food deserts, retail deserts, library deserts. There's no library east of 183 in Austin. So how can we reduce the stress of inconvenience? So the person who doesn't have a car doesn't have to spend an hour taking 2 buses to get to a grocery store. Can you imagine having to do your weekly shopping by taking a bus an hour? No, 2 buses, an hour each way? So how can we reduce it? So we're trying to do it temporarily with mobile units coming together on a regular basis, but also using brick and mortar where it stands. So in one community, Conley Park, we're bringing these resources together at the rec center so that folks don't have to travel to get workforce development. They don't have to travel too far to get food. They don't have to travel to get HVAC certificate training where they can then, after they get the certificate, earn $54,000 a year and increase their ability to address some of the other social determinants of health. So co-location is important, and connecting and dealing collaboratively with other partners. You can go fast by going alone, or you can go far by going together, and we believe in the latter.
Absolutely. So I also want to just shout out that through the Black Leaders Collective, as a result of the Winter Storm Uri, we started a program called Feeding the Village, where we are hiring, with partnership with Good Works Austin, Black restaurants and food trucks to provide culturally, appropriate, thank you, culturally appropriate meals for the communities to address food insecurity. So there's a lot of work happening in this space. Thank you all for your questions. I want to give our esteemed panelists an opportunity to talk about what brings them hope in terms of changing the disparities and outcomes in our community. And there's a clock right here, y'all, so I'm just saying. Okay, who wants to go first?
I'll go first
Thank
so I
you.
can get out of the way. The Black Men's Health Clinic is a place of hope, restoration, and safety for all men of color. We believe that coming into our space will give us an opportunity to address all the needs. One of the things we do is workforce development. We know that in order for us to be successful, we have to have people that work in this industry that look like us. And so our clinic is really used as a place for interns and residents and students to come through and have their experiences. We're connected with University of Texas, Seton, Ascension Hospital, and in our space we have students right now for social workers, for pharmacy, for law. And so those are services that we believe are critical going forward, and we contribute to workforce development. Let those people be in an environment, see black people, see people, brown people, so when you graduate and you get your first job, you're not dealing with culture shock.
Generational change. Shannon.
I would like to give a warning, though. What we have seen is progress, but what we want to be mindful of, we've been here before. So if we don't learn from the past, we will find our future. The whole impact of the cost of living, gentrification, not only in Austin, but in other areas, are pushing population further and further out. So we need to be more proactive in engaging in making sure that we build a structure within the communities we have without pushing populations out if we're going to consider ourselves successful.
All right, so you guys are going to be down to like 3 words. All right. What brings you hope around this topic?
The fact that a health system consists of all organizations, people, and actions whose primary intent is to promote and restore and maintain health, we are doing that. We are changing the system by our presence, and as long as we sustain, we're going to do it.
What gives me hope is that there are significant partners out there that have said, Ashton, we can buy into the dream of transforming communities in a collective manner. And I'm not going to be able to mention all, but Cook's Nook, the Food Bank, Avance, El Buen Samaritan, WIC, Bat Cave, Black Men's Health Clinic, others, all working together. I think we can do this if we keep at it, and as Shannon said, if we're mindful of the past and we'll be intentional about bringing an equitable future, we can transform the Eastern Crescent.
Give them your love. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Check. Oh, there it is. Hi. So again, everybody, I wanted to thank you all very much for being here and participating in our conference on food resilience, access, and equity, our panels that are a part of Future of Food. As you guys can tell, food does not work in isolation. The conversations that we're having at the Cook's Nook and with others require understanding the entire circumstance of folks in order if we actually want to make change around health outcomes and what's transpiring in our communities and actually make a change in the healthcare system. So I thank you guys so much for being here and participating in the conversation. Thank our speakers and panelists so much for coming here and sharing with you guys.
Thank you so much, Joy. It is an honor and a privilege for us to be partnering with you again. And we will continue to rope you in again. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you guys. Thank you guys very much. We will catch you guys later. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to us at www.cooksnooks.net. Happy to put you in touch with any of the folks, the panelists that you saw and heard from today. Thank you.
All right, and I'm going to stay up here. We've got a conversation next where we're going to do a pivot. This morning, for those of y'all who've been here since we opened at 8, has been 3 back-to-back amazing conversations. I had tingles and goosebumps and feels. There was so much incredible information. I know that we all learned some amazing things. We're going to be shifting to a discussion about some of the technologies that are going to be changing our food system. And after that, we're going to be moving into our afternoon programming with our partners and presenting sponsor, the Kroger Zero Hunger, Zero Waste Foundation. But next up, I'm going to bring up one of our sponsors and friends, multiple years running now, Leji Gafour with Cult Food Science. We're going to be talking about the future of food and how cultivated cellular foods are going to be part of the future. And I'm going to ask everybody who's having great conversations to head outside so we can have quiet on the stage, quiet in the room. We've got some good conversations. We want to make sure our viewers at home can hear. We want to make sure that everybody in our audience can hear. So if you're having a great conversation, go ahead and take it out to the Future Food Field Day where we've got our partners Keep Austin Fed. We've got our partners with other local nonprofits and businesses and schools and educators. You can have a great time. Iffy, tell us what's going on in your world.
Thanks, RNA. Yeah, so if you do want to see what's happening outside, you can follow us on our Instagram Live. But if you're in the room, yeah, we don't want to hear the conversations because we want to hear what's happening on stage, but we do want to hear your enthusiasm. So if something happens on stage and that really resonates with you, we want to hear you. We can bring it up. Like, give some snaps. Show me
claps,
some snaps, some claps. Yeah. Are you feeling this? Are you happy you showed up today? Yeah. I said, are you feeling this and are you happy you showed up today? Yeah, thank you. That's all I wanted to do.
I love it.
Bring
That's
it
how
on
we
in.
get people excited. Get some food. There's delicious snacks and treats. Take a seat. I'm going to bring Leslie up here. Iffy, we'll see you soon.
Thanks, RNA.
All right. Leslie, come on up here. Let's talk about food. All right.
Glad to be here. Thank you.
All right, Leslie, I'm going to let you give your background. We've known each other a couple years now. This is a great way for us to continue our conversations. Tell the folks here first a little bit about Cold Food Science, how y'all started, how y'all might have changed since you started, because a lot of things have happened the last few years, and then, where you are now.
Yes, thank you. So my name is Leslie Gafour. I'm CEO of Cult Food Science. So Cult Food Science is actually one of the first publicly traded companies based in North America focused on the cell-based space. So that includes cellular agriculture and precision fermentation. So for those that might not be familiar, cellular agriculture, a lot of people probably heard of it as like lab-grown meat. Frankenfood. But the process itself, you're taking a cell sample from something like a cow, putting it into a bioreactor, which is basically a big beer brewing tank, except for meat. And what you get out of it is actually the exact same meat you would get if you needed to slaughter cattle, but without the animal. Huge impact of that is then you're getting the same results abstracted from the land. So massively reduced need for land and water use, and thus changing how it impacts the climate. So when Cult Food Science first started, it was really recognizing in the publicly traded aspect that consumers and people in general want to be able to actually invest in things that they see as problems, that they wanted a choice in it. If you go to buy a ETF, for example, or a mutual fund, maybe from your favorite bank, you don't exactly get to select what's in there. 90% of the time you're going to have things in there you might not personally align with, whether it's related to energy or climate. So we first started as a recognition to give everyday people the ability to put investment in stuff they actually care about, because usually you have to be an accredited investor, which means you're very rich, which is not the majority of people to move things forward. And now from that, we pivoted to really focusing on being able to create not just these investment opportunities, but new products and companies in this frontier of tech, which is very real today.
Yeah, and the public, like you said, the publicly traded component is really interesting because it really does open up the space to more people. It really does make it more accessible, and it makes it more people are available to support the companies that are doing amazing work in their early stages, and then be able to benefit with that when those companies are growing and maturing. So the next question that I want to talk about is, like you mentioned, right? You take a cell from a cow. Most people are familiar with the idea of a lab-grown burger. I think it was, a decade ago that the first one was shown. It cost like $250,000 for a burger, and the price has come down amazingly. And we can get into the how close it is to that real market availability, especially with some of the exciting things that are going to be coming to market here in the next year or two. But first, I want to talk about what's beyond beef. What is beyond pork or chicken? Like, those are obvious ones folks might have heard of. What are some of the other things where cultivated ingredients, cultivated products are going to be in our lives in the food that we eat or the products that we use?
Yeah, and there's many people in here that'll be familiar with it, but like if you take something like a cow, none of that is wasted. And it's not all just food. When you walk into a grocery store, merchandising aside, most of it is shells, dry goods, auxiliary products. And a lot of those contain animal products. I always refer to collagen as an easy example. Collagen, gelatin, that is in an insane number of things, everything from medicine to candy, marshmallows, you name it, coloring. There's so many things that are animal-derived that you don't even think about, that most people buy, and it'll be impacted by these technologies. In our portfolio, we have a company who's working on gelatin, honey, chocolate, coffee, which is an interesting one, because I would like
compound
coffee.
Foods.
Yeah, I would like coffee to not run out. and that might be one of the only ways to get certain types in the future, which is a whole nother conversation, but it is much wider than meats, even down to materials. There's larger automotive firms looking at this to be able to replace how they traditionally get materials through this biotechnology that is happening it's been happening for some time, but now it's really starting to come out in products.
Yeah, and that's, I think for folks in the room that are still kind of new to this idea, which I feel like I am scratching the surface or the top of that iceberg, and there's all this space underneath. It's really cool to see companies that are exploring these things that are a little bit outside, but when we think about it, right, like how many people use honey? A massive amount. How many people eat chocolate, eat coffee, right? Those are products that as our climate changes, as our environment changes, as agricultural bans where growing seasons are shifting, these kinds of technologies are going to be incredibly important for ensuring that products aren't just available to the very few people who can afford the highest prices. Go, yeah, jump in.
Oh, I was going to jump in on that. The chocolate side is a good example with one of our companies, California Culture, that we're invested in, where especially from an ethical perspective, the practices for, I will say, large volume chocolate, there's lots of producers that are producing it privately and ethically, but for the majority of it globally, it's not ethical at all, whether it's impacting people, children, deforestation, and climate, where it enables more ethical production practices through these technologies.
Not just ethical, right? Safe. And we've seen some recent reports in the news about some of the things that can get into our food supply from our soil, from our water, and so being able to have a way to mitigate that.
Yes, huge difference, because all this happens in a very controlled system by necessity. Because you're doing it in a system of bioreactors, it's very scientifically and test-driven, that you end up not introducing a lot of the stuff that is can be harmful for the end consumer in the product. Because if it's in there while you're growing it or making it, you actually don't end up with any product at all. So it's almost a self-reinforcing to avoid things that may be harmful that we're used to seeing.
Well, and so, right, like you said, these are things that are produced in an environment that's very intentionally very closed for those reasons, for its efficacy. Do you see that as technology that we'll be leveraging as we're looking beyond our planet and thinking about how can we produce materials in enclosed environments where we are on our moon, on Mars, and we don't have access to all those resources? We have sunlight and dirt. You know, like that's our starting point.
Yeah, and the same ideas, for unfortunate reasons, are starting to apply on Earth. How do we modularize ways to produce food when the climate is actually, there's no way at all for it to be good for anything living? Especially protein production could be a huge challenge if there's cultures that are used to raising cattle, less so in North America, but it can be impossible now in some places, and that same thing applies to frontier, like in space, modularization. My dream scenario, and something I'm hoping to work on at Cult as well, is eventually you'll be able to have a vertical farm, but have it mean much more than just fruits and vegetables. That the farm on the corner of your street includes the grocery store and where it's produced, and instead of it having to be shipped hundreds of kilometers or miles, sorry, I'm from Canada, to go to buy it, that it's produced in your neighborhood and you can get it all in the same place, and production can be scaled up and down in a more networked manner, which is a very different method for food security and production than what's possible today.
Yeah, no, I love it, especially following the conversations that we've heard this morning about the importance of having localized methods of production, having agricultural models that are in the hands of people in communities versus relying exclusively on products and food that are shipped into communities. So, you know, that makes me think about all of the sort of ripple effects, and we've talked a lot about how our food system is a lot of interconnections. You know, that leads into issues with mobility and a variety of other resource efficiencies, but I also don't want to just like paint a one-sided picture of this. There's also been some news recently, if you read about cellular agriculture and cultivated agriculture, you know, there's a lot of companies that have had a lot of hype and there's some issues that are bottlenecks for the industry that maybe haven't been discussed as openly. Can you talk to some of those things?
Yeah, bottlenecks with something like, I would describe it as hard tech, is interesting, because you could ask the same question of how do you build a chip? Like, it's ubiquitous, but if you ask me to build a new computer chip, be like, from my familiarity, those factories are like billions of dollars. It's complex, and the bottlenecks can tend to shift in your production as you start to grow. The interesting part is a lot of what it was traditionally seen as bottlenecks in the industry almost don't exist anymore. It used to be talked about the food that you have to feed the cells was too expensive. So growth media is usually what it's called. It was insanely expensive. And what happened in response is there's 20, 30 companies, they're like, okay, we'll figure this out. And over the course of the last few years, that's really what's happened, is every time as a bottleneck has propped up, a company has shown, or research has been there, sometimes already for a decade, that someone picked it up to provide a solution for it. And it is really about scaling up and continue to address those constraints as they come up. I am a big proponent of being as open as possible as well with this. Started a few projects with New Harvest and Lita Ventures on this open cell ag project to make stronger foundations for open knowledge on those bottlenecks.
Yeah, I love that.
Not just for new entrepreneurs, but also for the general public. Because papers can be really impenetrable. What is the most plain way we can put the information out that everyone can benefit from? Because it helps our investments as well. If companies are coming to us, that then we're like, oh, we don't have to spend a year figuring this out. We can just follow this. It's already been validated, is a huge advantage.
Yeah, that's a huge time saving, huge cost saving. Well, and we were talking earlier about water, and so I know that's one of the things that you're especially interested in. It's one of the conversations we'll have later today, talking about more sustainable water agriculture. What is water? How does that play into this when we're thinking about efficiency?
Yeah, I do definitely believe that food is power, and I look at food and all this, even with how we work with our companies, as food is infrastructure as well. Usually people think about like fiber for internet. Common thing, everyone needs it these days, but at the same time, here in North America, how we treat our water and how we sell it and commoditize it and how that relates to food isn't exactly treated necessarily as something that we should actually protect and work together on, and we could suffer some very huge impacts from that. And that being able to, in the case of cellular agriculture, actually address and control how much water we may use, how we can impact that safely, it's actually really important. And also making sure that we're not ending up in the same state as just being another large monolith that's just pulling down the water supply. Because if you run into that, then we're all in trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so I want to shift gears a little bit, because one of the other things that we talk about at the Future Food a lot is food access and food justice and food security. And one of the things that we've really seen from our team to our speakers to our partners is that hunger is something that all of us can experience. Not everyone has, but everyone can. And I think I'd love for you to talk about how your personal experience with food has really shaped the way that you are bringing some of your values into the work you do with cult food science, because we had a really great conversation about this last night.
Yes, this is something that most people don't even think about me until they ask. I don't think about it either as much as possible sometimes, but I'm running a publicly traded biotechnology platform, but actually quit going to school in high school. Like, I'm mostly self-taught. I grew up super poor on a farm in southern Alberta, poor enough that we were just trying to grow what we could to eat. It was not profitable whatsoever. It was the exact opposite. So there were weeks of actual not eating. Like, I can't drink powdered milk anymore, to use a specific example, because there'd be weeks where that's all it was powdered milk and something else you mix into it. And that doesn't really leave you, especially after like 20 years of being in that. And so that term of like food security, whenever I hear that, I can think, well, that actually starving really sucks, and it changes your behavior. And that aspect of it, and the potential in the technology to try to create more accessible in the long run and modular ways of producing food is really important to me. We bring forward to, when we look at how to invest, how we're actually designing infrastructure. Use the word infrastructure and mean like not just literal like pipes and tubes, but also how are we designing our investments? What supports are we providing the companies? How are we going to actually engage with end customers to make sure that it actually is inching towards 1% of the time in some cases, so that I can do the most that I can to make sure more people didn't suffer as I did. And I mention this too to people because a lot of people in hard tech, when it's really complex, bio is complex, especially when you're younger, you can feel like this is impossible for you. Even when you're in it, it can still feel like it's impossible sometimes. But there is a pathway in that you don't actually have to let your own experience with food insecurity or what may have happened that is not permanent, because it can actually be very powerful, because then you know how it actually happens. You're not coming at it from a pure venture, I'm going to make millions of dollars perspective, but you're coming at it and actually knowing how food can impact people, and that can go a long way in shaping your everyday work with that. So I'd encourage anyone who feels like they can't to question that and know that they can actually move forward in something like cellular agriculture to have a greater impact.
I love that. The idea of tempering the way that someone is approaching it, like you said, right? If you are thinking about how a company you're going to invest in is going to be building that long-term infrastructure, going to be building something that is impactful and beneficial for the communities that it works in, versus someone who may not have ever had that experience and isn't able to wrap their head around those negative experiences, that can be a huge change in deciding which companies are getting dollars, which companies are getting investments. And I think we've seen over and over, especially the last few years, that when you have people who have no way to relate to the vast majority of the population, and we throw lots and lots of money at them, then they burn a lot of money, and then they get forgiven and they get more money again. So how can we break that cycle by bringing this conversation to light and saying, look, there are so many people up on the stage, people in this audience, people at home who know what it's like to be hungry, and who know what it's like to have family members who are worried about food. That is a huge thing for us to be able to talk about publicly, to be able to talk about together and be vulnerable and really destigmatize that conversation, because it's not your fault if you're hungry. It is all of our fault if any of us are hungry. So I think that's, anytime we have someone who's able to share that kind of perspective, I think it benefits everyone, like you said, right? Because you can see that that doesn't hold you back. That's not something that is inhibiting.
Yes, and I will be very direct in unintentionally calling out so people, if you end up in tech and food on the high end, you will still run across people that still really fervently believe the opposite. That people who don't have access to food or are starving or just not in a good position, that it is legitimately their fault, and then that comes through in how they treat their investments. But those people are wrong.
Wrong.
To put it directly.
100%.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So this is great, and I want to make sure that we, in the last couple minutes that we have here, let's talk about some of the things. You've mentioned infrastructure, you've mentioned some of the technologies. Let's talk about some of the things that you are very excited about on the horizon, maybe some of the things that you see as, I think I really like that you talked about having more publicly accessible information. As we have more resources like that, then what does that lead to?
Yeah, there's a few things. On my side at Cult, very excited about the infrastructure that we're putting together to support early stage companies, because it can be very hard in bio, especially if you're an entrepreneur that's pitching. And this was mentioned in multiple talks yesterday, that word of CapEx is like a dirty word if you're looking for investment. You're supposed to like magically be able to get millions of dollars of infrastructure without spending investors' money somehow. So one thing that we've been doing at Cult is creating cost-neutral infrastructure as much as possible to get through this early stage valley of death for new entrepreneurs or founders, because even the most basic equipment in this industry can be hundreds of thousands of dollars, but you don't need to just own it for yourself. Multiple people can use it. So creating shared infrastructure that's cost neutral for early stage food tech and biotech, as much as we're started this in Canada, working our way across the east coast of the United States first with like willing partners who have this infrastructure to be able to provide access to these early stage companies. So then when they're going to pitch, they're already past the milestones that then they might have to scramble for and even push the limit on, because there's a lot of incentives if you're an entrepreneur to push what may or may not be true to close that check.
Push reality.
Yeah, because you're encouraged to do so, and you'll even have some capital that will try to convince you to do that. But being able to build in a disciplined manner with common infrastructure is something that we're working on right now, and I'm really excited about. I'm also excited about products in this space going to be available to the general public in the next year or two. Cult will have products for demoing and testing in the near term, but in general, there will be products available in the US very soon from other companies outside of Cult. I'm being a bit vague.
Help our audience understand, why this is so exciting, because you and I are both very excited about the fact that these things are going to be available. Why is that such a big deal that they're going to even just be available?
Yes, I am very much in the belief that every single purchase of something like that. So if a product is made that's abstracted from the land, more sustainable, better environmental results, and someone doesn't have to, not forced to change their behavior, they might not even be able to. They just need to go in the store and buy something. That having a more sustainable choice, a more effective choice through these technologies as a default option is huge. Every purchase adds up towards that. It's cumulative. It adds up towards that goal. It's not actually a big bang. That more and more products that become available, the better impact it will have as an industry towards these goals that we want to get from a sustainability perspective to impact climate change and to be able to actually have people taste it and experience it, because that's when it'll really kick off the belief. It's always hard to believe until you have it in your hand and you get to taste it, and then everything changes.
Absolutely, and a lot of these products, it is a very long and complicated process to get these kinds of things to market because it's such a new and novel thing. Well, so then for folks that are interested in learning more about this, can you recommend some good resources if they want to dive in from like an academic perspective, if they want to look at an NGO or a nonprofit that can help them, start at a high level, understanding what's going on in this world and how they can learn more or become involved or access resources if they're wanting to do something in the space?
Yeah, I mean, self-plug, of course, at the start. Feel free to reach out to me at cultfoodscience.com, especially if you're looking to get started. Can point you to in the right direction to different institutions globally, because a lot of them just don't have it like on their website or anything like that. New Harvest is another organization based in North America. They've been around for a long time, and they have put out a lot of papers. It's a good starting point from an academic perspective, especially. And those would be the two places.
And for transparency, you're part of that group. Yeah.
Yes.
But we always really enjoy being able to, as a nonprofit ourselves, we always enjoy being able to let folks know about the nonprofits that are in spaces, because to your point, nonprofits are more incentivized than a for-profit company to be able to provide a more accurate, more nuanced view, because they don't have to be incentivized to be maximizing those profits. So it's always good to balance that and temper it. All right, and then lastly, what is the thing that you are most excited to taste when these kinds of things are available? Because I know there's been a couple things that have been on the menu in places like Singapore, but what are you most excited to taste? Or is there something that you've already tasted that you're excited for other people to be able to taste?
I would actually take that a step further. Is there's some projects that I've seen that are actually working on like enhanced taste. So I think about like what is the best piece of something that you ever had, and that through a lot of these techniques, which is even more frontier, won't be soon, and then that it becomes consistently like the best burger or the best salmon that you've ever had, or even beyond, which might be normally possible because it's happening in such a controlled environment, to shape entirely new experiences that are actually just not common today. Like enhanced food is something that I'm really looking forward to trying.
Well, and you know me, I'm excited to try some cultivated insect proteins when that is on the menu.
Yes, that as well. Cultivated insect proteins, and then all these auxiliary products. Like we're working on like a candy and a drink and a bunch of other items with our portfolio companies, where it's much more than just a meat, to really bring that experience across.
Help me give Leslie a hand. This is such a great way for us to introduce our audience and our live stream viewers and the folks who are going to be watching this later, students, educators, academics. It lets them get more information. It lets the knowledge spread and grow. Leggie, thank you again for being part of Future of Food. All right, and now I'm excited to introduce one of our other nonprofits. This is Hallie with Thought for Food. We are so excited to have her here in Austin. This is a group that I have known about for years. They have done some really amazing things by supporting entrepreneurs, creating spaces where people can get together to innovate around really, really big, hard, issues. And by bringing together people into teams and bringing people together from all over the world, they're really able to tap into that sort of like brain community. So Hallie, tell us a little bit more about Thought for Food. Tell us what y'all do.
Of course. Thank you so much for having me. So Thought for Food is a global network where we kind of center around, like you said, bringing people together to answer the question, how do we as a planet feed 9.8 billion people by 2050 on a hotter planet? And so kind of ways we do that is we have an annual pitch competition where pre-seed and early stage startups from around the world come and pitch their ideas to investors and to the network. And then we also have a digital labs, which is kind of a masterclass style website where we have modules, trainings, Q&As, speakers, all of that centered around food innovation and sustainability.
And one of the things that I really like is the ability that y'all are able to connect entrepreneurs with mentors and experts and professionals for their development, for their growth. Can you talk about even in the recent competitions, some of the groups that y'all have worked with that you've been able to connect these entrepreneurs with that can really be instrumental for them?
Yeah, exactly. So we're not just a pitch competition. We have an application process, and then 10 teams are selected. And then from there, there's about a 3 to 6 month window where we connect them with an industry rep that aligns with their startup idea, and they kind of have time to have a mentorship process and really gain, connections and really learn through these established networks, and are able to kind of, by the time it comes to the pitch competition, they've had, that time of mentorship so that they're, more prepared and are able to kind of bring their idea to the forefront through that. So.
And what are some of the things that y'all focused, some of the topics that have been really key here in the past, and are there some topics that y'all are thinking about, what's on the horizon, the conversations and the innovations that y'all want to help foster?
Yeah, so we've been around for 10 years this year. And so when it first started, it was just, centered around food. But, as the years have progressed, we've realized that it's just focusing on food, means a lot. So there's a lot more that goes into that. So we are now focusing on, how does that affect the climate? You've had a lot of talks today just like that, where feeding the world means a lot more than just giving someone food. You have to work on a lot of other things. So yeah, climate, equity, all of that kind of thing is stuff that we're focusing on now and looking forward to focusing more on in the future.
Well, where can people get involved? Are there ways for people to get involved virtually when y'all are doing these things?
Yeah, of course. So obviously, I'm a regional coordinator for North America, so we have people, here in Texas and all over the U.S. and beyond. But then you can also get connected with us through our network. So you can find us at thoughtforfood.org, or we have all socials. So we have mostly Instagram. So I think we're at thoughtforfood.org, and you can also find me and connect, so we can get you kind of in on that, global community and see kind of what we're up to.
And keep your eyes peeled, because we're going to be scheming and dreaming. We're going to be planning how we can be collaborating, getting more of this kind of innovation fostering, mentorship, entrepreneur support. You've heard this over and over in a lot of these conversations, how powerful and impactful it is for an entrepreneur, especially a woman, an underrepresented gender, an underrepresented founder, who can see someone else just like them, who looks like them, who has their experience, their lived experience, being able to create these companies and build growth. That is impactful. So keep your eyes peeled for Thought for Food. Hallie, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Of course.
All right, y'all. Hi. My name's Iffy. I'm one of the producers and coordinators of Future of Food. I also like to identify as a dream weaver. It is all a dream. And if we can see it, then we believe it, then we can create it. So right now we're about to have a mindfulness moment. So I have 3 minutes on the clock. Right now, I just want to take a moment to acknowledge all of the people that it takes to make this happen. It is our tech crew. Shout out to Mode. Shout out to our tech crew. Thank you. All of our in-kind donors who have donated product and their time and energy to help bring future food products here so that we can amplify those messages and showcase the accessibility or lack of accessibility that some of us have to these kind of products. So can we give a round of applause for all of these products paving the way of the future? It is not easy to have a mindful product that really goes through a process of caring about every piece of the puzzle. Can we take a deep breath together? Big inhale. For a moment, I invite you to close your eyes. If you're at home, close your eyes too. And think about the food that you grew up with. Think about what we were told and taught as kids, what healthy food was. And now think about your diet now. Bring into some awareness, new information that has come in about nutrition and what we can do to help our bodies feel good. Let's take a deep breath in. Take a moment to acknowledge every time that we have to take a choice. We make a choice of what food are we going to buy? What food are we going to put inside of our bodies so that we can feel good and continue to survive? Big inhale. Give your body a little shake out. Bring awareness into any place that there is tension. If you're hungry, take a notice of that. If you're thirsty, we have our hydration stations. We are here to nourish ourselves, mind, body, and soul. And to work together is the way that we are going to pave the future of food. Thank you.
Hi. Okay, so we are so excited to have you at South by Southwest, weekend number 1, Hear About Food. I think you're probably wondering what the next few sessions are about. You see the Zero Hunger, Zero Waste Foundation logo around, and here to introduce the foundation and why these conversations matter is Kroger Co.'s president of the Zero Hunger, Zero Waste Foundation, Denise Osterhus.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. So excited to be here. And actually, this is our second year live for the Future of Food at South by. So we loved it so much last year, we wanted to come back. But let me give you a little bit of context for why we're here and why the future of food is important to Kroger and the Kroger Co. Zero Hunger, Zero Waste Foundation. I think the mindfulness moment we just had was a good grounding for me, too, because I don't know how many of you live in Austin or other places, but we are a grocery retail company. So we serve about 60 million households. About 11 million people come through our doors every day and shop. Now in San Antonio and Austin, you might be starting to see little blue Kroger delivery trucks around the city. So we are doing direct-to-home grocery delivery now too, which is super exciting. So about 5 years ago, Kroger, and as you can imagine, we're a 140-year-old company. We operate in 36 states plus more where we're doing Kroger delivery. We have been serving our communities for a very long time. We give back in a meaningful way to our communities with food and with funds. About 5 years ago, Kroger introduced our Zero Hunger, Zero Waste social and environmental impact plan. And that is our mission to help end hunger and waste in our communities. And it's grounded in the belief that we simply won't end hunger until we stop throwing so much food away. So we collectively throw away 35% of all the food that's produced, yet, as we've been talking about yesterday and today, so many people are still struggling with hunger, struggling with chronic health conditions, and so much more. So that is where Zero Hunger, Zero Waste comes in. To accelerate the work of that plan, which I am fortunate to help lead, along with a few other Kroger team members who are here, we established a nonprofit public charity, the Kroger Co. Zero Hunger, Zero Waste Foundation, because there are things that we can uniquely do as Kroger, the grocery retailer, and there are things we can do as Kroger Health. You'll meet someone next who's on our Kroger Health team. And there are things we can do with philanthropy. And so one of our core beliefs with the foundation, we created an innovation fund, and that has been driving catalytic grant dollars into areas, both nonprofits and for-profit solutions to help end hunger and waste. So we've been strategically realigning our charitable donation portfolio and grant making to accelerate our mission. So again, Zero Hunger, Zero Waste is a big part of how we think about all the conversations happening at the Future of Food, because to us, everyone should have access to fresh, nutritious, affordable food. And so fresh for everyone is like a core part of our belief. And that's why we think talking about the future of food because we all eat, we all buy food, we all shop, we all make choices every day. And so we want to help our customers find easy ways to live a healthier and more sustainable lifestyle. So that's why we're here. Thank you all for being here, and I'm really excited about the next group of sessions that are gonna dive into some of the topics we heard about this morning on food and health and the phrase food as medicine, but also some of the sustainability topics that we manage as a grocery retailer too, and as part of this global food system that we're all trying to disrupt and transform so that it's better in the future. Thank you, and I am going to let them introduce the next group to talk today. So thank you so much for being here.
Okay, hi, again, welcome. So our first conversation is about food as medicine, which you've been hearing a lot about this morning. There's been conversations around access and equity already. So what we want to actually dive into is what does this mean and why this matters for health outcomes. Just to set the stage a little bit, we're not just talking about access to food, we're actually talking about nutritious food and what kind of food we have access to, because we are as only healthy as our community. So as we learned very, very, very much around the pandemic. So we're gonna kick it off with that. I'm gonna have the panel, will you guys please introduce yourself? You represent different perspectives in the food and nutrition space. And I'd love to hear from you about how does solving for nutrition access play a role in breaking down barriers and social determinants?
Go down the line? Okay. I'm Joe Moreno. I'm a senior investment analyst at Village Capital. We are a global entrepreneur support organization that really backs founders that are supporting and building solutions for underserved communities. As far as to answer your question, I think food is like this connected tissue to a whole host of social determinants, such as race, income level, physical location, culture. So if you're solving for nutrition access, naturally you're going to gain insight into a whole host of barriers that are social determinants. And it's not to say that food may be the sole tool to address these barriers. However, viewing things from a food lens will provide, in my opinion, very valuable insights because of where food sits within our lives in this interconnected web.
My name's Emily Foxman. I oversee global initiatives at the Baylor Collaborative on Hunger and Poverty. And I would echo all the things that Joe just said here too, and talk a little bit about our approach to the way that we conceptualize food and nutrition access and how that interfaces with healthy food and healthy outcomes for communities and individuals. Baylor Collaborative approaches food access and nutrition through 3 prongs: research, policy, and practice. And so a lot of our work is interfacing with how do we connect the upstream and downstream factors that contribute to healthy outcomes for our communities and our families. And so zooming out a little bit, we know that the social determinants of health, we have to think about the conditions in which we live, we work, we play, we age, and that those have an enormous effect on our health outcomes, whether that's diet-related disease, whether that's chronic illness, whether that is something even outside of those areas. Things like education, transportation, healthcare, all interface with the food systems and the way that we need to be thinking about these issues as well. And so, one of the things that I think I would add to that too is that we often kind of conflate food and health outcomes with individual choices and behaviors, right? If I ate better and I exercised more, then maybe I wouldn't have chronic illness. And really, when we're talking about how can we better design interventions and policies and transform food systems and disrupt these issues, we really need to be thinking upstream. So that's where we really focus our work.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Taylor Newman, and I'm the Director of Nutrition at Kroger Health, which,
if you didn't know, is the healthcare arm of Kroger. So we've got dietitians, pharmacists, nurse practitioners, all helping our customers live healthier lives. And I think you bring up a great point, Emily, about how the focus does tend to be on individual choices, but it is so much more structural barriers. And I think that nutrition, while just one piece of the health puzzle, you know, there's medication adherence and sleep and physical activity, it is so tremendously important because what we eat can impact our health. So at Kroger, we are consistently trying to remove those barriers and do it in a way that's very inclusive and meets people where they're at. I think in nutrition, especially from a dietitian lens, it can be very dogmatic of this is healthy, this is not. And what we need to do is meet people where they're at and bring that inclusive lens.
So we've already touched on a lot of the themes that you've been hearing around this. Joe, I'd love to have a bigger conversation with you because Kroger Company and the Zero Hunger Zero Waste Foundation recently partnered with Village Capital to do a market assessment. As we've been discussing, there's a lot of thought and funding around this, and we want to make sure that we're doing it right. So we took some time to look at the landscape, see what was out there, and you actually came back with some really interesting findings. So would you share a little bit of that report with the room?
Yeah, I'm happy to. And kind of the overall objective of the report was to identify relevant solutions within healthcare that improve food, nutrition, and health outcomes, particularly for low-income folks and people of color. So in doing so, I kind of viewed, I honestly took more of a healthcare approach and identified 3 solution types that, in our opinion, are positioned to improve health equity for low-income communities, for people of color. Some kind of, I guess, considerations I certainly had were, do these drive better health outcomes? Are they affordable? And are they accessible as well? And in doing so, 3 of the solution types I identified were digital health and nutrition services. So think of delivering telenutrition in a 12-week program based on chronic condition or to prevent chronic disease. These companies are receiving a lot of VC investment. It was about $1.7 billion since 2018. So pretty well capitalized, but also a little more clinically validated compared to other solutions. You're seeing more commercial health insurers reimbursing for these services. You're also starting to see more Medicare Advantage, more Medicare payers pay for this as well. And we are transitioning, in my opinion, to a point in which Medicaid reimbursement is a bit more common for the that we identified, though, was that digital health and nutrition services often don't address the root causes of poor diet, of food insecurity. Term for social determinants of health for improved food and nutrition. So these are companies that are addressing social determinants that have the downstream effect of improving food security, improving health outcomes. And you can think of a company that screens for social determinants, identifies unmet needs, and then can automatically enroll someone in, let's say, SNAP benefits. So these companies were receiving, it's about $437 million since 2018, so not as well capitalized, but they are becoming more common in being reimbursed by Medicaid. So this means that they are more accessible and affordable for low-income folks. And one limitation, or I guess 2 limitations we identified with this is, 1, the services that are available to individuals and benefits are really dependent on robust state policy. Some states provide more benefits, others are a bit more limited. And then food security doesn't exactly translate to improved nutrition, for example. Food security could be access to food all up rather than healthier food, rather than kind of changing behavior as well. And I realize this is a long-winded answer as well, but the 3rd bucket was food as medicine. And for the purposes of this report, we define food as medicine as companies that are not only building more prescriptive programs for chronic disease, for prevention, but then also getting food to people's doors. So the first part of the solution type is very similar to digital health and nutrition services, but getting food to people's doors was the key differentiator. These companies are not as well capitalized, receiving about $178 million. And part of it, in my opinion, is that they're not as clinically validated just yet. But what you're seeing out of California, Oregon, Arkansas, North Carolina, and Massachusetts is promising. These state governments are running pilots to get food to people's doors, pay for it with Medicaid funding, and actually, in the case of Oregon, run educational programs too. I think what you're seeing is these are basically laying the framework for validated clinical outcomes, and hopefully will shift policy across other state lines as well. So a long-winded answer.
Yes, no, thank you. I wanted to share what we were looking at with the report with the room and everyone at home. And you actually brought up something that, Taylor, I don't know if you would speak a little bit to, because if you're thinking about, food as medicine, it actually has to go all the way to the door. So, he tied in access very well in these states that are looking at this. And I know that Kroger is actually looking at delivery as well, and here you guys might have seen some of the really beautiful billboards. It's coming and it's happening here. But we've been thinking about how that could open access up down the road too.
Yeah, I mean, when you mentioned, Joe, the telehealth piece, so Kroger does have telenutrition services in which our Kroger Health dietitians can meet one-on-one with patients and help them navigate the grocery store. But that's just one piece. I think the other key piece is actually getting food to someone's door. There are a lot of transportation barriers, especially more in low-income or vulnerable communities. So I think that piece of actually getting food in people's hands is key. And yes, so previously Kroger had no brick and mortar in the state of Texas until recently, and still no physical stores, but we have a delivery service that just opened in Austin, and so it's at the very beginning of inception, and you can now order groceries through Kroger and get them delivered to your door. And this is really unique in that we can navigate those barriers to access to food. You don't have to live near a store. You can get food directly delivered right to your doorstep, and pair it with dietitian services so that you can navigate what those healthful choices are for you.
Emily, with the different buckets that Joe outlined, is there any solutions there that you personally think are really important from your vantage point, and with the idea too of scale?
Yeah, I would echo the emphasis on access to food as being one of the strongest barriers and also one of the largest opportunities to strengthen food security and nutrition security moving forward. The Baylor Collaborative launched an intervention in the last couple of years called Meals to You, which focuses on the same kinds of questions of how do we overcome barriers around transportation, particularly in areas where what's working in rural communities isn't working. And so we were seeing from our research and from our field work that the solutions that we were seeing for summer meals, in particular for child nutrition programs, weren't reaching rural and frontier families. And particularly, there were extra challenges for folks in indigenous communities, for folks in extremely hard to reach areas, and for folks where summer meals were not really possible to reach what's called congregate meal sites, or where you go in person to pick up your meals and also ideally receive some academic enrichment opportunities. And it's a great program, and it's something that we really encourage for congregate to be possible wherever it can, but in certain areas, it's not feasible. And so what we were experimenting with is we developed a pilot called Meals to You that home delivered summer meals to children's doorsteps in rural, frontier, and indigenous communities. And we launched in East and West Texas in 2019. We had about 40,000 families that we were working with then, and then the pandemic hit. And then in 2020, we thought we were gonna originally scale to about 4 states, and instead USDA asked us to scale to 43 states in Puerto Rico. Wow. And so over the last 3 years, we have been piloting Meals to You. We've now reached 40.2 million families and meals that we've delivered through this program. And really that's working on how do we address these gaps when summer meals are already under-enrolled for across the board in the United States, but particularly in areas where transportation is a really huge issue. And so access is really key to thinking about how do we ensure that folks have equitable access to healthy, nutritious food.
I love too the way that you frame that in a very entrepreneurial, innovative mindset. I think no matter what sector we work in and the way that we approach, we can have that problem solving, thinking about scale, And the fact that USDA asked you, said, you figured this out already, help us do this bigger. That's just so encouraging, I think, for all of us to hear that these solutions can come out of our organizations and, and be scaled with partnership. So thank you for that point. And Taylor, I just want to go back to you for a minute because I don't know if I'm the only one here who had no idea that there was a dietitian at Kroger. So you think of this large retailer. I mean, not to, to be belaboring it, but can you just talk a little bit more about the day-to-day and some of the tools that you're mentioning? Because I didn't even know this existed.
Yeah, I get that a lot, surprisingly. People don't really realize that grocery retailers care about health or invest in health, but at least at Kroger we do. And so I'm a dietitian by background, and I lead a team of dietitians, and we work on food as medicine strategy every day. I also work with a team of dietitians who are patient-facing, so they are meeting with patients every day to navigate any and all health and nutrition problems or questions via telenutrition, so virtually, so we can meet with patients all across the country. And I think what's really unique about a dietitian in a retail setting is that people go to their grocery store a lot more than they go to their doctor's office. It's where they go 2 to 3 times a week with their family. We have millions of customers every day standing in the aisle who are looking at different packages, reading nutrition facts labels and ingredient statements, and it is confusing. I am a dietitian, and nutrition, I can verify, is very confusing, ever evolving. And so for a busy mom who's trying to make healthy choices for their family, it makes sense that they're having trouble or it's overwhelming in the grocery store aisles. And so what we try and do, my whole goal, is to simplify that process for our customers and remove the guesswork. And we do it via telenutrition. We also have a nutrition rating system that essentially we trained an algorithm to think like a dietitian, so it can provide expert guidance on what a healthy option is for someone. And I think just to drive home the point that the grocery store really can be a healthcare destination and a source for expert and credible resources.
It's a community center. I mean, if you think about it, this is a place that we go to buy the food that feeds our family. Something that I learned about that I'd love for you to explain is recently that I can actually take my cart and check the nutritional value of it and get guidance to make smarter decisions, which is so cool. When you're thinking about, like, I'm running around, I don't know how to even read this label, the idea that I can know what's in there and then have that feedback. Do you mind just talking about that tool?
Yeah, so I was touching a little on it. That's that algorithm that we trained to think like a dietitian, and it's called OptUp, and it's a nutrition rating system. Essentially takes into account all of the different attributes of a food or a beverage, and it populates a single score on a scale of 1 to 100. The higher the rating, the healthier the product. And to your point, Natalie, it can give kind of an aggregate score. So think of it like a health credit score based on your grocery purchases. And you can track your progress over time to say, oh, I am purchasing healthier products, I'm on my way, meeting my health goals, or maybe there's room for improvement. I'm noticing that I'm buying a lot of Oreos, which I love Oreos, and all foods fit, but just give you that information so you can make choices that are right for you.
So Joe, I want to go back to you because, food as medicine has become very talked about recently. I don't know how many people here were familiar with the White House conference on hunger, nutrition, and health. It was the first time in 50 years that we gathered all the various stakeholders from the private sector to agriculture to the government programs. When this happened 50 years ago, that's how we got programs like SNAP. So it was time that we sat down and looked at what was working and what wasn't. And this happened last fall. And there was, I want to get the number right because it's pretty astonishing, $8 billion in commitments from around the country about doing this work. So as I mentioned in the onset, one of the reasons we wanted to do a gap analysis is to make sure that all the work wasn't overlapping and where are people going. Will you speak a little bit about, after you're absorbing the findings that you were sharing, food as medicine as a solution? I mean, do you think that's the place that we should lean in?
In my opinion, yes, for a couple reasons. First, at least from a venture capital standpoint, these solutions aren't receiving as much money as others, so I think it provides a lot of room to run. But not only that, I think we're kind of at the precipice of food as medicine companies being adopted and actually reimbursed from Medicaid. So what's coming again out of California, Oregon, Arkansas, North Carolina, and Massachusetts, I think is promising. Some of these pilots are actually ended and in the measurement phase right now. And I think there's an opportunity if in that measurement phase it becomes clear that, hey, we reduce chronic disease, patients were engaged with the solution. I think that really sets the table for more widespread adoption. However, food as medicine solutions aren't the turnkey solution, in my opinion, in part because you need to think about how can people actually afford the food, are there transportation barriers to actually getting to and purchasing products as well. So you would need to, in my opinion, combine food and nutrition services with solutions that improve social determinants, ultimately affordability and access.
And thinking about it as an investment opportunity is really interesting. Here at South by, we have tech and funders in the room, storytellers in the room. That's one of my favorite things about this conference is it really brings so many different mindsets together around problem solving. And you do talk about investment in capital, and I think that we can all think about that. You know, how are we thinking about our portfolios around food and food systems and access and the opportunities there? And even Emily, to your point, the scalability of this work. Will you speak a little bit more on, from the populations you've been working with and then now expanding to all these different states, do you see food as medicine as that solution? Like, tell me a little bit about some of the positive, stories that have come out of this work.
Yeah, I think food as medicine is still a relatively new concept, as you were saying, and really a lot of opportunity there to dive into what some of the structural kind of recommendations might be there to really build out this kind of framework. Really central to the work that we do at the Baylor Collaborative is the idea that no one sector, no one organization, no one individual can end hunger alone, can improve health alone, can solve for nutrition outcomes alone. And so I think the conference provides a really good example of that. The White House Conference on Hunger, Nutrition, and Health is how do we get all of these different actors working in concert with one another to overcome these really complex structural challenges and really create and reimagine systems where safe, healthy food is the easy economic choice for all. And so I think that takes bringing folks together. One of the previous ambassadors said that the world doesn't organize itself, right? So how do we get grocery retailers combined with researchers, combined with public sector, with industry, with healthcare, all at the same table to talk about what role we play in these large upstream features and where are there entry points for us to work together and cultivate scalable solutions? What does it look like to build something that's replicable, to build something that can be tailored and adapted to different contexts? What works in Austin isn't going to work in Minnesota. What works in all these different areas needs to be culturally relevant, community-driven, and really backed by a diverse constellation of folks.
I'd like to ask you a follow-up on that. Do you find that people are listening to the actual community members around the solutions and how they're working? Has that been part of your process? And I'm so encouraged that the work that you were doing on the ground is, rather than the government trying to recreate a version, they scaled up the work that was already working. But will you speak about the importance of having the community at the center of that?
Yeah, particularly when we talk about food as medicine and nutrition and health outcomes, really if the work isn't anchored in equity, centering community voices, lifting community preferences, then you're really not going to make it very far. And so something that's been really encouraging to see just within the public health space and within the food space as well, when we think about quantitative and qualitative research, is really there's more and more emphasis on focus groups with community members, conversations with your neighbors, talking to families is just as important a data point as a survey or as something like that. And so really when we talk about dietary preferences, meal frequency, creating healthier patterns, if it's not culturally appropriate, if it's not acceptable, if it's not something that's interesting and relevant to the community itself, then you're kind of operating outside of what's going to really move the needle.
Thank you for making that point. I know I sprung that on you, but it's so important, right, to think about the people we're trying to serve and having them have a seat at the table. And yes, I meant that little, the table we're all at. And this group is very engaged. For all of you that are at home watching and joining us in Austin, I see a lot of people who potentially may actually have work that overlaps. So if we do have time to go to Q&A, I'm going to check with them and ask if I'm going to try and open it up just so we can get a few questions. Before I do that, though, I have, for the panelists, would love to, and Taylor, I'll start with you. If there is something around food as medicine, a solution that you really feel, personally, I think that the way that we approach our work actually is so important in this. So the hat you wear and the way that you're looking at Kroger and coming to work every day, is there something here that you really want to share around that call to action?
I think my personal call to action, especially at Kroger, is taking the unique position of the grocery store and knowing what an impact we can have on millions of lives every day, and take that position in order to make food more accessible, especially healthful food, remove any kind of confusion around what's healthy, and work to make sure that we can get food in the hands of people who need it most. So I think for me, that is what wakes me up every day and gets me inspired to go to work.
Joe?
I would say I personally would ask for input from people who are particularly outside of the healthcare system as well. I think that, at least in my report, I took a very healthcare-centric approach and did not focus on more upstream solutions, such as food production, such as supply chain as well. And there are companies that are building contained agriculture facilities, growing food in low-income communities, selling to nonprofits, and providing food at very discounted rates or even for free. And I'm not naive to the fact that there's more solutions out there. There's always going to be a role for nonprofits as well. I think the work that U.S. Hunger has done to measure social determinants and then hopefully be able to predict what interventions are necessary it's paramount. And more input from people who are experts outside of healthcare is what I would ask for, so that we can better inform multiple stakeholders on kind of how to provide support and in what form for this White House call to action.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. That's a very important point. Emily, you're an Austin local, so yay, we love that. Will you speak a little bit about this new piece of legislation that also is important and promising?
Yeah, this is an exciting week for food as medicine in Texas. There have been two bills that are filed, one in the Senate and one on the House, to launch a medically tailored meals pilot for Medicaid recipients in Texas. And so medically tailored meals, Joe, you talked a little bit about this, but is really an intervention for folks who are at risk of or already experiencing diet-related disease, and to create sort of boxes that are tailored to resolving, mitigating, or ideally preventing the onset of these chronic illnesses. And so this would be the first time that it would be coming through a public policy instead of a private partner. One of the pieces that you talked about was the challenge of reimbursement rates and some of the more systemic challenges that are sometimes associated with this. So we're extremely grateful to our sponsor, Senator Johnson, who filed the bill in the Senate, and Representative Oliverson for supporting these initiatives, and for the Texas Food Policy Roundtable and Houston Food Bank in particular for championing that effort and getting these bills off the ground.
I actually have similar experience of really having it championed in Washington. We worked really closely with McGovern's office, who has been so passionate about this and the White House conference, and to your point, using their power to help healthy food get where it needs to be. So I've actually can say, we often can be too jaded. The private sector is stepping forward, saying, how can we be here? The legislators are, it's a bipartisan, awesome opportunity for us to work across the aisle together. I think that's really heartening at this time. So thank you for sharing that. Does anyone want to add something before I open up to questions? Okay. I saw so many shaking heads, and it just looked like a very informed audience. So I'd love to give the opportunity for a question. I don't know if there's an extra mic, or you know what? I can repeat the question back so everyone at home can hear. So just give me a little signal if you have anything you want to add, contribute, share. right up here up front. Yeah. So the question was about, really thinking about your employees as an extension of this. And, I know that the question was directed at Kroger, but I want to make mention that this is something that companies across the nation are really thinking about. Taylor, do you want to add anything specifically?
Yeah. I think it's an amazing point. Essentially, knowing that our associates are part of our family and that access to food for our associates is just as important as it is for the rest of our customers. And I totally agree. And I think some of the ways that Kroger is delivering on that promise for our customers and for our associates is through Zero Hunger, Zero Waste, which is the sponsoring entity for this talk. And that is our philanthropic arm who plans to donate 3 billion meals by 2025 for folks so that they can have healthy food on their table. I think some other ways that we're taking into account the need for affordability for everyone, especially now of all times as food prices rise, is bringing savings to the forefront. So more and more we're trying to incorporate and bring coupons, discounts as you're shopping in our stores and online. So now if you are shopping and you're going to check out and you've missed a coupon, Kroger will prompt you and say, hey, do you want to go ahead and click these coupons so you can go ahead and save money? So more and more, we're trying to bring that to the forefront. I'll also say we're trying to bring out SNAP online. So as we are a large retailer, it has taken us quite some time. The online SNAP pilot came out in the pandemic, and it was kind of forced and rushed, and now we've taken the time to get it right for all of our stores, and that will be rolling out soon. So that's another way that we're trying to encourage savings for customers and for associates.
And also, that's another example where you have been actually pushing the federal government around how we're folding SNAP into online delivery. So it's actually not just the company moving, it's trying to innovate with government programs is not easy. Is there anyone else? We have one more question.
Okay, sorry. I was curious, at a grocery store like Kroger, how do you think about the business case for food as medicine internally? I imagine, I used to work in grocery, and there's so much money that comes from CPG, and not all of that is healthy. And so how do you think of, is it loyalty, is it public good, or is there like a bottom line reason to do it?
It's all of it. I think, yes, it's public good and social impact. I think Zero Hunger, Zero Waste Foundation would agree with me on that. But I do think that it is meeting customer demand. We're not making this up. Our customers truly do want increased access to healthful food, and it is confusing, and they are looking for solutions. And so when I go into, I'm obviously a healthcare provider going into other areas of the business like merchandising, and my job is to convince them that health matters. And luckily, it's not too hard of a story to tell because food is so human. So I think there's an element that makes it something that easy for the business to get behind, but it does support loyalty, and it can support the bottom line in addition to just being the right thing to do.
And I'll add that the foundation work and even the report is something that can help inform strategy for the business as a whole. I work on impact strategy with big brands, and we look at not only what do we do, who do we serve, the communities that we're in, but how that's a part of our value proposition as a company and how we show up in the world. So I'm very passionate about what you're asking, and I actually think that as we look to the future, we're going to see more and more because companies need that to stay relevant. This is what, as you put, this is what people want. They want to know that they are a part of a company's success in a way that they're taking care of the communities that they're in. And Joe, I don't know if you would just add from the perspective that you and I have spoke a lot about the report And I think even a higher level opportunity to say, some of the solutions could drive for any business. Like, we looked at this and said, this might just be something that is not only helping a certain community, but this could actually be something that can help a company as far as growth and scale.
For sure. I think that, at least within Kroger's approach, they can go much further and reach a lot more individuals with the Food as Medicine program. Again, we took more of an approach of looking at solutions, particularly for low-income communities, and I think there are gaps to be filled that either private companies can step up and do, or there, as mentioned, there's always a role for nonprofits too. How to support those businesses, I think, is to be determined. That's why we're asking for input. But nonetheless, I think multiple stakeholders adopting Food as Medicine programs, serving all types of demographics is important, certainly, and I think there's a business case to be made as well.
Well, thank you guys for being here. We have a lot more discussions to come. And we want you to, stay hydrated and say hi, as Denise framed at the beginning. Please come and introduce yourself and tell us about your work. Thank you, panelists. It was an amazing conversation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hi. Okay, we have a really good panel coming up. How can we use data technology to fight food and nutrition insecurity? It's a perfect complement to what we just set the table with. So I'd love to invite on the stage Jinder Bogle, Ezekiel Brooks, Denise Osterhus, and Rick Whitfield of U.S. Hunger, who's going to lead us in this amazing discussion.
Good morning still. Yeah, by 16 minutes. I am Rick Whitted. I'm with U.S. Hunger. We are a community-based organization, a nonprofit, and we deliver fresh produce and shelf-stable meals to families across the country. So literally plugging into the community, listening to their voice. We capture their story, literally their verbatim story, as well as surveys. We've been doing this pretty much through the pandemic, having provided food to more than 170,000 homes across the continental U.S., shipped over 250,000 boxes of food. And I would tell you that's not the important thing. What is important is that we listen, harness the voice of those. And prior to the pandemic, as a nonprofit, we were so proud to talk about how many people we fed, how many homes we impacted, and we realized there was one question we never asked. Why are they hungry in the first place? And the pandemic really shifted our thinking around that. And so what we began to do was carefully scribe and capture and document those very stories. And what we have found out is that those stories essentially provided for us a root cause analytics to addressing food insecurity. And so that's what we're going to talk about today. We're joined with a couple of our newer partners that are knee-deep in the fight against food. And I think what I love really about Denise and the Kroger team is, since the moment I met her, the question she's always asked is, how do we innovate into this 100-year-old fight that she's deeply rooted in? And so I'm really glad to be on stage with Kroger, as well as Jinder Bogle. Jinder is with Bimbo Bakeries, representing a lot of the national mainstream brands, Sara Lee in particular. And what I really loved about Sara Lee and Jinder and them coming to the table was they didn't want to talk about food. They wanted to understand really what's behind the story. And so I'm really excited to be on stage with the both of them today. I'm going to start with the man in the center here, Ezekiel Brooks. He is our Chief Technology Officer. And so, Ezekiel, let's jump right in. You're the architect of this platform that we've developed. Yeah. What is its purpose and what is its goal?
Well, first of all, just thank you to everyone for being here on a Saturday. You're such wonderful people, and you make such a big difference in people's lives. Just my lead-in statement before I answer Rick's question is, it's important to understand that we are a loosely fit web of people that are critical to this nation staying healthy. If all CBOs and nonprofits shut down tomorrow, we will be in a world of hurt. So having said that, congratulations for doing great things for the betterment of humanity and for your fellow man. And everything you do, whether it's alternative food, whether it's processes, whether it's data, whether it's software and systems, whether it's leadership, whether it's advocacy, those things are critical to helping our fellow citizens. And all of us together are going to get a better outcome. So thank you. A couple of principles that I want to talk about first before I address what we're doing with data and why does it even matter, is number one, our philosophy at US Hunger, and especially in our technology group, is that any technology, data, or tools that we build should be used to free up humans to be more human, right? So instead of us fighting stacks of paper and looking at Excel spreadsheets and going through all of that pain to come up with actionable intelligence, the tools should serve you to enable you to force multiply yourself, right? And so that's one principle. And the second one is to make sure that that technology, especially with AI machine learning in the picture now, are used to preserve the dignity and serve people with discretion. The biggest barrier to helping people actually is shame. Is shame. We all know that. But we can use the technology in an effective way to force multiply our efforts. So to answer your question, Rick, what's the role of data? I see it as a three-phase approach over the next however many years that we have to do this mission. Three phases. Phase one is giving firefighting, right? If you use the firefighting analogy, you have to give firefighting departments fire trucks. They got to have the tools to put the fires out. Fires of food insecurity and other problems. Yay, great. We've all been doing that for a long time, but the problem is if there's never education, if there's never investigation, if there's never collaboration on getting to the root causes, the fires are just going to continue to rage and burn and start all over again, right? And the third level of that is making sure that the next level of first responders who are other CBOs that deal with mental health, the root causes of SDOH have an opportunity to have tools as well to handle the wave of people coming in from us feeding effectively and diagnosing in the first place. So as far as data goes, I have like a minute here. I'm going to try to get through this quickly. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to take a soapbox here, but I'm just very passionate about this. I've lived this experience of being hungry and food insecure and being ashamed. And so we want to build tools that center our solutions around CBOs, healthcare, government, and philanthropy. Very often, these entities around the wheel, we are communicating through backdoor channels, emails, spreadsheets, phone calls, but there's not a collaborative system where we can interact with each other. And so our goal is to build systems that allow all of those major stakeholders to participate. And then we want to give all nonprofits tools and solutions, especially using AI and machine learning, in order to give you a bigger fire truck to put out more fires with the same number of people, which is really what it's all about, right, is to make us more effective. So,
thank you, Ezekiel. I appreciate that. And I think what's so unique is that we are a community-based provider building the system. So we know what the provider needs, because that's our reality. And it's been very interesting. We're not a large CBO, but what we have seen data and technology do in terms of mushrooming our impact is incredible. It's incredible. So thank you for the work. I appreciate it. Jinder, I want to turn to you. So Sarah Lee is really focused in on a campaign around moms. And it's very interesting. As you are preparing that campaign, you wanted to put purpose and meaning to that. So I'm really interested in understanding how this partnership, this conversation really aligns with the social impact strategy of Sarah Lee.
Yeah, absolutely. The word campaign actually gets under my skin a little bit because we started with the purpose. We started with why. The campaign, the outward communication, is just an output of who we are. So Sarah Lee is an iconic American brand. It's been around for generations, for 74 years now. We have awareness levels across America of well over 90%, so people know Sarah Lee. But when we look in the mirror and try to understand what we really mean to people, and we've asked consumers these questions, they didn't quite know. What they know is that, they trust us to provide their family with really good quality food and nutrition and taste that the family loves, but they couldn't tell you what we stood for. In fact, we've had people say that we are so mainstream, so broad-reaching, that it kind of lost appeal. Like, is Sarah Lee for me? Because you're kind of for everyone. So with that, we set out on this path, on this journey about a year and a half ago to find our meaning, our purpose, our reason for being, however you'd like to call it. And to do so, we looked internally at what we are uniquely suited to do, and we looked externally at what the world needs. And when we looked inside, we actually go back 74 years ago to 1949, and we started the brand history, which is a great place to start when you're trying to identify your meaning. And what we found was a love story, a really beautiful love story from a father to his daughter, where Charles Lubin, a bakery entrepreneur in Chicago, was releasing his line of new cakes, which were top-notch, best ingredients, high quality. And who did he name that line after? His 8-year-old daughter, Sarah Lee. And in doing so, that was just a commitment to the love and quality that he put in every product, right? So there's been a love story that's been a part of our brand DNA since it began. But then when we look at the outside world and who we serve, which is largely moms, mom is the primary shopper for Sarah Lee bread and Sarah Lee products, we have to understand that mom's life is chaotic, right? She's working hard in and out of the house to provide for the family. Right? Show of hands here. How many of you are parents? How many of you have kids at home? It's crazy, right? Like it's crazy. So there's that tension at home already. Add on to that we're in this digital boom, this technological boom, where the rate of change is accelerating every single day, and that adds volatility and uncertainty and chaos. And on top of that, we lived through a pandemic where the rate of women exiting the workforce was significantly increasing. The rate of single motherhood was increasing. So there's this heavy burden on women who are trying to manage it all, right? So despite that, there's a human truth that mom will sacrifice herself for her family, and she will sacrifice her food so that other members of her home don't go hungry. But then the question that we started to ask was, who's looking out for mom? And we felt that since Sarah Lee and moms have walked hand in hand for generations now, she's trusted us on her tables. We've been there for her as a support mechanism to give good food very conveniently to her family. We felt that we could do more. So we are taking it upon ourselves to be an enabler for mom to worry less about the burdens at home, the burdens of food and resource insecurity, to be able to focus more on what really matters, which is those moments of love with her family.
Yeah, I think what I appreciated was that statement that you made, who's there for moms, and it aligns well with our families that we serve. 82% of our applicants are women who are at some role of caregiving in their homes. It could be a mom with children. It could be a mixed generational home where a senior is being cared for in the home as well. But oftentimes we do see that. So I appreciate that you all took the time to say what is going on. And in our phase 1 approach here, the conversation was, what does the data tell me? You don't even want to talk about phase 2 until we get through the data. That's different, and I really, really appreciate that. So thank you. Want to jump to you. Denise and I have been talking on and off for about 3 years, and I think what I loved is she's always going, well, how do we do it different? How do we innovate? So when you think about that, it looks like Kroger is expanding and innovating in how you're thinking about the fight against hunger and waste. I would love for you to talk a little bit about that, because there appears to be, when I think about health equity and food as medicine, clearly you're expanding how you think about this and what the strategy should be. I'd love to hear a little bit more from you about that.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks, Rick. And we have been talking for several years, and I'm here, by the way, not to take a commercial on Kroger.
Yeah.
I'm here because I want to lift up the work of the organizations like the ones that Rick and Ezekiel represent, and Gender too, but the people really trying hard to do the work in the communities, and I think that's part of our role as the Zero Hunger, Zero Waste Foundation, is to find organizations with really unique new approaches and solutions that we want to support. So what I love about your work, before I talk about our work, what I love about your work is that you are coming at it with some data and measurement and kind of an underlying care for the people you're serving. So a desire to get to know them, to understand what they're struggling with, and how we might help. So I love that. And I think this year we did, and our work aligns with, you guys might have read about all of the focus on the National Strategy for Hunger, Nutrition, and Health through the administration's work and some of the commitments that have been made to support that strategy and improve health and health equity. So one of the things we could do, because we always kind of look at our toolkit for how we can help, one of the tools is the Zero Hunger, Zero Waste Foundation's Innovation Fund. So we committed that for 2023, our focus for funding would be on this area of food as medicine and trying to improve health outcomes for millions of people. So it's a pretty broad statement, which again is why we had Village Capital dig in and do the work to help us understand what that means and what areas are already well funded and where there is an opportunity to make a difference. And I think the other thing too is we actually want to know if the work is improving health. Like we can feed people all day long, year after year, but are the health outcomes changing and are their lives changing? And I think that's where we've been struggling to really understand the underlying conditions that create the need, and then document and find the data to report if the interventions are helping.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the beauty of the conversations here.
Yeah, it is when you look at some of the work, particularly that Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services are doing. We've been tracking that very closely, and it's interesting. For the first time, we are seeing real teeth around health equity and the push to ensure that from a healthcare perspective, that those health providers and plans are really focused on documenting first and solutioning SDOH, which I think is critically important. And so we're tracking things like Z codes, and most folks, even healthcare, hadn't used them to this point. but they're a documenting code right in the ICD-10 medical coding system that documents SDOH. And so Ezekiel and his team have been tracking that. And so with every story we read and every survey response, our system is also categorizing those from a Z code perspective. And so why do we talk about, we're talking about hunger, but then we're talking about healthcare, and Kroger is talking about health equity. Well, when we look at our population, 7 out of 10 of the applicants that come to us are reporting major chronic illnesses. Hypertension, arthritis, diabetes, heart disease, and guess what's in the top 5? Obesity. So it's not about just not eating, it's not eating well. And so we are looking for those ways to really highlight that so that we can cross that bridge. Often we see the corporate responsible players of the world, we see healthcare, we see CBOs, and then there's a dirt road in between with no railroad track. No way to get over, and that's an ecosystem challenge, and that's one of the things that Ezekiel and his team are addressing. I'm going to turn to you, Ezekiel, really quick.
Sure.
One of the things we love about our board, they made a big, bold statement to us when we went down this path 3 years ago, and it was, how do we give this away? I'm like, okay, I'm coming from 30 years in banking, processing that first of all, going, okay, that's right, I'm doing my penance, I'm doing good, we're on the right side here. But honestly, that is a challenge that they have brought to us. How do we give this technology away? And so I know one of those ways is a public-facing tool that we're diligently working toward. Can you talk a little bit about that? We haven't named it yet, because everything we thought was clever has been taken. But can you talk a little bit about the lived experience mapping tool, and what's the purpose of that?
Yeah, sure. We call it Project Lex because it just fit perfectly, but we're working on the name. So with Lex, we've been working on that furiously for, I don't know, maybe 8 weeks or so, 6 to 8 weeks. It's been in concept for over a year based on the vision that Rick and the board and others have set forth for us at US Hunger. So basically it's a tool that when you go to the page, it shows you a map of the continental United States, typical mapping tool. But what's different about it is it only has basically one thing that you can play with. You type in a question. So it queries all of our US Hunger databases, and for example, how many families in the Northeast have mold in their homes? Meaning applicants who have asked us for help. We gather all this information. And Lex will dutifully go out into our SaaS platform, dig through, rifle through all the answers, and show you on a map with nice little colorful circles and clusters and show you where those families are that are having problems with mold. If you're a national provider, you could ask, how many families in the United States suffer from pest infestation and have asthma? It can answer that for you. It'll throw the answer up on the screen and tell you to break down per state. So how does that help other nonprofits? We're trying to give this away. So once we perfect it, and we find a way to subsidize the subscriptions, you know, to pay for it so it keeps running and all of that, is to empower all of you, if you would like to use it, to be able to go there and ask a question about your service area. You could ask it about zip codes and counties and cities and all of that, and it would tell you what's going on with people that have asked US Hunger for help. So our database right now is headed north of 160,000 people, families that have asked us for help. So the application for this tool, Rick, even the mandate that he and the board have given us, find a way to give it away. We're trying to use technology, AI, machine learning, to force multiply you so that one person can do the work of 10, 15, or 20. You remain the human compassion and care component in the equation.
Yeah, you know, and I think what's so cool is that Z code work you're doing in the background. So hopefully not only are we helping other CBOs and other players in this space understand the impact in their areas, right, and the variety of root causes behind hunger, but hopefully, and this is kind of a big dream of ours, is that we're creating a path for funding for those organizations, right? By enabling them to connect to healthcare or other players and have that Z code filing tool right in the system in itself. So it's a big idea, it's a big concept, it's a big dream, right?
Right.
But we think it's very possible.
I would add this, is that, and for those who are in more of the corporate healthcare space, one of the biggest problems that nonprofits have is we don't have a clean way to communicate with you what the funding needs really are so that you know your dollar impact and return on investment. Well, using tools like Lex, and there will be other solutions we'll come up with, it can spit out reports about applicants that say that, depending on the classification system you're interested in, it could use ICD-10 codes as one type of report, but there's also low Inc., which is another standard. And as nonprofits, I would strongly recommend that as you have time, start digging into some of these standards, because Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services are starting to put the screws on everybody to say, guys, we got to show greater return on investment here, especially for government dollars. And so that will become part of our collective worlds over the next few years. So yes, the tool can be used to give quantitative standard outputs to people who need that information to justify funding.
Yeah, so I'm going to turn to you, Jinder. Talk a little bit about why these stories are important. Why do they matter to your organization specifically? And how does this evolve the engagement between your brand and your consumers?
Yeah, well, I think coming from a marketing perspective, you know, our job as marketers is to create value for people, for consumers. This is their hard-earned money, and we need to put products on the table that are worth buying, right? And to make sure that we're addressing their needs, we need to create value. We need to have empathy. We need to hear their stories and their needs. So as marketers, we can be guilty at times of thinking first with our mouths and talking about, hey, here's this great product. Here are the features and benefits. Isn't it great? But the reality is we are much better served if we first think with our ears, right? Open them up, hear the stories, and really listen to what people need. And also open up our hearts to feel the position that people are in who are seeking solutions. So that's where the stories come into play. And these stories are so rich because they provide such great context around hunger. And they let us know that it's not necessarily just issues with hunger. There's so much more to the story and so much that is creating hunger in the first place. So that helps us to contextualize what the need really is so that we can better serve. And with that, for a brand or an organization that is going to take on purpose and impact as part of the core of what it does, they're essentially gaining a new set of consumers. And they may not be consumers of the product per se, right? But they are consumers of the impact. So if we are to serve those consumers as well, we need to understand their needs very deeply.
Yeah, you know, something that I always say is the most flexible social determinant of health is food, right? You can go from lobster to steak to chicken to ground beef to beans and rice and beans. There's no equivalent of that for utilities or rent or transportation or healthcare access or paying for I can't take a pill, take half a pill, take a quarter. If I do, and many of our families and applicants do, it creates major health issues. And so what we're finding through just listening to these stories is that food insecurity either creates or exacerbates current healthcare issues. And so they're inextricably connected. Very difficult to disconnect those two things. And it's very knotted. Ezekiel and team were kind of looking, we just kind of overlaid our applicants with HHS regions and some of the Kroger locations, about 2/3 overlap, just to go like, what are those things? And you're able to kind of see some of what those root causes are. And what we're finding in our food system, if all of the focus is on food, you're actually downstream splashing in a puddle. And to really impact food insecurity, you have to go upstream and look at those things that are tethered to food insecurity, like transportation issue and economic stability, those issues. If you are down in the puddle of food, as big a puddle and as important as it is, you won't solve food insecurity. But if you could go upstream, and in that story, the mom is needing economic instability, and you can begin to address those upstream issues, the puddle splash is a little smaller. And that's what we're learning. And so that starts with understanding, I think, two things, how to ask and how to help. And I think one of the things that U.S. Hunger has figured out really, really well over these past 3 years is, how do you ask? Well, it starts with understanding social determinants of health. That's kind of these factors that impact the health outcome of our population. Those things are not data and they're not clinical, which is some of the reason CBOs get it really well and others don't. It's personal and it's intimate. Unfortunately, the model that we curate food assistance in our country typically is public, right? You go stand in a public line, someone calls your name out to say that your food is ready, right? The box looks like food help, it's brown, it's right. And I grew up knowing what government cheese is, or the big old peanut butter. By the way, that peanut butter was really good, but it had no label on it, right? I understood that. So when I saw a brown box, that meant something to me. And I don't want a brown box, right? And so many of our families are coming to us because it's discreet. And that's a very private, shame is the largest barrier to overcome. And so the folks that are find us, by the way, we don't solicit, we don't market, we cannot keep up with those that find us today. They come to us because it is they are able to avert the barrier of shame. So I think that's where it starts. Number two is, so first of all, how to ask, but secondly is how to help. And I think one of the things that we have found engaging with our families is to help without asking is condescending, right? They're hungry, so let's feed them. Let's just feed them. Let's feed them. Let's feed them. And embarrassingly, for the first decade of our existence, that's what we did. We never asked. And then the pandemic happened, and we couldn't feed them. So we had to just start talking to them and asking them. So I would tell you, for all listening in the room, learning how to ask and finding tools to ask through the pillar of discretion, and then learning how to help, which is giving them voice. That's dignity. And to be honest, you cannot give one dignity where you have not given them voice first. And I think that's what I love so much about the tool, Ezekiel, that you and your team has built. It highlights the actual verbatim story of those being requesting help, being impacted. Denise, I want to turn to you. You all have been in this fight for a really long time. So let's just assume you have a magic wand and it works, right? Are there 2 or 3 things that you have observed in the landscape that we're not doing today in this fight against hunger and waste that you believe would or could accelerate the impact in our fight against food waste and food insecurity?
Yeah, well, first I would say that a lot of you here in the room are much smarter than I am and doing much more innovative things, and that's why you're here. Like, we want to lift up your work. So excited to have you all here. We have been working on issues related to hunger for decades, and what we're trying to do, even as the Zero Hunger, Zero Waste Foundation, is shift the narrative a little bit. So instead of talking about dollars out or meals delivered, how do we shift to a more outcomes and impact-based measure of success? So how do we kind of change how we talk about it? And it's easy, let's just say it's easy to talk about dollars that we give, or pounds that we rescue in our stores, and meals that we deliver through our network of partners at the community level. But how can we look? And we've been working with an organization called Mission Measurement as a foundation office, and some of our grantees who might be here in the room have probably talked with Mission Measurement, trying to understand how to quantify and document and report change differently going forward. And that's actually why I like Rick's organization, because they're in there, they're trying to figure it out. And we're along for the ride. Like, we keep saying, what do you need? And maybe we'll talk again next year and find out what you need now. Because I don't have the answers, and our foundation team does not have the answers, and Kroger does not have the answers. Like, we need everyone together. We said that when we can't do it alone. and we have amazing national and local partners doing great things. And then through our innovation fund, we've been able to direct catalytic funding and grants to startups, and both nonprofit but also for-profit social enterprises, people with great ideas, either at the very beginning stage or ready to scale. And I think that's where this innovation fund round, that's why we're here. So we presented some of the work Joe did with Village Capital, of the work, what we have discovered and our journey through Kroger Health to use food as medicine and try and nudge our customers to make healthier choices with information about nutrition. But let's all admit, we all shop, and we also want to buy food that tastes great, that makes us feel good, that we love, that's culturally relevant, that makes us remember, celebrations, special moments, our family growing up. So food is so personal. So it is about getting the right food to the right people at the right time. And then our focus is on then what happens? Does their health actually improve? And how do we measure it?
Well, thank you all for the work that you're doing, and just being here is incredible, so appreciate it. We're glad to be here again. So I'm going to end with Jinder, you, and then Denise, and Ezekiel, I'll close out with you. So let's assume that you're looking beyond into the cameras here. There are other brands, there are other companies, there are other peers that may be interested in being in the fight of food insecurity and waste, this very space we're talking about. What message would you share with your peers around what you're learning, what you're experiencing, or how you're thinking? So I'll start with you, Jinder.
Yeah, the reality is that providing meals is still very important, because there are 34 million people in the country that are hungry on a regular basis, and that's 34 million too many, right? But as a brand or as an organization, it's easy to lean into the fight against food in some ways, because, and I'm not talking about the community-based organizations or the folks in the trenches that are handing out food and providing food. That's very difficult. But as a manufacturer, as a brand who's looking for a partner that can help with the experience in this space, it's easy. There are different organizations that are fighting hunger at different scopes and scales. A Google search and you can find a number of them. Right? It's also easy as a food brand to lean into the food insecurity space, because conceptually it's logical, right? We have food, you need food, let's link up. But the truth is that there are hundreds, if not thousands, of brands that are creating positive contributions to that fight against food insecurity, but hunger still persists. And hunger is the same today as it was yesterday. So feeding is a great start and a necessary start, but it may not necessarily be enough. Hunger is the tip of the iceberg, and what I mean by that is there are aspects of hunger that are easily visible. It can look like poverty, it can look like homelessness, but there are aspects of hunger that are invisible as well. And hunger can exist in a great suburban community, and you would never know it from the outside, but the fridge is empty. And that's something that we're not necessarily privy to seeing on a day-to-day basis, but it exists, and it's very real, and these are the things that we learn through these stories. And there's more at the lower levels of that iceberg too. There are these social determinants of health and these root causes that are creating hunger in the first place that we really need to take into account if we want to end hunger. So providing food is excellent. My advice to a peer brand would be keep doing it, but also consider that hunger is not the end-all be-all. If you really want to end hunger, we need to look at those root causes and address those as well.
Thank you. Very, very good. Denise.
Yeah, I would say for us, for decades, we've said publicly that hunger and food insecurity is not a competitive issue. It's just not. So when we've learned how to do something that is helpful, that either rescues more food, for example, in our stores or across our facilities, and distributes it in our communities, we share that. So we've been pretty open and transparent about what we're doing and what we're learning, because we want other people to do the same thing. And sometimes we also look at what they're doing and see if there's something we can learn there. So we are very much coming at this with an open mind and spirit of collaboration and a willingness to work together. And there are some others in the room that you'll hear from in the next couple of hours that we work with, who also convene groups, including us, to be at the table and talk about hard things together. So we know their names. You know, I know some of the same people are on the calls with us, and when we see them at meetings from our other retail friends, we have a lot to talk about. And as long as we do it in the following all the rules related to competition, again, we typically agree that this is a place where we should work together and not separately, because we have to learn as we go.
Yeah, collaboration is just, this doesn't work. When you see the scale of stories we read every day, the biggest expression we have is just overwhelmed. We can't even start to do this on our own. And I don't think anybody can. I love that. Ezekiel, I want to close out with you. So you and your team are day in and day out. You're categorizing and capturing these stories in a very dignified way. And I just, in front of this entire group, I'm very grateful for you and your team and your focus there. I'm going to stop because he'll start crying. We're water bags up here when we think about the work we're doing. But, are there any aha moments that you could close out with that could really spring forward, right? That could really give us all a breakthrough in this fight to end these very nasty root causes that perpetuate food insecurity?
Yeah, well, first of all, as a technology person, that's my role at U.S. Hunger, but I also have a responsibility, first to our organization, second of all to other organizations who are consuming our services, third of all to the country as a whole. Being a good citizen means helping to be part of a solution, not part of an ongoing problem. And the fourth level is personal responsibility. I have a responsibility to do everything I can to help my neighbor in need, because I've been on the other side of that. So in terms of an aha or a breakthrough moment, it's understanding that government will never solve this problem, not alone. Their primary job is to collect funds and disperse them. But very often in that monolith of governmental agencies, and there's thousands and thousands of them, they can't communicate effectively. It's so big. So what presents itself here is that corporate partners like Bimbo Bakeries and Kroger and others who have a strong sense of corporate responsibility and ethic, they need to make money. Their businesses need to do well. They're not in business to give away everything that they're earning. That doesn't make sense, and all our services would disappear. But for the extra that they have, they're willing to help. They just need to know who, what, when, where, and how. That's all they need from us. So our job, the aha moment for us, is understanding that as a collective, remember the firefighting analogy. Some of us put the fires out, some of us investigate how it started, and some of us put preventive measures in place. Some of us make recommendations, do education, some counsel because of the outcomes of the fires. Food insecurity is no different. SDOH is underneath all of that. So the aha moment for us as a collective of CBOs and nonprofits, learn to use the tools at our disposal to force multiply ourselves. We have to do that in order to handle a growing and monumental problem in the United States of being the richest country in the face of the earth, but yet have these exotically high rates of food insecurity and SDOH issues, right? It shouldn't be that way here. So we can help our governments on different levels break through by telling them, first of all, we want to do this as efficiently as possible. We want to put out as many fires as possible, as efficiently as possible, so that Bimbo and Sara Lee are not just throwing money at the wall. We are targeted and specific. After that, we want to be targeted and specific in pointing out to them and to the U.S. government, hey, here are the root causes. Let's throw a little bit of water on these things. And over time, doing it in a phased approach will make a dramatic dent in food insecurity and SDOH-related root causes. So
appreciate that. It took some of my closing thunder, and that's quite all right. we seem to think a lot alike lately. As we wrap up, I spent 30 years in corporate banking. So I remember sitting on the other side of this table with market leadership groups and others, and one of the common conversations that always came up in this world of philanthropy and doing good is, what's the ROI? What's the ROI? How do you determine ROI? And like every time, and I was actually one of those business guys going, what's the ROI? But what's the ROI? Here's what I've really been awakened to now being on this side of the aisle is that question will continue until there's good data. You cannot determine ROI without DATA. You just can't. And so that's the work that we're trying to do. And I would encourage other community-based organizations and impact groups that you're going to still hear that question until we really take a view at data very seriously. It's very important. And I hate using the word data. I know it's a business term. We're really talking about collecting the stories and what is impacting those lived experiences that are occurring. And I think as we begin to really close that gap, we will find ourselves starting to answer what the true return on investment is. There is a social impact. There is a social return on social investments. And our job as community-based organizations, while the Sara Lees and the Kroger, listen, we couldn't be up here. We couldn't do what we do if those organizations did not come and provide the funding to us to allow us to do this work. And so we see the value of that. And I think if I were to speak to my peers on to give a turn to what I asked you to do, to our community-based partners out there, the standardizing data is critical. There is not an incredible brand out there that they don't make the decisions. They make data-driven decisions. And on the community-based and the social impact side, we have to do the same thing. It's even more important for us. Why? Because we're in the business of doing good. And so we have to begin to focus in on driving a very high data standard and being able to communicate the impact that our organizations are doing. And so I knew that we would take up all the time and not leave much time for Q&A. But unless I get a cue, I think we're about, we got one question. All right, you may be the lucky one to get it in.
We're talking about community-based data. In my experience working with the community in Florida around these issues, there's data overload and surveying overload and assessment overload. Yeah. And so we'd really think, what are your ideas about looking at data, not these hard numbers, but these experiences, this lived experiences? What are we doing to support organizations like mine that may not have the data person that can help us identify we hear these stories all the time, but quantifying those stories is really hard. And then the platforms that we have available to use are expensive, and even at the nonprofit rate. So what are some of that solutions?
Yeah, you know what, I feel your pain so much. I'm fortunate, I am so fortunate to have an Ezekiel Brooks in-house, someone who's a 30-year architect who understood this work. Because I was asking that same question on day one, going, I don't even know where to start. I don't know what to do next. And if I were to guess, you have a variety of systems that don't talk to each other either. That's one of the things he's designing. We don't have a lot of time to go into that, but what I will tell you is we're collecting the story itself as well as the survey. And we're very careful on who and how we're partnering today, because the folks coming to us, it's about, we're the fourth or the fifth bounce. So, and to your point, they're going to these different services for help, and they're filling out the same application, and often in closed-in systems that aren't built by nonprofit technology folks like us. They're built by for-profit. So those systems are closed in, they don't work, and they don't want it work, and they don't want to share. They want to own the market. We're trying to figure out how to give it away So you can come to us, and maybe Denise will fund it, and then we will be able to give you that platform. That's the goal. And we're out of time. I'm so sorry, but thank you guys so much for your time. Come see us, talk to us afterwards.
Working? Hi. Hi, everybody. Okay, so I'm really excited about this next segment. You know, often when people think about sponsorships or companies being a part of something, they really see it as like pay for play. Like, let's just write a check and put a logo up, and that is not what's happening here at all today. And you're about to get a deep dive into the thinking of the president of the Kroger Foundation, Denise's mind. And the conversation is with somebody that I absolutely love. We are so lucky to have her here. She travels the world every single day of the year fighting for food and food systems. It's Danielle Nierenberg, who I call Danny. I have the privilege of being her friend. And hey, guys, woo-woo, come on, let's sit down, let's meet, let's hang out. Here she is. So she co-founded Food Tank with Bernard, who's right here too. And they are the people who bring everyone together around these conversations all over the country. And we're really instrumental, actually, in the White House conference I was speaking about earlier. So I would love to invite, and look at her. She's here injured as well.
I'm all good. Thank you.
And I have Denise, who is out there meeting with everybody, because that is what she is most passionate about. There she is. Come to the stage. And you guys are going to hear a deep dive, so please.
Hi, everybody. You're probably tired of me. Sorry.
Thank you so much, Natalie. No one's tired of Denise. I want to thank the production team and everyone behind the scenes for making these chairs possible for me. Let's give them a round of applause, please. I am so happy to be back here at Future of Food. It's a wonderful place and a wonderful venue to discuss all sorts of issues. So thank you all for being here. Again, I'm Danny Nierenberg. I'm co-founder with Bernard Pollock of Food Tank. We are a research and advocacy organization devoted to telling stories of hope and success in food and agriculture systems across the globe. And we really do that, thank you, to inspire, motivate, and activate positive transformation in our food systems, to change how we produce and consume food. So again, an honor to be here, an honor to be on the stage with Denise. For those of you who didn't see see her throughout this event, she is the Senior Director of Sustainability and Social Impact at Kroger, and she is also the president of the Zero Hunger, Zero Waste Foundation. Give Denise a round of applause, please. Denise, I'm so excited to be sitting here with you. We get to talk a lot, I know, but it's hardly ever one-on-one.
That is very true.
And you're always very stylish, so nice. Thanks for dressing up. So Natalie was just talking about the White House conference on hunger, nutrition, and health that was held in September last year. And the Biden-Harris administration really called on stakeholders, especially the private sector, companies, to make really solid commitments and to push these issues forward, to reduce diet-related disparities, to end hunger, of course, and also increase physical activity, among other things. And so I'm wondering if you could share what the commitments Kroger has made around these issues and what you hope sort of comes out of it.
I can certainly do that. So I will try. So we are one of many. So Kroger has been part of the conference on hunger, nutrition, and health, and we did make some big commitments as part of the work that happened at the end of last year and still continues to be top of mind. And we have some of our friends in the room who we will be working with. So one of the commitments we made was to work in partnership with the Rockefeller Foundation, American Heart Association, and others on a really big new research program. And Rockefeller is the expert on that, by the way. And we have folks here. We've been talking with them for many years too. And so really excited to see that it's going to be a long-term, thoughtfully designed, comprehensive research program with clinical trials. So this is not going to happen tomorrow. This is going to take some time to develop. But it's going to be a really robust piece of work, and I've been a fan of the Rockefeller Foundation's work, specifically in the food space, for many years. And you guys have done really great work. So, and really excited to talk with you more today. And what I love about Food Tank, by the way, I love talking to Dani. She challenges us. So I will say these are good conversations because she asks hard questions. And I usually tell her, if I don't know the answer, I will just say I don't know the answer. But these are really hard topics that need to be discussed transparently and publicly. And so we're always happy to kind of share where we are. So the other thing we're doing, if you've been here for a couple of the sessions, is the other commitment we made to align with the administration's work was through the Innovation Fund. So through the Zero Hunger, Zero Waste Foundation and our signature program, the Innovation Fund, we're going to do our third grant funding round focused on the topic of food as medicine, which we've talked about today, on increasing health equity, improving food access, because we think that food should be healthy, delicious, and affordable for everyone. So that is part of our mission, incredibly hard to do it.
Right.
But that's kind of where we've been. And we have a lot more that we're doing in that space, but those were some of the bigger commitments we made as part of that work.
Absolutely, and I know the work with the Rockefeller Foundation and the American Heart Association is very long-term, but for me, it's kind of an unusual collaboration. And I wonder if you think of it that way.
Yeah, I do. It's big for us. I think it's a really big deal, and I'm really excited about it. And we are actually in conversations now to help understand how we can help. So we're not even sure yet what role Kroger and Kroger Health will play because we want to have the conversations to understand what would be most useful. But as a grocery retailer with millions of households who shop with us all the time, we also have pharmacy and retail health clinics through the little clinics. So we have 500,000 associates. We work with health systems. We just have a lot of interest and access in that space. So we are going to discover along the way how we can help.
Yeah.
So I think we're kind of talking with Rockefeller Foundation and American Heart Association for what they want to do and how they want to do it. And then we will fill in to help wherever we can support.
No, it's really exciting, and I thank you for that work because it is long-term. It takes a long time. Kroger is not going to get sort of immediate benefits from it, and I think that's also risky for a company to invest that sort of, long-term thinking, long-term doing, and I wonder if there's been pushback.
So no, I think we are at the stage where we hope to learn, like we all need to learn. So there are so many great ideas out there. And we've tested a lot of them. We've done pilots in our stores for something, for example, called produce prescriptions. Which I don't think anyone wants, by the way. Like, it just doesn't sound delicious. But it was also really hard to get our customers to be excited about that. But is there some magic there? Maybe. I think there's work that we can still do to discover through the research like this on, and I think this body of research is hoping to be kind of definitive on what solutions actually help.
Right.
How they can improve health outcomes, and then maybe we lean into those and scale those. So I think we aren't going to have answers right away, clearly, but we're hopeful that we will have more definitive direction through research like this. But in the meantime, our innovation fund work will happen this year to get that started so that we have some short-term work too. And then we're, again, lifting up the work of people here in this room, like Joy and Rick and others, who are doing it today. So we can support today, both with the work that our business does and food that we have maybe surplus in our stores, but also philanthropic funding to help get things going now and learn more about what does look like help.
Sure. You mentioned the word prescription and how people might not want, food is medicine sometimes makes me feel like, oh, food shouldn't be medicine, it should be full of joy. And I just wonder, as somebody who is part of the company and part of the foundation, how we bring the joy back to the work that we do. Also joy from the Cook's Nook, but also the joy as happiness.
Yes. So one thing we learned last year, one of my big takeaways from South by Southwest in 2022 and working with the community of collaborators here was the future of food has to be delicious. And we have to provide a wide range of choices, and it has to be culturally relevant. I have to know how to cook it. I have to like it. It has to taste great. It has to be easy, affordable, accessible to everyone. And I think that when I say it, it sounds like so simple, but it's hard to do. And I think at the same time, we're trying to nudge behavior toward healthier options, but they still have to taste great.
Right.
Or people aren't going to buy them. And I always say, Kroger, we have a great culinary innovation team, and they put new products on the shelf, hundreds of them every year. But if nobody buys them, they could be the most sustainably produced, responsibly sourced, healthy, nutritious, et cetera, items you could ever find. But if people don't know about them or don't buy them, they won't stay on shelf for very long. Because we are a retailer.
Sure.
And we do have to sell the food.
No, and that makes perfect sense. Another question that brings up for me, and we've talked about this a lot before, is access and affordability and also environmental sustainability. These are hard things to combine. And as a company and as a foundation, the question for me always comes up, how do you pay for this? Because you want people to eat better. People want to eat better in a lot of cases. But it's hard to have all of these things in place, especially that sustainability piece. And so the question is, how do we pay for this?
Great question. And again, I don't have that answer.
Me neither.
I wish I did. And I think we often hear, even our CEO, Rodney McMullen, often says, if it was easy and if we knew the answer, we would do it. This is really hard. You are going to hear in the next couple sessions a little bit of a turn into the sustainability side of our work. And some of the organizations we work with who are focused on climate, biodiversity, conservation, habitat loss, all that. Incredibly important work. I think what we're trying to do, and this is as a community, is incredibly hard because we're trying to transform and change the food system. And the food system as it is today and the global supply chain, because we source food, we have US operations, we sell food in the US, but we have a global supply chain. The food system and supply chain developed over decades for very specific reasons, and largely to feed at a commercial scale. So it is trying to introduce change, more sustainable agricultural production methods, more equitable work for the people who are making the world's food, growing it, harvesting it, transporting it. I always say everything on our shelves, and we have big stores, everything on our shelves has a story about where it came from, who grew it, who made it, who drove it, and how it got on the shelf. And then we hope you guys will buy it. So it is hard, and it's really complicated, but it's but I love that we are here talking about it.
Right, it's definitely complex. And I'm not trying, I mean, I've known you for a long time, you know, like, I feel like we're colleagues, we're friends. But I do have this question, and again, I'm not kissing up. I just wonder why there aren't more retailers like Kroger who think in this way. So you're thinking about access and affordability, and it's not that they're not out there, but thinking about environmental sustainability, thinking about the story of the food that they bring to the shelf, but in a really genuine way. And that's what I've always gotten from you, Denise, that it's genuine, that it's earnest work that you're doing. But I don't always feel like that from other retailers who are trying to enter this space. So it's a comment, but the question is, you know, when we talked about this when we were talking about the White House sustainability commitments, we want to sort of peer pressure other companies to do better. So how can we get more Denises at retailers?
Well, I would argue, thank you, but I would argue that other retailers are doing things too. And we don't all lead in the same way or in the same space, but
Sure.
they are out there and they are doing great work. So we see it because we see them at meetings like this too, and other places. So I would offer that they are all helping, and often it's in their own unique way that fits with their own business model. And I think that's also, and I forgot to answer the question about who pays and how we pay for this. I'm sorry. And I think that again, that's something we don't fully understand, but we do have to. We will probably likely all contribute and pay in some way, and that is at every step in the food system and supply chain. So it's not, you know, we are retail. The beauty of retail is we are closest to the customer. The difficulty is that our customers are struggling, and they are trying to make ends meet and feed their families, and so we cannot just all raise prices. That's not the answer. So along the chain, everyone has to do their part to help pay for it. You know, a lot of this is, and it's been delayed because of the pandemic, a lot of this is farmers trying to invest in new infrastructure on the farm. Very costly equipment. This is not free. And so how do we introduce changes in an economically sustainable way so that they can continue farming and growing of the food, and doing all the good work, because we need them.
Absolutely. I mean, you mentioned something before about, you know, the equitable part, the respect part is what gets me. And I think that's really important because you're talking about farmers, and we don't respect farmers enough. And we certainly, you know, there was a time during the beginning of the pandemic where like, oh, farmers, thank you so much. And we've forgotten that. And I wonder how a company like Kroger or the Zero Hunger, Zero Waste Foundation brings that respect back. Because food as medicine is totally dependent on farmers.
It's very much. And so we have someone here you'll hear from soon from FarmLink, one of our grantees doing amazing work that got started up during the pandemic. But yes, so I've had the good fortune of being on many farms in the past year, probably more than ever in my career, and I'm always amazed by the hard work that they do. And I would also say I'm always impressed by how much they care for their work, for the land, for their workers, for the animals that they take care of, that might ultimately make their way to our plate. So these are people who, you know, I went to our egg farmer in Indiana, 6th generation family farmers, MPS Egg Farms in Indiana. Amazing. Lovely story. The father, the 5th generation, just retired as CEOs. The 2 brothers are now co-CEOs, the Krause family. And it's just really rewarding to get back to that, get back on the farm and see what's really happening there. And I do think we have to make that more visible.
Sure.
And so you're going to feature tomorrow on your event, Sandra from Kipster Farms. So that's another great story. And I think if anyone wants to hear more, happy to talk with you separately or tune in tomorrow. But you can watch a live stream of the hens running around on the farm in Indiana. And it's an amazing carbon neutral, more sustainable production, cage-free, upcycled, you know, food waste. It's just a beautiful story. And then what we're trying to do as the retail partner is get our customers to buy the eggs.
Yeah, it is a really great story, and since you already gave it a plug, I'm going to give it another short plug. Please come to Houston-Tillotson University tomorrow, starting at 9 a.m. for our All Things Food event. Everyone is welcome. Just email me at danielle@foodtank.com if you need to register. But thank you, and Denise will be there, and so many other friends as well. Denise, you know, the egg story is one I think that's been very challenging for a lot of retailers. And so I'm wondering how you instill trust and transparency. You know, you said folks can watch the live stream of the chickens running around. That's really exciting. How can we create more trust for consumers so they actually feel like their money is going towards something that they feel good about?
Yeah, there's a lot of ways, and we always encourage our customers to shop in ways that align with your values and what's important to you. One thing that we do at Kroger is we manage a very large portfolio of environmental and social topics. And we have a strategy that has 3 pillars, and it's people, planet, and systems. So reflecting that a lot of these topics are also very interconnected and interrelated. And you'll hear a little bit more from Lisa Zawak, our head of sustainability, coming up soon, and our longtime partners in conservation at World Wildlife Fund and so many more. But we always put people first. And that's actually also why Zero Hunger comes before Zero Waste in our name. People come first. So we do want to increase access to affordable, fresh, healthy foods that are produced more sustainably and responsibly sourced, but they can't be a luxury good for people who consume them. So, but these are difficult conversations, as we know the urgency of planet-related topics continues to, you know, be visible every day. So it is trying to balance all of these different trade-offs as we make decisions. And you guys do it when you shop every day. And you're doing the good work in the community, so you probably know how this feels. But it is about choices. And I think what we try to do is to be very transparent on where we're making the choices. So for example, this year on eggs, between supply chain impacts from the pandemic, the really, you know, tragic outbreak of avian influenza among the chicken population and the hens out there, and inflation. Our customers have told us very clearly that they need us to provide the most affordable eggs. That's just really important to them. So we can't sacrifice customers having access to very affordable protein for their families. It's just one of the most affordable proteins, and they want it at a great price. And we are committed to making that happen. So we're trying to work to balance. We actually extended our roadmap for our cage-free egg commitment. And we said we're going to achieve 70% cage-free by 2030 because we can do it in an economically sustainable way for the business and continue keeping eggs affordable for our customers.
And we have to, and like, I mean, that's the right kind of strategy that a business needs to take. But you've had some pushback from different kinds of nonprofits and advocates. That must be difficult.
It's difficult, but we are very candid about why we're doing what we're doing. And so what they also have invited us to do, and we have an open door policy. We talk with all of the advocacy groups and activists throughout the year. So we know them very well, they know us, and sometimes we agree to disagree, but we talk to all of them. In this case, we said, this is how we are prioritizing impacts for this topic. So we are gonna put people first this year, and we are actually Kroger and the Our Brands team. So Simple Truth is the team that brought the Kipster system from the Netherlands to the middle of Indiana. And so we are investing in more sustainable production. We're investing in higher welfare animal protein production, which we all need. But we have to do it in a way that enables us to keep serving our customers.
Right, and it doesn't happen overnight. These changes.
No, and we unfortunately had to extend our roadmap, but we had 3 years of disruption and delay in infrastructure investments on farms because in the middle of the pandemic, and we saw this in the pork supply chain too.
Right.
It was remarkable how hard it was to keep products on shelf. And we called it the stocking up period, but you guys might remember that sometimes shelves were a little bare and people were getting worried. And so our phrase at the time was, shop responsibly, buy what you need, and use what you buy. So just, be thoughtful about your choices.
Right.
And then that did push back some of our roadmaps, but we are actually able, thanks to the work internally and with our suppliers, we are keeping our 100% group housed pork commitment. That was another animal welfare commitment that has been the topic of a lot of controversy. So we are working with the business. We have these requirements spelled out in our supply contracts, and we're making it happen on time. For eggs, we needed a little bit more time,
Sure.
and we were very open about that, and we explained why.
That's why transparency is so important for any company involved in this. That leads, I have two more questions. One, child labor has been so much in the news. The New York Times had a huge piece on child labor, but Kroger has made commitments, for more ethical supply chains for a long time, and I'm wondering if you can talk about that.
Yeah, see, Danny always asks the hard questions. So I think, and I continue to learn, I actually personally lead the human rights work at Kroger, which is an incredible learning experience for me, and I've really enjoyed it. I think we believed for a very long time that production facilities, that our suppliers' production facilities in the United States were lower risk. I think for a lot of reasons, we've seen that landscape change over the past several years, partly due to the pandemic.
Right.
Increasing immigration from even children without adults with them, without
Right.
parents entering the U.S. And so I think there just are a lot of things happening now that speak to people trying to get by and
Sure.
and feeling the pressure to earn money and buy food and raise their families. So our human rights commitment started about 3 years ago, but we are actually increasing the scope of our what we call social compliance work, which is we have a vendor code of conduct. All of our suppliers agree to our code of conduct when they do business with Kroger. And then we are putting a human rights due diligence process in place and actually expanding it. It's been in place for several years, but we're expanding it to our suppliers' US facilities so that we have increased oversight and so that we know and we circle back and check as much as we can. We can't make
Sure.
it to every facility,
Sure.
but we check and see if they are in fact upholding that code of conduct and responsibly managing their operations. And we have to trust our suppliers to put the right management systems in place to operate responsibly. But we are checking up on them too.
That's great. That's great. We're out of time, but I'm going to leave you with one last question for 30 seconds. Rick asked you about your magic wand before, if you had a magic wand. And I wonder when it comes to the people who are involved with Kroger, whether it's the workers or the people on the executive team or the people who work with the foundation, what you hope to see over the next 2 years. What kind of, if you could say it in a couple of words.
Yeah, I think 2023 is going to be our year. I'm just saying. Like, we have had 3 years of really challenging times, everybody. Even toward the end of 2022, we were starting to make a turn. I was starting to feel like we were being able to focus attention back on some of these issues that are near and dear to our hearts.
Right.
That really were delayed or set aside in these really hard years that we had. But now we are operationalizing our work. So all of our environmental and social commitments, we're actually integrating into our business strategies. And our leaders are coming to us and asking how they can help. And they're coming to us and saying, how can I measure my success to meet and support our environmental and social impact goals? And so that gives me a lot of hope because we
Right.
are seeing our business leaders take ownership for the goals that we have been advocating for in the background for so long.
Right. It's
Yeah.
really exciting. Thank you for that kind of work, Denise. You are a leader in this space. Please thank Denise Osterhus, please. Thank you all. And thank you to the Future of Food. It was so wonderful to be back.
Thank you to Danny.
Hello. Hi. Hi. It's me again. Yep, it's me. So I am really, really excited about this conversation. I keep saying that, but I really am. I'm Natalie Byrne. I work in impact strategy. My firm is called Blank Space. And the reason it's called Blank Space is because that's the space we have to get to make change. And that's the space where creativity and disruption, different kind of stakeholders come together. We think of the private sector and the nonprofit sector and the government sector coming together to make a difference. And that is what we're about to talk about. We are about to talk about collaborations that disrupt the status quo to really, really problem solve. So I'm so excited to invite my panelists up. We have Emily from Google, Mike from FarmLink, and Katie from Refed. So please get ready for an amazing conversation. Oh, gentlemen. Oh my gosh. Also, Mike, I love the hat. You are rocking it. I am like super jealous of that look. Okay, I'll give everybody a second to fill in. So I was just chatting about, really trying to frame up that space that we need to go to collaborate. What makes for a good partnership, what doesn't, and how that really can drive both business and solutions forward. So I'm going to start by having everyone introduce themselves, tell us their organization, and really, if you could just talk about where you are in the food ecosystem so we can start to build that idea of who the players are and how you guys may be interacting.
All right. Hi, everyone. It's nice to be back here. The stage is always a very friendly place to be. My name is Emily Ma. I work for Google. It's okay if you don't know what Google is. We have a search engine, and we also provide maps and some other services. We try. So our mission at Google is to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. So you can insert the word food in there, and it becomes organize the world's food information and make it universally accessible and useful. And so I have the honor and pleasure of really focusing my time and energy at Google to organize our efforts in food security and reduction of food waste globally. I have also the great honor of working with both Refed and the FarmLink project, so I'll hand it off to Katie next.
Thank you. Thank you. And my name is Katie Hart. I'm the operations director at Refed. I am just thrilled to be here today, and huge thanks to everyone on the Future of Food team for hosting us, and to Kroger for making this happen. At Refed, we are a national nonprofit advancing data-driven solutions to the problem of food waste here in the United States. And we fill a couple of unique roles and candidly very fun roles in the space. And the common thread between those is serving as a hub or almost a switchboard operator, if you will. And we do this in data, in capital, and in human connections. So really being someone who's able to bring data or capital or people together so that we can drive more meaningful action. And the language we use at Refed to describe this is the big tent. And what really underpins all of that is inclusion. Inclusive mindsets, both on the part of Refed as well as our partners. Over to you, Mike.
My name is Mike Meyer. I am with the FarmLink Project. We are a national hunger-fighting charity. It is actually led by a group of incredibly talented, young, passionate folks that are just recently out of college. And clearly I'm the exception, and I'm probably 3 times the age of the average age of FarmLink. But they got involved right at the start of the pandemic. And I like to tell them that wasn't quite like charging hell with a bucket of water, but it wasn't that far off. But they saw the food waste at the farms, and they saw the hunger lines at the food banks, and they started connecting farms to the food banks and to the independent charities. And FarmLink is still led by that same group of talented young folks. It now includes over 500 college students in its legacy. It has rescued about 100 million pounds of produce across this nation and has fed tens of millions of people.
Oh my gosh. See, it's already so good. Think about that. College student who's seeing a problem in their own backyard innovates, makes some calls, thinks about all of these different ways that they can build coalitions to really help those that are hungry. It's really inspiring, actually, just to think about the power of one individual coming together with others and building partnerships around what they're passionate about. So to get into that a little bit more, we're really looking at knowing Google as a technology company. I love how you frame that, do we know Google? Of course we do. This is something that touches everyone's lives. I'd love if you would just speak a little bit more about what that means when you add the word food in. Google Food, what does that mean? Because if you're really building an ecosystem around all of these various things that are happening, it's almost like at your fingertips. You can, maybe solutions are emerging and you're able, to really share that with all of us. So I'd love to learn more about this.
So it's actually kind of a layered onion. So let's peel back the layers of the onion. So number one, I'm always blown away when I go to like YouTube and like some chicken recipe or some shorts has like 40 million views. And I'm like, wow, people are coming to YouTube to just look for a chicken recipe to like make use of their leftover chicken breast from the night before. And so naturally, like there's a lot of information that's getting passed backwards and forwards. Same thing, during the pandemic, we were one of the first to see, trending food insecurity, because people would literally go and type into the search bar, free food near me or food pantry near me, and we could see at a pretty granular level where those spikes were happening and the growth rates or the sustaining rates across the country and the world. When it comes to the work that we do at Google, it is like a layered onion. So I spoke about sort of everyone, right? So we have 8 platforms that reach 1 billion people or more each: YouTube, Google Search, Maps, etc. Then there's supporting our partners. So Kroger is an incredible partner to us. We do a lot of work with them in many different ways. And so how can we step up and help Kroger's and other food companies in the world, really, tackle their goals, whether it's zero hunger waste, whether it's something else. So that's supporting our partners, and Refed and Farmlink Project are partners, right? And then finally, there's a leading at Google, which is within Google, we're almost 25 years old as of this year. Even in day one, our founders were like, food is going to be really important to bringing our staff together. And so they invested in free lunch. And we still have that program going. It's about 250,000 meals a day in 54 countries and 170 cities. So we learn a lot when we are feeding some 170,000 people in 54 countries. And so those are 3 layers when we think about food at Google. I sort of operate in all 3 in various ways, and we have to really address food waste and food insecurity through all 3 domains. And I will say one thing. I want to sort of thank Refed and the Farmlink Project being at the table here, because Google is really good at information. So moving ones and zeros around is kind of our secret sauce. We don't know how to move things around. And so the business of moving food around, like the 500 college students who are helping to organize the movement of now over 100 million pounds of food in the last 2.5 years, that is phenomenal. And whatever we can do to support activity like that with good information at the right time, the right place, we're going to step in and try to do.
But it's also so encouraging to think about you inside of this, giant think tank of an organization. I mean, we're talking about a problem that so often doesn't have a face to it, that we are talking about these numbers and we don't know where they are. And the fact that you can actually have some of that information of like, wow, look at this community, that all of these people are reaching out for food in this community. What's going on? So I do think that data is so important when it highlights a problem. And then as we have 2 big solutionists up here, if I can call you that, can help and fill that. They can use that. So let's talk a little bit about data and technology, and both of you just speak to how that drives the work you're doing.
Sure, and happy to start that. For Refed, a prime example of how we're using technology and data is our Insights engine. We launched the Insights engine in 2021 with incredibly generous funding from Kroger, so thank you, Denise, if you're still in the room. And this is a suite of web tools that are publicly available. They're completely free to use, and they let stakeholders of every single type go on a journey to really understand the problem of food waste, the what, the how, the why, what types are being wasted, and then more importantly, dig into those solutions. on a really nitty-gritty level to understand what challenges might I face in implementing these solutions, what financing is required, what other stakeholders do I need to work with. I know we're talking about collaboration, that really brings in that collaboration point too. What are the attendant benefits of addressing this solution? And you can even go as far as then clicking into our solution provider directory and finding folks who are providing that solution today that you can actually email or pick up the phone and call them and say, let's work together. Or how can you help my organization implement waste tracking? Or how can I work with you as my new donation partner? So it really is meant to provide both data to make better informed decisions, but also that actionable pipeline of starting to implement solutions. We also have tools that track the capital and the policy landscape in the United States, because those are two really key levers to driving the solutions forward. And what this does is it creates better accessibility to the data. Before we had the Insights engine, all of us were working off of PDF reports. Sometimes we had a slightly dynamic graph here or there, but we were working off PDF reports, and they really had two scales. One was really high level national data, sometimes at the sector level, or you had this really zoomed in data that was maybe an academic report on tomatoes in Florida. If you are working at any stage of the supply chain, that data at either of those sizes is almost completely irrelevant to you. You have to break out the adding machine, you have to crunch your own numbers, do your own graphs, you have to contextualize everything. There's still a whole research project associated with making that apply to you. So now with the Insights engine, it's by no means perfect, but it really helps people see themselves in the data and customize the graphs, play around with the little toggles on the screen, and actually see, what does this mean for me as a restaurateur in Georgia, where I'm managing multiple SKUs or multiple food products, and what are the solutions that really correspond for me, and who can I go work with? So making that data more accessible and more actionable is what technology has helped us be able to do. And that's a really complex example. And in a more simple example, and I know you guys use Slack too, we just launched a Slack community for our Food Waste Action Network. Our Food Waste Action Network is a group of 1,000 community members. It's again a free community to join for anyone who's active or interested in food waste. Before we launched our Slack community, people could attend webinars, get newsletters, they could be manually connected by my colleague Lily Hurd, but we were basically a bottleneck to people getting connected. And now that we have this Slack community, people can connect freely when they want to. They can share resources, they can share underutilized assets, they can highlight food that they need help moving, all sorts of things. And it again opens up accessibility to community resources. So there's really complex ways that we can use technology and really simple ways that we can use it.
I mean, wow, okay, right? Let's just give a round of applause. Yeah, I mean, the level. I mean, we're at South by Southwest. This is a place that is about tech, it is about innovation, but this room really cares about solving some of the major issues in food systems. And I'm so inspired of the level of detail and bringing people together. And thank you. Thank you for going so deep in. I was just sitting here oh my gosh. Mike, I mean, I don't know, 500 college students passionate about this sounds like a wild ride. How has it been? Tell me.
Oh no, it's a blast. And y'all can look at me and you can figure out that I'm a child of Big Ag. And Big Ag, we crunch big data. And we crunch a lot of data. And we love to get down in the dirt. And we say things like, we're going to understand something from the soil bed to the stomach, and every step along the way, okay? And then, of course, what we want to do, and what we're addressing here is how to defeat hunger, how to improve this climate, right? And that sort of thing, and how we can do this collaboratively. Okay, so we have engaging conversations. So this is what we do at FarmLink. So Katie may publish, not to personalize it, but ReFed may publish some information on waste, and it might be in the potato industry, and then we will take that data and we will dial it down, and we will actually get into the weeds of this waste. And then we'll say, well, where can we recover? Oh, by the way, there's only 782 potato farmers in Idaho. We can reach them, okay? And these passionate hunger-fighting students can reach them, and we want to advocate to them, and we want to advocate months in advance because we're trying to solve the shelf life puzzle. We don't want to hand produce to our clients that is only going to last 3 days, right? We want them to enjoy some level of shelf life with that. And then we're crunching data to see how we can get this logistics system to flow like healthy, fresh water into the hands of the food insecure. And these young, passionate folks at FarmLink, they have fabulous visions and goals. And then the gritty guy like me kind of comes along and says, okay, these are the 782 potato farmers in Idaho. These are the 49 watermelon fellows in Texas. Let's go meet them. Let's talk about how we're going to rescue this produce and when we're going to rescue this produce and how we're going to get it out of here. So the agencies that are trying to distribute it along the way, they can plan for it coming and they can set up their distributions because we have to get this food into the hands of the food insecure. And we're not just knee-jerk reacting all the time. Now, the other thing in terms of data and the communication channels is we dive deep. If we said to the food banks are wonderful members of their community. They're fantastic. But we need to move produce through more channels than just food banks. We have got to get it quickly into a distribution state into the most food insecure areas at the lowest possible cost. And we use data, and I would not be the gentleman that my mother and grandmother would expect me to be if I did not thank Katie and Emily and Denise and other donors that have sponsored FarmLink along the way.
Can I just do a shout out to the FarmLink folks? Like, it wasn't like they called a few farmers. They called 400 before one of them picked up. Like, that is serious persistence. And I was supposed to call James and convince him to stay in school. By the end of a half-hour conversation, I told him to, like, quit school and go do the work. Like, that was how important it was.
That's a good mentoring conversation, right?
Right.
I love that you were put in charge of keeping him in school and you were like, no, we need this guy in the world. Yeah. So this conversation could have been just on data and technology and using our platforms, but it's not. And that's what's so exciting. It's actually about collaboration because we're each in our lane and we're seeing the problem from one viewpoint. But as soon as we sit at a table together, it's so much easier to identify these blind spots, these gaps. And I think it's amazing that all three of these people on stage have collaborated. They've collaborated with Kroger. We're here talking about what do we need to do together? How do we enter into these partnerships, both with like all of our expertise, but also knowing that we don't know everything and that's why we'll work better together. So I would love to talk about that with you guys. Process for good collaboration. Emily, let's start with you.
Oh gosh, can I just do another shout out since like it's all family here? Yeah. Sophia from Cargill, can you raise your hand? Back in the back. Okay, and then Michael Peter from Google Cloud and Reskewed. Please go check out their work. They just launched Reskewed in Austin, which is amazing, and this is a collaboration between Cargill, Cisco, and Google. Big deal. So well done, guys. That's collaboration right there. How about that? That's my example. I'm just taking advantage of the moment. With the FarmLink project and with ReFed, I think collaboration, really starts with an understanding that I think maybe it was your panel this morning with the Travis County folks. Like, if you want to go far, go alone, no doubt. But if you want to go fast, you go alone, no doubt. Sorry, got that wrong. But if you want to go far, you have to go together. Yes. And so we choose as Google to work with ReFed, FarmLink, Cargill, Cisco, and all these other companies because we know humbly that we're not that great at food. We're great at information, but we're not that great in food. So we have to lean into incredible experts who are really, really, really great at their fields to go far in the food system. I think for me, collaboration means that we show up with what we uniquely can provide, and then we are humble enough to realize that we are just one seat at the table. Like technology alone, I will be the first to say, technology alone does not solve the food system issues that we have. Yes. All right, so I will make a pitch for something that we are working on with Refed, with the Farmling Project, with a few others. Going back to the conversation with US Hunger and Ezekiel Brooks saying no nonprofit should pay more money for their data and tech than a for-profit company. Like, we are trying to open source everything that we do and make data resources available to everyone so that data and tech is free, because we know how hard you're already working if you're running a nonprofit. So I'll give you one more example of when I think about collaboration. We gave a grant to Feeding America for $10 million because we know that they are on the front lines. There's somebody knocking at their door every day, sometimes in the millions, to get food. They don't have time to implement a new barcoding system in their back of house. They don't have time to improve their inventory system because there's somebody waiting there at the front door. So we specifically made grants to 32 food banks in the country who we knew were struggling with tech the most. And we know that somebody might be spending literally their entire time dealing with inventory because they don't have tech that could unlock that time for humans to become more humans, which is what Ezekiel Brooks said this morning. Yep. So kudos to you wherever you're at, US Hunger. We can do a lot more.
So strong. Mike, I did a little bit of, I always do research on my panelists so I can, like, you know, surprise them that I know about their childhood. No. So, Mike, I do think, though, that you worked at Feeding America, didn't you?
Yes.
Right? So you've been at the macro level of this work, and now you are working with students who are grassroots collaborators. Speak a little bit about collaboration from your lens.
Okay, so Feeding America is a wonderful organization, and they're great to me, and we collaborate with Feeding America and its member network all the time. And I should tell y'all that if I would have stayed at Feeding America, my 10 years with Feeding America and or a member in the network, it would have been 10 years on President's Day. But I left Feeding America to go to FarmLink last October. Okay, so I always wonder sometimes, like, how much time do we have and how much in the weeds do we really want to get? But okay,
get in the weeds.
Okay,
please.
what Emily is here is one huge change. Everybody's systems can be improved. There's no doubt about it. And what Google is doing for Feeding America is a blessing. Moving from the organized national mothership, if you will, to the independent world, there was a massive gap. And truly with produce, timing is everything. And we really do need to dive down and into the weeds. And we need to connect with these charities. And what Emily is doing is a blessing. And Emily and I were talking about this with her team last August in a facility down here. And they're explaining this platform to me, and I'm looking at it, and honestly, I didn't quite understand. But I got what they were saying. They were saying, if somebody raises their hand and says, I have food to donate, can we get hunger-fighting charities to raise their hand and say, I'll take it? And I was listening through my Feeding America lens. And I thought, okay. And then I got into the other lens. And I wrote Emily a text like 2 weeks later, and I said, Emily, I learned something every day. We need this technology out here so bad it's not even funny. And we just need it. And it needs to be on their smartphone or however it needs to be. Okay, so I hope I answered the question in that regard in terms of the contrast. Yes? Okay, but you look like we still want to get into the weeds a little bit more, right? Okay, so, all right, so when we get donated produce, right, we hope that it'll last 5 to 7 days, right? And what FarmLink is very good at is diving down in these weeds and connecting into these agencies, but we're still doing that via telephone and email. And if there was some way that a charity in the middle of New Jersey would say, you know, I could really use something on Friday, chances are we're probably going to find it. And not only that is, we would like to know how many they can take. So if somebody says, hey, I've got 2 pallets of this, and we're like, I'll tell you what, that 2 pallets will work with them. What FarmLink does is it will pay the distribution cost of that to get it to the small charities, so the small charities don't have to worry about finding the freight budget. and we'll say, here it comes on Thursday. And if the smaller hunger fighting charity knows that, then the whole system is more nimble. We know exactly where to go with it. They know it's coming. They can line up their volunteers. Their families will be there. Those that we serve will be there to pick it up. It will be that much more fresh. We can book the carrier ahead of time so the carrier can count on that load being picked up on. We can pick the right size carrier, right? And we can get that for them.
I mean, I think what's evident from this panel is the passion that each of them personally have. And again, in order to really innovate the world of food systems, we have to continue to push ourselves to think bigger. We have to continue to hold ourselves up to a standard of, am I stretching? Am I thinking about this? And Mike, you've really demonstrated that thoughtfulness for us, so thank you. Katie, I didn't forget, I want you to weigh in on this.
Sure. You know, we collaborate in so many different ways, you know, including with Google, including with FarmLink. And, you know, one project that really stands out for me on collaboration is actually our Pacific Coast Food Waste Commitment. It's an initiative where you see collaboration kind of vertically throughout the supply chain, horizontally throughout the supply chain. And it's an initiative where ReFed is working with World Wildlife Fund, WRAP out of the UK, and Cascadia Policy Solutions. We're also partnering with a dozen or so cities, counties, and states on the West Coast. So you have kind of this public engagement. And then on top of that, we're working with a dozen or so food business signatories from retail, manufacturing, food service, and hospitality. And then add to that, we're working with a whole slew of different solution providers who actually helping those food businesses pilot and test out real tangible solutions in their operations and then publish case studies so the rest of the world can understand how that actually worked for them, you know, what operationally it was like to implement, what challenges they faced, what results they attained, how much did it cost, things like that. And these companies and these jurisdictions and you know, us nonprofit partners, you know, assisting just, you know, to keep it going. It's a great example of both a public-private partnership, but also pre-competitive engagement. I think something that really stands out to us is when partners are willing to start to trust one another in ways that we haven't seen before, whether that's in pre-competitive engagements or if we come back to the insights engine, so many businesses have trusted us with their data. And it's that data, or even with their time to share insights or to poke holes in what we've done. We couldn't build the insights engine without the hundreds of folks that trust us to take their work and treat it with integrity and dignity. And so those types of collaborations and, you know, especially in that kind of pre-competitive space, which I know is a scary word for some folks and hopefully less and less so nowadays, that really moves mountains in how we can move forward, because whether we're talking about food waste really specifically or sustainability more broadly, it doesn't stop at, you know, any border, whether that's our kitchen, our company, our country. And no individual entity is going to solve it alone. Like it just,
oh my gosh.
It just will not.
So I will make this very concrete. Google would not have its global food waste goals without ReFed. We leaned into the ReFed solutions provider database. We leaned into the ReFed data to build the case. It took us a year to build the case, but the 20 solution areas that we have were directly informed by ReFed's work. So thank you there. Thank you.
Huge.
And I'll also give a nod to, you know, Kroger has more ambitious food waste reduction goals than most corporates, and they are a beacon for others to set new goals. And it's every time a new, you know, company, city, state, startup company puts out a goal like that, it inspires others to move forward.
Yes. Yes. So many big points. I just want to pull out a couple of them. You know, I work on a lot of public-private partnerships, and a mistake I see made often is that we only think of the private sector or a brand as writing a check. And there's so much more there around resources and knowledge and making sure in all the partnerships that you're building, really diving into the information, the expertise. I always encourage people to talk to the marketing department. How can you actually reach their consumers? Like have these really creative conversations and come to the table in a different way. And you'll be really surprised. As you heard, all three of them have benefited from this work they've done together. Another point I just want to make and emphasize that I've been hearing is industry-wide change and pre-competitive, right? So I've worked both with in the gender space and the food space around bringing competitors in the marketplace together to really work on the system. And Katie, thank you so much for making that point, because we're only going to win if we all win together. And you know, actually, maybe before we move from that, Emily, this would be a question for you. Have you come to the table with someone that you've considered a competitor out in the marketplace? And has that something? And the other question I want to ask you, in case you don't want to answer that one, is internally, right? We actually have to build diverse teams inside of our organizations. So it's very important that we're not working in a silo as a foundation, that maybe we're pulling in the marketing department again, we're pulling in CFO, we're pulling in the executive team, HR. We have an ear to the different dynamic places that a company of that size is working. So would you speak a little bit to that then?
I can talk about both. The answer to the first one is yes, I have friends in other tech companies, but it starts with individuals. Sometimes if you're working for a corporation with 180,000 people, you got to take a risk. So I have friends at every other tech company that we can speak of, and we speak very openly and privately about our respective struggles within our own organizations, and the pre-competitiveness starts there. I'm not going to name them, but I have very open conversations with them, and we share as much as we can, just like Denise spoke about earlier on a panel that she will share with other grocers, because this is a pre-competitive issue. Why are we fighting about waste? Why are we fighting about hunger? Yep. So again, thank you if you're watching. Those of us would be normally considered by the media to be competing, but actually are collaborating quietly behind the scenes. The second question is absolutely important. So Michael Peters is an example of it back there. We have many different groups across Google, from Google Cloud to YouTube to Android to our ads business, and on and on and on. So there's about probably 500 of us who all work in food in some way, whether we are working with, you know, a large food company to help them with their ad strategy, or working with an agricultural company to help them literally transact 40% of all the grain transactions in the country. Come hear that talk on Monday if you want to hear. So, you know, there's a lot of us who just maybe are not food people and have that background, and we have to build that learning network behind the scenes. So we have a little learning network behind the scenes, and we get together once a month to talk about the common issues that all of our partners face or our users face, so that we could solve more collaboratively internally. I'll leave you with one thing. I think what's really important, if you are in corporate America, everybody needs the story in a different way. So understanding your audience is absolutely critical. When I go to my CFO, it's all about the economics. So when I talk about why we're reducing food waste at Google, it's literally about saving money. When I talk about why we're working on hunger, it's literally about reputational risk and really, really showing that Google can show up differently in particular areas in the world. When I go to our sustainability team, it's all about how reducing food waste helps us with our carbon goals and water goals. And then when I go to our business folks, it's about how do we learn from our partners and also help them better, whether it's Cargill, Cisco, Compass Group, or all these other companies that we work with in tech. So think about the story we need to share when the person in front of you plays a particular role.
Even if you aren't at a huge company, this is very valuable insights, because you can approach conversation saying, hey, let me think about how I'm changing the way I'm telling the need, the story, the urgency, so that it resonates. And I don't think that anybody working in the nonprofit space or in food recovery should hesitate to really stretch, their own storytelling skills around, okay, this is the goal, and maybe it's not landing in the right way, and I can dive into this, and I can put myself in their shoes, and I can think about a different way to approach it. So it's a good lesson on not giving up. So we're getting towards the end of the panel. I really could talk to them forever. So I do want to open it up for you guys to be able to share if you have a call to action. But really, I do have one more question that I want to layer in with that, which is, I want to read it because it's so important to me. It's like, we are really, again, talking about economics, public health, sustainable systems, and growing social needs. This means that we must take into consideration potential trade-offs with people on our planet and decisions that we're making every day with that hat. So maybe you could speak a little bit of that role. And yeah, let's start with Katie. And also, if you want to add in something for the audience to engage around, I would love that.
So thank you for this question. I actually disagree that there are major trade-offs. I think this is, reducing food waste is a win-win-win topic.
Woo!
Yes. Woo! Yeah, just appreciate that. And I could end there, but I'll keep going. Yeah. There are economic benefits to it, whether it's within the operations of your business. There are startups that are succeeding. There are nonprofits that are succeeding. We've also seen some have, some step backs, but that's normal in the course of business. That's not unique to the food waste space, so to speak. We can make incredible environmental strides working on this topic. We can address climate. We can address societal need. I know there are, outstanding ethical questions about, are we sending waste to hunger? But there's a lot we can be doing to preserve dignity and make sure that we're getting healthful food to our neighbors. And there's a lot of great ways that we can look at that. There's definitely still really interesting research ongoing about rebound effects of reducing food waste. So there's so much more we have to learn, but this is a win-win-win-win-win-win situation to work on food waste, and it's such an honor to be a part of this project with all of y'all.
Go for it.
Okay, so we'll start with the law of big numbers again. All right, this country, we have over 100 billion pounds of produce waste every year. It's a travesty. We just need 6 billion pounds of that on an annual basis, and that's what we need to defeat hunger. That's 600 truckloads a day. Now, I know we've talked about a couple of pallets, but in my short time at FarmLink, I've seen this young, energetic group move 30 to 50 loads a day into all sorts of food banks, Feeding America's and otherwise. Katie is exactly right. There is a win. There is a win everywhere. There's long-term health cost reduction, there's the climate, there's all sorts of things. There's dignity, there's better education, there is any number of things. So, and I'm looking at the clock, so this is kind of what I would say. If you're a student, get involved, create a pantry, call a farmer, get something, okay? The numbers can be quite small. We are very thankful for the 5,000 entities that we have that are donating their excess produce, and we're getting 1 billion pounds a year from that. Fantastic. If we just rescued the produce in the top 12 agricultural states in this country that went unharvested, there's 1 billion pounds right there. And that would be the freshest, lowest cost stuff we could get. And we still haven't addressed the 100 billion pounds that's going to waste, right? And so for the folks that are in the food pipeline, I would say if you're a grower, rancher, shipper, packer, distributor, wholesaler, importer, and actually we have now had a few retailers reach out to us recently at FarmLink because they know we work like they work. We work 24/7. We will say thank you to you and bless you, and we will pick it up and get it moving. And then if you're a donor, yes, the charities, bless our hearts, we just simply need money, okay? And so, but if you can donate, it doesn't go to salaries, it can go to trucks to get food into these smaller pantries in these significant food insecure areas.
But also, it's okay if it goes to salaries, because I would like to pay for Mike to be doing more of this work.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yes.
So, woo!
Totally support that.
Yeah,
Totally
we
support
need
that
more
too.
operating donations that are just open for these companies to be, organizations to be doing the best work that they can. Emily, I would like you to answer the question. You're not.
I'll be really brief since they've spoke so well. 2 things, share and believe. Number 1, remember that if you give it away for free, I know you work for potentially nonprofits and for-profits where it's really hard because you're trying to protect the IP, trying to make money. I promise you, if you give it away for free, whether it's information, whether it's data, whether it's software, you're gonna get farther together. I promise. And Denise and I and these two and a number of individuals are working on making things available for free. Check out what open source means. It's how the internet was built, and we still believe that. The second thing is, James Canoff, if you're listening, I'm going to say what you say, which is we have to believe that it's possible to solve hunger in our lifetimes. As a humanity, as a species, we have solved other problems in our lifetimes, and if we stop believing that it's possible to solve hunger, it will not go away. So, James, I'm with you. I believe it's possible to solve hunger in our lifetimes. Thank you.
I mean, this panel, please give it a round of applause. I have had so much fun with you guys. Oh, we could keep talking forever. So that's it. Please meet them. Come up and say hi and build a partnership. That would be my dream come true. We're going to take a photo. Okay. In the Zero Hunger, Zero Waste session series. And we just hinted to it in our last discussion, people and planet. We need to have a conversation about how food systems affect all of us, and no matter where you live, we're seeing it on the front lines. So I'm very excited to introduce you to our amazing moderator, Cheta, who's going to take over. And please stay.
Thank you, and I just want to say, wow, you got my name pronunciation right, and we just met. That's incredible. That never happened, so thank you for that. It is my pleasure to introduce the panelists for our next panel that's going to be looking at how we consider the balance of all of the trade-offs in decisions that we're making around food, agriculture, conservation, and then still ensuring that we're supplying people with food, with energy, right? So these are decisions that have some critical trade-offs, and we've got an incredible panel that's going to explore this with me today. I would like to introduce first Pete Pearson, Global Initiative Lead for Food Circularity for the WWF, World Wildlife Fund. Welcome, Pete. Next, we have Matt Wilson, Food Sovereignty Director at Sikangu Community Development Corporation. Welcome, Matt. And finally, we have Lisa Zwalk, Head of Sustainability at Kroger. So, thank you all. And thank you, audience, for being so engaged and being part of this conversation. We encourage you to use the We Don't Have Time app to talk about what we are going to be discussing here, to share this content with your networks, and to continue to take these ideas and run with them. This is a place where discourse starts, but it does not end. We are using the We Don't Have Time platform to ensure these conversations continue 24/7. And we bring these topics to viewers from around the world. We have 160 countries and thousands of people tuning in right now to listen to what's happening at Future of Food at South by Southwest. So thank you. So let's get into it. I'm going to start with Lisa. I'm going to start with Lisa, and I'm going to pose kind of a big question here, because, I mean, it's a big topic. So tell me how you see this intersection of this balance between making decisions that are good for the planet, but also do right by humans, and how does Kroger think about this? Talk to us a little bit about the kind of big picture.
Yeah, so can you hear me okay? Yeah. Okay, so my title or my role at Kroger is Head of Sustainability. So I work on our ESG or Environmental, Social, and Governance team, leading our ESG strategy in partnership with Denise, who you heard from before, and many others. And so, one of the key, so we have an ESG strategy called Thriving Together, and that really helps articulate the way that we think about people and the planet and the systems that kind of support people and the planet. And then, as we've heard a bit about before, the centerpiece of our ESG strategy is really zero hunger, zero waste. Our vision for ending hunger and creating, zero waste in our business and in our communities. So those are some kind of like key things that we already have in place and the ways that we've articulated what we stand for as a company. But something that we also do kind of as part of this process in helping, validate our approach and thinking through what is the right emphasis for us is called a materiality assessment. And that's something that we conduct every couple of years as an opportunity to engage our stakeholders and really understand what matters to them, what are the things that Kroger can impact the most as a company, but also how are we impacted by outside forces. And so we use that process through a survey and desktop research and interviews and so forth to really help first articulate the things that are most important in our ESG report so that people are really understanding what we've been working on, but also kind of inform our strategy and where we should be focused in the future. So that's one mechanism that we use to kind of continue thinking about what's most important to us and what we stand for, because as a retailer we have such a huge impact. We have facilities, we have a supply chain, we have our own manufacturing plants. I don't think a lot of people know that about us. We have a distribution center, so we really, and we sell thousands of products. So for us it's really important that we be methodical and thoughtful about what we prioritize as a company.
Well, you're the United States' largest supermarket operator by revenue, so there's serious impact in the decisions that you make here. So it's
no pressure.
Great, no pressure. And it's also great that you are using data. As a scientist, that's music to my ears. I need to ensure that decisions being made in any capacity that I'm responsible are entrenched in data, are entrenched in the numbers, right? Because that's the one thing that really doesn't lie. So it's great that you have that assessment in place. Yeah. I'm looking forward to getting into it more.
Okay.
Pete, so what is the relationship then between WWF and Kroger? How do you support this work?
So I started with, I'll make sure this is on. Can you hear me now? Yes, okay. I started with World Wildlife Fund in about 2015. I actually came from one of their competitors and was a sustainability director for a while.
Which one was that?
Albertsons and Super Value. Yeah. So when I started, we had begun a really great partnership around food waste reduction. And Kroger was very serious about wanting to reduce their food waste footprint, not only within their operations, but to start to look at it beyond their operation and within their supply chain. At the time, I mean, you could tell it was genuine. Like when we started this work with Kroger, I think it was around 2,700 grocery stores. 37 states, 38 states. So when you think about that task by itself, 37 states, 2,700 stores, that is a huge task. Not every state is going to do this work the same way. There's no national mandate to reduce food waste. And so that's where the work began. It had even started before that with World Wildlife Fund in programs like sustainable seafood. So one of the things that World Wildlife Fund does is really take a deep dive into issues like sustainability and help businesses like Kroger understand the data and the science behind not only the direction they should take in terms of certain consumer-facing type of campaigns, but also looking really deep into the supply chain on what does it mean to have a sustainable seafood supply chain? How do you measure that? How do you quantify that in terms of progress every year? And so it's just been a really amazing partnership, and unfortunately there's always more and more work to do.
Sure.
Yeah.
And so WWF is so uniquely positioned between the private sector, additional not-for-profits, and so here you are supporting companies like Kroger, and you're also, by nature, all about conservation and seeing how to make decisions that really benefit not just individuals and companies, but of course the environment and animals. And so you've done some work on tribal lands as well in protecting the ecosystems there. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. Actually, so our food and agriculture program is actually, I think it is the largest program that we have at World Wildlife Fund, which most people wouldn't naturally know. And the linkage there is when you farm land, guess what is typically sacrificed? Ecosystems and habitat. And so one of the largest programs we have in the United States is our Northern Great Plains program. We lose native grasslands in the U.S. at a pretty alarming rate. It's in some places on par with rainforest loss in Brazil. Most people probably don't know that. But in terms of a biome, in terms of an ecosystem, grasslands are critical. They are one of the most important ecosystems on this planet, and we cannot continue to just lose them. And so we have an entire field office in the Northern Great Plains. They focus on preserving and conserving iconic species like the buffalo, black-footed ferrets, but then also working with tribal communities on not only their food sovereignty, but programs like reintroducing buffalo into the cultural heritage and in the landscape. And to be honest, it's some of the most inspiring and wonderful work you ever see. Like every time that we get an update from that team in the Northern Great Plains, I get excited because there's times when it brings tears to your eyes. Like it's amazing to see some of the progress that the tribal communities are making.
Yeah, World Wildlife Fund is really well positioned for that. And some of the stuff that you're saying might not be widely known to maybe some of those tuning in is something that's really well known to you, Matt. You represent these lands, you represent indigenous knowledge, decades of it, centuries of it, millennia of it. And so your work is to transform systems that are intentionally designed right now to subjugate native people. And so instead, having these policies be more community driven and grounded in indigenous values, specifically Lakota values. So would love to hear your perspective on how you balance these trade-offs.
Yeah. Hamadakepi, Matthew Wilson, Machiapolo, Rosebud, South Dakota, Awati, Chante Washana, Pechu Zapolo. So that's just a greeting I always give as part of a speech or anything I do like that. But yeah, for us on the Rosebud, we are really honing in on embracing our culture and really putting it a part of our practice and how we do our work. And some of the things that guide us is the concept of, Wichozani, which is holistic health. So not only thinking about health as physical, but also mental, emotional, and spiritual health, which is also not very common for a lot of people to add in like a workplace environment. But we also embrace what we like to call wodakuye, so which is really embracing the interconnectedness of all the systems, and food especially, just the nature of it, is connected with health, with education, with housing and everything like that. And so we are doing food sovereignty work, and it is increasing local food access and getting people the knowledge and then the empowerment to grow their own food in a regenerative way. And for us, just traditionally, we weren't farmers in the traditional sense. We were more of a hunter-gatherer people. And so that way of life really worked well with nature and in concert with nature. So we've never really seen ourselves above nature, or even the idea of like controlling nature. And so our goal is really to bring farming back into our community and make it become a tradition for ourselves. And the way we've been doing that too is also thinking generational thinking. So not knowing that everything we do today just affects what we, in the next 10 years, but 7 generations into the future is something that is really important to us in how we do our work. We can't continue to keep pushing off the effects of like climate change and how we do things and just hoping that the next generation will have to deal with it.
That's so rational. No, I mean, that's of course the case, and yet look at how we are engaging with our environment, the only environment we've known, and we have no backup, we have no alternative, and yet we are consistently exploiting this planet, increasingly so, even with increased knowledge and awareness of what's happening. And I want to ask you all about that. Why is there such a disconnect between operations and conservation and protecting biodiversity? We're in a dual crisis. It's, well, actually a triple crisis. A communications crisis, that's making a plug for how we can really just do better in communicating. What we're doing here is part of that solution. We're in a climate crisis, of course, and we're in a biodiversity crisis. And yet, the population on this planet is growing, and people deserve access to food. People deserve access to healthy, nutritious food and energy. So how do we balance that? I mean, it's not fair to expect people to not live fulfilling lives and energy-rich lives. So how do we really think through these trade-offs? I'd love to hear from your vantage points, and maybe actually I'll turn back to you if you don't mind, Matt.
Yeah, I think for us, whenever we think about doing any kind of like transformation work in our community, we always want it to be community driven, and having the input and feedback from our community really drives our work. And that's kind of how we started, I think, with regenerative agriculture first. People wanted to have more local food access. There's actually a lot of food that is grown on Rosebud, but unfortunately it's done by non-native farmers that, you know, focus on monocropping, and that food gets shipped off somewhere else, I don't know where. And so our goal was really to have food that's grown here, and so our children and the next generation know where their food is coming from. And the same thing with our Buffalo project, which World Wildlife Fund is actually one of our biggest partners on that. Our community wanted a revitalized relationship with buffalo, and that has, you know, big effects and impacts, and not only just economically being to have buffalo as a means to for a food source, but also like we've seen the cultural impacts and having communities have more connection with buffalo, having our ceremonies that are buffalo centered, being able to do those again, but also seeing the effects it has on the land. We've been able to see a reduction in like invasive grass species, and having more of the indigenous grass species come back, increase biodiversity. And so that is just like one small community-driven solution that the world can, you know, take it.
No, we love that. That's what it's about, right? Sharing good ideas, scaling solutions, finding additional applications for some of these things that we're seeing work at the community level, really partnering with the community, partnering with indigenous people of any community, anywhere around the world, taking that knowledge, taking advantage of all of that history. So thank you for sharing that. Love the work that you're doing. We're coming back to you, of course, but Pete, let me turn to you, and really same question. How do we think about, you know, being able to support the futures of increasing population on this planet while still really protecting this one environment that we all share?
The economics. You fundamentally have to address the economics of food. For those that don't know, the Rockefeller Foundation did a report a couple years ago on the true cost of food, and I think that was a really amazing report, because what it starts to show is this fundamental cost that we have to pay to provide food to people, and it's not just the fact that population's increasing. I mean, that's one big thing, right? It's, you know, 10 plus billion by 2100. It's that affluency is increasing as well. Like, people are rising out of the middle class, and one of the first things to change when that happens are people's diets. And so the problem with the system to date is that the economic system, the economic foundation of food, fundamentally does not incorporate externalities. It does not incorporate all the other things that food companies and producers probably should have to pay for, but that get externalized, like environmental degradation, like pollution. But here's the thing. I have not once met a farmer that is purposely poisoning the land. They are the most amazing stewards that we have at the ready for this movement. But the economics have to be built right for them to make the right moves. It's the same with grocery chains, right? You're in the business of profitability, and you're a publicly traded company. You have incredibly tight margins, like you're not making money hand over fist. You got to sell a lot of cans of beans to make a margin. But you have to get the economics of food right from the bottom up and all the way through the supply chain. And you know, that's going to require some really hardcore reforms in some areas. You know, thinking about things like the Farm Bill. I mean, there's all kinds of places you can go with this, but fundamentally the economics have to be different on a finite planet where you have population and affluency growing.
I love that. Okay, economics. That was the top line answer, and then thank you for all of that context. And that really sets you up for your thoughts on this as well, please.
Yes. No, it's all very like relevant commentary. So, and that is something that we definitely acknowledge too. I mean, when it comes to making food more sustainable, there can be additional costs to that. I mean, when we think about what we do to make our operations more sustainable. When we think about like energy efficiency, that can be kind of a low-hanging fruit, right? Like you can achieve energy reduction, you can achieve financial savings due to that. So that's a little bit easier to get across the line when we think about how we're investing in sustainability work. But then when you go to more like sophisticated or more complex things, like that requires more investment, and that's something that we have to think about carefully as a business. And we still want products to be affordable and accessible to our customers. Like we still want to be a profitable business. So it's a complicated topic that we're always thinking about as a group and as a company. But I do think with this kind of broader opportunity to, for example, engage with the supply chain on sustainability, there is more opportunity to like share costs or to think innovatively or use kind of the collective wisdom to find solutions that can, still be affordable, for the participating groups. So, for example, we're right in the process of resetting our carbon emissions reduction goals. So we have committed to the Science-Based Targets Initiative. So we'll be setting a more ambitious Scope 1 and 2 goal, and most importantly, we will be setting a set of Scope 3, value chain emissions targets. So that's a great opportunity for us to think more creatively with the supply chain and our partners to really come up with solutions that kind of can benefit everybody and hopefully not, break the bank.
So these partnerships are really critical. I'm going to stay with you for a minute. These partnerships are really critical to be able to hit, the morality portion of the business, right? So you're operating, this is a company, and you obviously have to turn profit, and you have to make sure the shareholders for a publicly traded company are behind you and support you. We understand that. But at the same time, you are driven by these goals you've set for yourself that we're seeing now spread across industry, across society. So how are partnerships and collaborations with WWF, with community organizations, really ensuring that underlying additional ethos of conservation, biodiversity protection, how do those relationships ensure that business are running with morals at the forefront as well?
Yeah, I mean, I think like learning from partners, a key benefit of that is that they have probably also worked with other folks in the supply chain, like peers of ours or other brands, and so they can share that kind of knowledge with us. So, or even if we work with a consultant, they've helped others, and so they can say, here's like a great, creative financing mechanism that we've heard of. There's the Inflation Reduction Act, like that has opportunities for companies to reduce the investments that they make, or, so like there's ways that we can learn from one another. So it's not like every company is working in a silo and starting from scratch to develop our wisdom about how we want to do that. And I mean, just at Kroger in general, like our company is very aware of ESG and, zero hunger, zero waste. And our team, works closely with all the business owners and leadership to really continue this drumbeat and the, discussion of this so that we can continue to be more sophisticated about how we think about things and integrate the work that we're doing, into the business and keeping our peers around the company up to speed on what we're doing.
Yeah, I mean, you do a great job at this. It's part of the reason that you're here, you're contributing to the larger discourse. We need leaders across all sectors, and Kroger's doing an excellent job in the food system. So thank you for that. And how is this helpful for an organization like you, Matt? What are bigger companies doing to support your efforts, and how has that helped food production for you to grow that?
I think for us, I think funding like our big projects, like in with a lot of capital startup, especially with our Buffalo project, was, we couldn't have done that without the help of World Wildlife Fund, as being one of the bigger partners on that. But just knowing that all this work with policy and the work we see in the one change in the world also has to start at the community level. It has to happen on the ground by people in the community doing the work too. So being able to invest in salaries to be able to pay for people to have a livelihood in order to do that work is really important for us. And I think for us too, it's like a wildfire movement. You see one thing happening in one community and it really sparks another fire in another community and kind of helping to change the work on the community level anyways. And so that's how we've been able to see that happen on Rosebud with the work we're doing just in our community. And I would never have thought that, Rosebud would be a model for other communities across the road to look at and see what we're doing. So it's just really cool to share knowledge and best practices, and also learn what other communities are doing as well. So it's all about collaboration.
And how is your knowledge moving up to bigger companies, and how are they adopting the takeaways that you're providing?
I would like to think that people are looking to us and asking for our input, especially with like regenerative agriculture now. It's like a big buzzword, and then people are kind of rushing to trying to define that. But I think that it's important to bring indigenous voices who may not always be heard or even get invited to the table. So I hope that more people and more companies are hearing our voices and amplifying them as well, and having them be part of the change work that we're trying to do.
Nice. Let's give it up for that. I hope you're clapping, all of you watching from around the world. We know that you're tuning in, and we hope you're clapping too. So let's continue this dynamic conversation. So Pete, talk about collaboration from your vantage point. So how has it been working with companies? What are some positive examples? What are some negative examples? What have you learned from these strategic partnerships? And what would you hope companies would take away and really benefit from collaborating with a global not-for-profit like WWF?
Yeah, I think one of the North Stars for us as an organization is to not just have the private sector engagement that we do just be one-on-one engagement. Like we love the partnership with Kroger, but I think one of the positive benefits is that they tend to always lead moving industries towards better pre-competitive engagement. Actually getting Kroger and Kroger's competitors working together. And I think when you have somebody like WWF in the middle of that, we tend to, I mean, the Kroger team knows, right? I'm always kind of pushing for that type of engagement and that pre-competitive engagement. That gets us to a point when everybody starts moving and building momentum, which is way, way more influential when you look at how we have to change. Now, the trick is also getting not just the top performing companies who tend to always sign up for this, but how do you get the bottom 20% that typically never do? Like, that's the mystery right now, is we need this movement towards regenerative, sustainable agriculture, zero waste, to be something everybody does. And so in the back of my brain, I'm always thinking, like, where is this rub between voluntary, corporate, industry efforts versus policy and government, and when does government have to get involved to a certain degree? On an issue like waste, for example, I think there are things that government and policy just simply has to do. You have to have the right policy in place so that it's fair, that it's equitable for all businesses, and that everybody has to move in the same direction. Otherwise, you're just constantly asking groups like Kroger to always make those sacrifices, and that's just not fair. I don't know if I have negative examples, but there's always partnerships that it really takes a lot to get them to keep moving. Business is tough, and I think COVID taught us that it can be really, really tough. And so, you gotta, I think having these partnerships allows a group like WWF to keep pushing, but also for businesses to realize where they might be lacking and not moving the needle as much. And that does happen. I mean, it does happen.
I was hoping to get some specific examples, because the We Don't Have Time app, what we do is we give climate love. So anyone you want to shout out at any point, we'll be getting climate love through our platform. It's a heart, a green heart, and climate warnings. So we're not shaming, but we're warning. And the idea is, and this is all entrenched in behavioral science, the idea is, even if you're doing the wrong thing, so the word negative I didn't want to use actually, but even if it's not great right now, but your intention is to pivot towards what we know is going to be a clean energy future, then there is support for you from our global community. We know that companies that are right intentioned need that support. So
I'm going to press this a little bit then. Yeah. So there is one area on this planet where we know we need more engagement from companies, and it's in the area of landscape conversion. The conversion of natural habitat, be it forests or grasslands. There are companies that still have not, in our view, have not made concrete commitments to supporting those conversion-free landscapes. That is required. Like we are on this planet and we realize now that we can't keep taking more and more away from nature. That's going to require the commitment of these companies. And some of the companies have been waffling, to be honest with you. It's a lot of companies that I think they know that they have deforestation and grassland conversion in their supply chain, but it's also, they're making profits. And so it's like this, it's a really tricky balance. And I think the only way you get there is through radical transparency, radical identification of data and measurement. And once you start measuring things to a really high level, you can't hide from that. I think you mentioned that right at the beginning. You can't hide from measurement. You can't hide from satellite imagery that shows the forest was there yesterday and it's gone tomorrow. That's the type of stuff that needs to be radically out and transparent in our world.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for putting that to the surface, because we actually are moving companies to do better, right? The whole point is we're giving warnings, but be right intentioned and you will get the support to make that transition. It's inevitable. We know we're going in that direction. If we do this right, we're ushering in a brighter, more breathable, more equitable future. I mean, it'll be better than anything we've ever created before. So we just need to share good ideas. We need to scale these solutions. And actually, it's gonna be maybe tough a little bit in the short term, but ultimately, winning for private sector, for public sector, for individuals, for animals, for the environment. That's what we're talking about here. So you get a warning until you join that trajectory to a better planet. So what is working? Let me come to you, Lisa. What are some of the methods that you described earlier that are actually working well to mitigate against the climate crisis? What can you share that maybe other companies in your sector can learn from, can pick up, can also apply themselves?
Yeah, so I think when it comes to like our climate work in particular, you know, we have a very strong foundation in things like energy efficiency. Like for years, our company has been investing in LED retrofits and, you know, putting closed doors on open cases and reducing refrigerant emissions. So I think it's like one thing that works is like building on and reminding folks of the work that, and internally too, you know, like the work that we've done to date, so that they feel confident and feel good about the work that we have done, so that we can then build on that and feel confident in exploring new things. So can we adopt more renewable energy? Like we have energy in, you know, a handful of our facility, or renewable energy in a handful of our facilities, but can we look at more of that? You know, so it's kind of leveraging the work we've done, the expertise, and to kind of build on that and think about new ways of working within, you know, to adopt more climate-friendly opportunities.
Okay, fantastic. And same to you, Matt. What is working? What are you seeing? Are you positive based on some of these case studies that you provided that we actually will be able to have a future in agriculture that is truly regenerative?
I honestly believe that, yes. I'm very optimistic. I think looking at both macro and micro, on a micro level, there's so much happening in my community around like being more aware of like how our food system plays a part of our everyday lives. Just, you know, this past year, we've seen one of our local school districts, our student council has really created this like survey, really asking our students like, what do we want to see with our food lunch program? And so that was like a really cool thing that we just saw just at a youth level. And I think at the macro level, just with the US, we're just seeing so many opportunities come out looking to help transform these different systems. And sometimes it's overwhelming to understand like, how do we fit this in with our work, or who do we need to start partnering with on different things? And so I'm very optimistic there. And yeah, I think I see a lot of good things coming for the world and for us.
Okay, I'm feeling that positivity. This is hopeful. So the point and purpose of this panel was really to figure out if we could balance the trade-offs that are required for large-scale food production and for, you know, a planet that is restored, not just conserved, but truly restored. Does it look like that's going to be possible? I mean, it sounds positive. It seems like we're going in the right direction. That being said, not to be the Debbie Downer, I'm the last person to be the Debbie Downer for those of you who know me, but the reality is that carbon emissions are going up. Fossil fuel subsidies to oil and gas are going up, and the population of the planet is going up, and people deserve food. They deserve access to nutritious food, and that's a massive challenge that we're facing, and we're all leading in our respective ways our projects, our initiatives, our companies. And so I'm going to start with you, Pete.
Small question, right? Just a small question.
It's the opening question. We're coming full circle. But can these two things coexist? Can we deliver food to the masses and still conserve this planet?
I'm an optimist. I think we can do it. Absolutely. It has to happen in three ways, though. These are three things that have to be concurrently occurring, and we have to be successful with them in order for this to happen. You have to get production systems right. You have to get farming and agriculture production systems that are using less in terms of resource, water, energy, fertilizer. They have to be increasing soil health and soil fertility global. And so that production system has to be moving towards a future that is more regenerative. What that requires is that radical measurement I talked about. You cannot make progress on something you don't measure. The second thing is you have to have the reduction of loss and waste, period. That has to be fundamentally included from farm all the way to fork in order for us to realize that future, because we can't put resources and energy towards food that goes into a landfill. Like, there's no way this happens without that. The third one is you have to change dietary preferences, and you have to be on a trajectory towards a change in diets. We know this. Now, what you are not going to see is this like one menu for everybody on the entire planet. Like, this is the diet that everybody has to conform to. That's just not reality. But you have to have a diet regionally, culturally based that is moving towards a lower level of resource use and consumption. There was a recent report just this last Monday that was published that said business as usual food production and consumption by 2100 adds 1 degree Celsius to our already like problematic picture here. But if you do those three things, there's a chance we can continue to lower it, and we can cut that almost in half, actually more than in half. But those three things have to happen in concurrent.
And since you mentioned food waste and all the work you're doing with food waste, if we actually chipped away at the massive food waste issue, that would improve circumstances significantly as well. Could you speak on food waste?
I mean, I can speak on food waste for a long time.
Another panel altogether.
Yeah. Look, food waste is one of these amazing issues that in the last 5 years, I feel like I get a warm welcome from both Democratic and Republican parties.
Oh, what's that like?
I think it is the only single issue that exists where it's like you have Republicans and Democrats working together. So why not take advantage of that right now from a policy and a political perspective? I think it's really important. Like, some of these things should not be a choice. You should not have a choice to dump organic material in a hole in the ground where it creates methane emissions for the next 20 years. Like, that should not be a choice. That needs to be a public and a private sector investment, and let's get on with it. Let's get a win. Like, let's chalk one up for the climate and for the planet, and let's get a win under our belt to feel good about it. And so you can tell I get fired up because I'm just really impatient with this issue. I think we need to move. Like, it's time.
No, that's great. Okay, so food waste might actually, if we could solve food waste, we might also solve the bipartisan divide. I love it.
It's going to be the one issue that does it, yeah.
Win-win. So same question to you. How do we think about conserving the planet and still being able to supply the population with nutritious, healthy food?
Well, something I was thinking about is like that has come more to light as we're working on our new climate commitment to involve the supply chain, is just like how much synergy there is between these different sustainability topics. So I mean, we're like kind of in the early days of our work there, but even now we're like, okay, so Kroger has some plant-based products in our assortment. Like, maybe we can leverage that more. Like, we already have sustainable packaging commitments. Like, what can we do there to kind of not double count, but you know what I mean? Like, give yourself the credit and do more to use the things that we're already doing, a lot of other people are doing, and like, we're very focused on food waste. So how can we amplify that into the supply chain with our suppliers to get them to, reduce food waste. So I feel like there's these like synergies that are happening, and I think that is reflective too of this like more of the like nature focused approach, with the science-based targets for nature and the TNFD disclosures. Like there's more happening in this kind of like holistic systems thinking that I think will kind of help us move forward too. But there's a big work ahead, no doubt. But I think there's like ways that we can do it.
Yes, I love that. Really thinking about the whole thing, right? And in health, that's happening. This one health approach, you're looking at human health, animal health, environmental health. So the health sector is getting it, the food sector is getting it. So this is all positive. We're seeing trends in the right direction. And I don't know anyone who could speak better to that holistic approach than somebody who comes from a community, an indigenous community, and is working in that community. So what do you think? Are we going to be able to restore these lands? Are we going to be able to feed future generations?
Yeah, I definitely think so. And I think a lot of that too is making sure that we really invest and prioritize our youth, which are going to be the next generation of leaders. And so that is what we do as well at Rosebud. We really invest in our youth and knowing that, they need to be, what's the word I'm looking for, I guess, supported and cultivated to become the leaders of today. But also making sure that they don't grow up not knowing the same things I grew up with, not knowing my culture. And so we make sure that culture is a part of our work and part of our internship programs that we do with them, so that they can really use our indigenous identity to really like drive some of these solutions. And they might be the ones to come up with these solutions that we might not even thought of yet. And so it's really important to really invest in them as well.
Indigenous knowledge really respects the past, it respects the ancestors and future generations. And that's something humans miss, and this is from a behavioral science point of view. We say we want to do things to protect our children, and we mean it when we say it, but our actions don't align with the words. And that's because our brains aren't actually wired to think that far into the future. We can't think beyond mostly our daily decision making, but thinking decades into the future, we're just not wired. So even though we get frustrated with these promises that are being made for future generations, I would like to leave the audience with one thought, is just remember cognitively that this is something intrinsic, aside from maybe indigenous knowledge, which I think is uniquely well positioned to understanding the future. But generally, humans are not wired to be able to comprehend risks of those in the future, those who don't exist yet. And so we need to treat each other with compassion, because even though people are seeming misaligned between what they're saying and what they're doing, people are well-intentioned. Let's continue to collaborate, let's continue to work together, and let's break down that bipartisan divide and really truly be compassionate to each other, because that's one thing we have in common. We are cognitively suffering from the wiring of our ancestors. We haven't evolved quickly enough, actually, with the new world that we're living in, a planet that's rapidly warming. So if we keep that in mind and we continue to be compassionate and work together, I also now am convinced, thanks to these expert panelists on this topic, that we will be able to overcome the climate crisis. We will usher in a future that is restored and has equitable access to nutritious food. So thank you so much to each of you for your contributions today. Thank you.
We just want to take 1 second to thank you for being a part of the Zero Hunger, Zero Waste sessions. It has been an amazing conversation today, from how food is medicine to nutrition and security. We just really got into how this is all affecting our planet, our communities around the world, and the panel I had earlier on collaborations being key. That has been a theme we've heard throughout the day. Thank you so much for being a part of this, and please come say hi. Enjoy the rest of your day.
I can taste you, I can taste you, I can taste
Hello, 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 everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here today. That was an incredible couple hours, some great discussions from our partners and presenting sponsor, the Kroger Zero Hunger, Zero Waste Foundation, along with a whole bunch of folks that we really enjoy having with us, folks from different foundations like ReFed and World Wildlife. And now, we're going to do a little spotlight on one of our core partners. We've got Olivia, our culinary director, who is part of the Nourish Foundation, one of our local nonprofits. So please give me a hand. Let me hear if you can hear me. Clap and whistle and say hello for the Nourish Foundation. Olivia, tell us about the Nourish Foundation. What is the mission?
Honestly, our mission is to get people into the culinary industry with no debt
Wait, get into an industry with no debt.
and a certificate that can get you hired at any restaurant in the nation. We are trying to solve the problem of getting people from underprivileged communities into the food industry without staging and doing all those things that...
Wait, what is staging? For folks in the audience,
Yeah.
does anybody here know what staging is? Raise your hand if you know what staging. Oh yeah, okay, I see a couple hands. Tell everyone else.
Have you staged? You've staged. I'm sorry.
What is staging?
It's working for free for a chef who is training you. But let me tell you that when I started, I had to steal every piece of information that I needed to get to the next level. And it becomes a way to get free labor. It becomes a way to, if you're doing it right, you know, you're training people, you're helping them get somewhere. A lot of organizations take advantage of that. They're getting paid, the staff is not. They're supposed to be paid in knowledge, experience, and support. So we're stepping in to do that as a foundation. And we've actually partnered with an online school and a bunch of people here in Austin that pay livable wages so that you can do your labs, your training, and get paid. That's the difference. Staging is working for free for a chef.
And the Nourish Foundation provides an on-ramp for people who want to get into this space. They have access to that knowledge without having to work for nothing, with resources, with mentorship, with community. That is amazing. Now, as someone who worked in the restaurant industry years ago, people who haven't worked in the restaurant industry don't get it. When you're behind the scenes, it can be hot, long hours, hard work, especially if you have a chef or a manager who is not the most friendly personality. And we've all seen some, TV shows with angry chefs yelling at people.
Oh my God, yeah.
That really happens.
We don't work with any chefs who do that. I go in and I meet every single partner. We talk about it. If I get a bad vibe, as the kids say, it's not happening. Like, if you're not paying, you can't have our highly trained staff. It's not fair. It's just not fair. We're here to make it an equitable industry. And the only way we can do that is by setting an example and building a model that people can emulate. Because you know what? At first, they thought I was crazy. And now everybody wants to do it too. So bring it. The best thing you can do is compete.
So, and one of the things that we really like, because Olivia's our culinary director this year, she's working with us to help connect us with local chefs and local partners. One of the things that really separates what you're doing and what the Nourish Foundation doing from a lot of other groups is that emphasis on making sure that the people that you're working with have the ability to have a living support system and living wages. Talk a little bit more about that and how you have seen the impact of that on the people that are going through this program, through this process.
Yeah, so the Nourish Foundation was born out of just something that I was already kind of doing, and much to the chagrin of anyone who's ever lent me money or invested in my stuff, until I can turn them around and they go, oh my God, the food's amazing, everyone's happy, I had such a great experience. And I'm like, because they're getting paid, because they can drive here, because when you're not riding a bus and living on nothing and getting paid in alcohol after your shift, like it's just such a weird industry where, you know, you're just putting out all this work, you're using up your body, and you're not getting paid the way you should be. Everyone out there is getting paid, so you know. All of the food being served today, everything is
And that's not the case. That's not the case at a lot of events here at South by Southwest. Big culinary shows, big wine shows, and big food shows. So often, and this is, you know, a lot of folks who are in the creative industry, who are musicians, who are artists, they understand this mentality that people expect them to work for free, for exposure, for building your brand. Like, I'm gonna give you a shout out on Instagram. No, that doesn't pay the bills.
I can't eat shout outs. I can't eat likes, you know? And so because of that, you know, we developed a way to, it takes a loss. I will say that my two businesses have had to have a really steep ramp to be able to survive. I've had to really work hard to be able to sustain them because I have to take a smaller profit in order to share that revenue with the people who make it happen. So when I first started the foundation, I started talking to chefs all over town. We have some wonderful partners that actually do pay livable wages.
Give me a couple examples, because we love shout outs. We love to spot.
Olame. Michael from
Yeah.
Olame, I swear, is an angel. And he takes care of his staff, he supports them. And we just agree on that. We agree that if we're gonna make good food and we're gonna charge a bunch of money and we're getting paid, I just don't feel right going home at night knowing that I didn't pay the people that showed up and did all this work for me. Because a lot of the most famous restaurateurs, they built these empires on the backs of the underpaid. And that's a fact. And I'll fight them in the street. But
Well, and if you follow the news, restaurant news,
Yeah.
just recently, and we talked about this, how it was not surprising for you
No.
to see this restaurant, and if you go look for it, you'll find it. One of the
Very
top
famous.
restaurants in the world. They ended up closing down, and it turns out, like you were saying, right? It was propped up on the back of free labor.
Yeah. And, you know, we have a labor problem for the food industry, and we wonder why. We don't have to wonder. We pretend to wonder. We know exactly why nobody wants to work for minimum wage. And in some states, minimum wage is abysmal. You know, I came from California. Don't hit me. I've been here for 8 years. I helped you get into Brussels sprouts. But I never looked up the minimum wage. I just started paying people $15 an hour and didn't notice. And people were like, dang, and showing up to work. All of a sudden they bought cars. They were just looking better. They just like felt better. It's a completely different experience when people are getting paid. And we pay tech people so much money. Why can't we pay the chef people? Why do we have to earn our way there? I know some James Beard award-winning chefs who treat their staff like absolute garbage, and that's not fair. How can you make good food without love?
Oh, yes. Give it up for that, because that is a quotable quote. I love that.
So that's what we're doing. We're solving that problem. We're getting people educated. We're giving them a way to defend themselves out there in the industry. You can say, hey, look, I know what I'm doing. You can pay me to do this, or I'm gonna go find someone who does. And thankfully, we have really cool partners who do wanna pay people and do wanna hire them, and they want trained staff. So we're solving that problem. That's what we're working on first.
Okay, so for folks who want to know more about Nourish Foundation, for folks who want to get involved, if they love this idea of creating on-ramps through education, through professional development, through livable wages, what are some places and some ways that they can get involved and support the Nourish Foundation?
As always, money talks. And it will support our first cohort of 10 students. So one of them is actually gonna be on stage later. I'm very proud of her. And, you know, we have businesses that are also supporting us, like the Brunch Club, like Little Mama's ATX.
Shout out to Heather. We love Little
Yes.
Mama.
FYI, Heather is now our culinary director. She will be mentoring students through. I didn't know she has a master's in education. There is a chef out there in the world with a master's in education, and we found her. And she wants to also change this because she had to work her way up the same way I did. And so really, I'm just trying to create solutions for people just like me. You know, I think that, in the words of Ricardo Semler, and I'm gonna butcher them, but he said something like, there's no such thing as taking so that you can give later. It's like walking through a buffet and taking all of the food and saying, I'm gonna give back later. You don't do that. You take what you need and you make sure everybody can eat. And so that's really what we're trying to do, is we're making sure that I'm not the only one eating.
I love that. I love it. All right, we are going to wrap this up. Is there the last thing, as a chef, as someone who appreciates flavors and appreciates ingredients and the art and the beauty and the magic of turning ingredients and things into something wholly new, tell us one thing that you've learned, or one thing that you have cooked with just recently that you think has potential, or you think more people should try, you think people should open their minds to?
So I think that a lot of the plant-based products that are coming up right now are getting a lot better than when I first started, for sure. We've all tried all the first attempts, but we've had some amazing products that I've tasted this year in particular, and that are being tasted all over the room. And I think that those products are gonna help us save the planet, and they're gonna help bring down the cost of production in order to share those revenues and those profits with the people who make them. And I think as we get more technologically advanced in the food production industry, we can absolutely share those profits, scale better, and support more people into it. We're not gonna get the buy-in of the public and the people who we need to work unless we share those profits. So I think that the plant-based community is doing a really good job, and I ask you all to remember the people and not just the animals. I know that we love the cows and we love all that, but let's remember the farmers and the people who pick the food too.
100%. Give it up for Olivia, the Nourish Foundation, for chefs who make your food, the chefs outside, the chefs right here. In just a little bit, you're gonna get to try some food. Like Olivia mentioned, one of their students is part of the group today that's going to be cooking up some delicious food. So we're excited to all be able to taste the way that they are nourishing people in this community. Thank you, Olivia.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you all.
You want some pickle crickets? That sounds yummy, doesn't it? And it tastes like dill pickles. You're all done with your crickets? I think it's really changed the way that I think about how we educate people and provide resources to parents and educators. You know, I want to live in a world where it's really easy for parents to provide their kids with, you know, safe, clean, healthy food that kids want to eat. How's it taste? Like pickles.
There it is. That's a cricket, y'all. Here we go. Yeah, kind of like a corn nut.
Crickets are a really great example. They're really high in protein. They're a complete protein, so they've got a lot of the different amino acids that can't be found in any one plant. They're incredibly efficient. They use a tiny fraction of the water. They use a fraction of the space, and they use a fraction of the feed that it takes to grow and produce that food source. And they produce a fraction of the greenhouse gas emissions. When people have the opportunity to try it in a positive way, that not sensationalized, but here's a product, it's made of insects, but it's nutritious and it's sustainable, and would you like to try it? People try it, and as soon as they taste it, they go, yeah, this tastes like XYZ. What is the world going to look like in 20 years, 40 years, when Clara is deciding whether or not she's going to have kids? A big part of that is, tied in with climate change, and a big part of that is our food system and the impact it has on the planet. But I think insects really are an inevitable part of our food system, and I think the sooner Americans and sooner the U.S. food culture is able to really appreciate that, the more benefit we will see, and the more benefit we'll be able to help provide to other people all over the world. Even if we just help change a few minds, we can have a big impact. Cricket grass fertilizer. Would y'all be interested in trying some?
Yeah,
okay.
100%.
Cool. We've got some folks we're talking to, and I'm trying to make it as hands-off as possible, where someone else is getting it, someone else is bagging it, someone else is delivering it. All I have to do is like, here, you want it? You'll take it?
Hey, Mode, give us some fun music. It's game time. What time is it?
We need some energy.
Okay, I say, what time is it? You say game time. What time is it? All right, so the future of food is fun. I said the future of food is what? Yeah. All right, so who was here yesterday? One person. Okay, we'll see if you remember some of our fun facts. Right now, we want to have a little bit of audience participation. Sarah? We need that mic live mode.
Number 3, Blue. Oh, we're back. Hello, everybody. So the rules of the game we have here are bug expert. We were hyphenating, y'all, hyphenating. And the name of the game is we want to pick her brain. This is the part where I do an insect noise, but she won't let me. So we are gonna ask her about eating insects. Who here has eaten an insect before? And not just riding your bike down a hill? Ooh, yay, yay, yay. So I'm gonna run around and hand you the mic, and we're gonna try and see how much knowledge we can pull from Mackenzie in the next 5.55 minutes.
All right, so while we get Sarah starting to run around, we need to prep the audience. So start to think. Do you have a question about the future of food? Do you have a question about eating edible insects? Think about it. Let's put our Bugspur in the hot seat.
All right. Also,
hot seat.
Have you seen us running around today? We have been on our feet all day. We have been enjoying such an amazing event with you. So can we just also give a round of applause for all of the event organizers today? Thank you so much.
Oh, it's a sustainability fairy.
Sustainability fairy.
All right, so my name is Kenzie Wade, and I am a PhD student at the University of California, Santa Barbara, where I study insects as a food. And as we know, insects are not just a food of the future, but they're also a food of the past and a food of the present. And insects also allow us to think about all of these different questions around what the future of food could look like. We can think about things like sentience, like how we get nutrition into our bodies. We can think about sustainability. So whether or not you actually think insects are the ultimate future, raise your hand if you've seen the movie Blade Runner.
Blade Runner!
Okay, can someone really quickly tell me what is like the big shocking moment in Blade Runner?
Shocking moment, what is it?
Or no, sorry, Snowpiercer and Blade Runner. Both of them have insect eating. So Snowpiercer, the big shocking moment is when they realize that they've been eating insects the whole time, right?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, we see a lot of head
Whoa.
nods. And oftentimes when we think of the future of food, we think of apocalyptic setting where we have to be eating insects. But as we know, we can also be incorporating them into our current dishes today. So we're gonna be answering some questions about insects as food. Who has some questions for us?
I see a question right here, but this is our sustainability fairy, and I think she should come on stage.
I get to talk into the microphone. Hi.
Hi, Sustainability Fairy.
I'm the Sustainability Fairy, and I just love composting because composting is the #1 way we can reduce our landfills. Woo! Compost, organic matter. So, I've heard are what you eat. And if I eat crickets, do you think I'll be a better singer?
This is a great question, and you can actually try this today. So outside we have some crickets. So give us a little test run before you go eat them, and then you can try it again. But I think your wings may grow a little, may get a little more glossy. I think that'll happen.
I heard there's a lot of protein in crickets.
There are lots and lots of protein. So is anyone in here a vegetarian or a vegan? No one? No vegetarians or vegans? Okay, I am. There we go. So oftentimes you have to really think about your protein content. You have to think about B12 and all these essential nutrients that are really important to our diets, and insects may be a way that we can get those into our diets as well. Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you, Sustainability Fairy. Go eat some crickets. You too can eat crickets.
What's the easiest way to cook with crickets like today?
Yeah, great question. So if you've been outside, maybe you just had some dried crickets, right? But we can also incorporate these into dishes that we're regularly eating. So my favorite way of doing it is just a standard vegetable stir fry, some grilled onions maybe, but just throw some fresh crickets or dried crickets in with them, mealworms, other insects. They really take on the flavors of what you're cooking with them. So there's something easy that you can add to a stir fry.
That question, if you didn't catch it, was what is the easiest way to cook insects or crickets?
Interesting. Hi, Kenzie.
Hello,
Hi.
one of our speakers.
I know. I was going to ask you, as a doctoral student, as you're doing research into this, what have you learned from the past that we can implement now? Because I'm studying urban agriculture, and at one point, the United States grew 40% of what we eat. We grew it ourselves. So I'm just curious what you're seeing from the past that we should pay attention to as we're looking into the future with this.
Great question. So the question is, what have you learned from the past about eating insects that we can then incorporate into the future? And something that I've learned from the past, there's a fantastic book by Julie Lesnick, and she is a paleoarchaeologist. And she has found that in the records of insect eating, who is actually doing the gathering of insects? It's women. And oftentimes when we think of the past of food, we think of meat gathering. We think of males going out into wherever and hunting for meat. Our culture is very obsessed with this idea of masculine meat hunting. Yes, exactly. But if you're actually looking at what communities are filling their diets with, it's often meat in some communities, but many cultural communities around the world. So in North America, for example, there are many indigenous communities that have a long history of insect consumption, and women are mainly the ones who are doing this gathering of insects, and they also use it as a snack. So when we think of earlier communities, we don't think of them snacking throughout the day, right? We think of that as kind of a modern adaptation. But communities, of course, they're snacking, right? You're out in the fields. Of course, you're popping some easily gathered goods into your mouth for some quick nutrients, right? And if we look back in our human past, of course, they're snacking on insects.
Thank you all for participating in our game. Our time is up. Thank you, Bugspurt Kenzie.
Thank you to everyone organizing this event.
Thank you for participating. All right, next up.
Next up, we are going to have a nonprofit highlight, and it is for our very own Little Herds. So Little Herds is one of the organizing bodies of this event, and so it's my pleasure to reintroduce Robert Nathan Allen, RNA, to the stage.
Woo!
Woo! Hello, RNA.
Hello, Sarah.
How are you today?
I'm so good. I want to make sure that everybody can see this beautiful QR code.
Thanks, I made it myself. So, this is the part where I get to ask my boss questions. Questions I should probably know working here. But, RNA, if you, in however much time we have left, why did you start Little Herds? What is Little Herds?
Little Herds is an educational nonprofit here in Austin, Texas. We were founded in 2013, and I really have my mom to thank. When I was working as a bar manager in 2012, she sent me a video about eating insects as a joke. She said, "This looks like something wacky that you and Dad would try, but no thank you." And I took it too seriously. I thought it was so fascinating. I started reading everything I could online, and I learned that insects are incredibly nutritious. I learned that insects are incredibly resource efficient. I learned that insects can be farmed in a way that is more humane and ethical than many of our traditional livestock options. And I also learned that there were people all over the world who already viewed insects as a normal food, a normal part of their culinary tradition. And the more I read, the more I went from curious to fascinated to really diving down the rabbit hole. And I actually started farming insects in my own apartment to see how you could grow them, and I started turning them into mealworm powder and putting them into cookies and taking them to local farmers market, Hope Farmers Market here in Austin, and feeding them to the public to see what they thought. And we very quickly realized that most adults in America have a psychological taboo against eating insects. And it's really kids that are a lot more receptive. If you have nieces, nephews, kids, you may have seen them put things in their mouth that they're not supposed to. And so with kids, they will put just about anything in their mouth, and if it tastes good, they'll eat it, and if it doesn't, they will spit it out. And so when we were at the farmer's market, we would have a plate of cricket cookies or mealworm cookies that are abstracted, and that's how we got the adults to try it. There'd be a bowl of crickets, and kids would just start snacking on them. And their parents would be like, "What are you letting my kids eat?" We'd be like, no, it's cool, Look, they're good for their body, it's good for the planet, it's a lot more humane. And imagine if, like broccoli and asparagus was this easy. And we can grind it up and put it in their breakfast cereal. Like, this is great. And most of the grown-ups at that point were like, okay, I guess I'm okay with my kid eating bugs. I'm still a little on the fence. But that's where it started. We really saw that there was a big potential in helping more people destigmatize the idea, correct some misunderstandings or some misconceptions around insects. And over the years, we really expanded that mission from talking about just eating insects to how can we use insects as a part of a better agricultural system? How can we grow insects using byproducts or food waste that would otherwise go into a landfill and produce greenhouse gases? How can we use insects to feed our cats and our dogs and our pets? How can we use insects to feed our livestock something better than corn and soy? How can we use insects for all sorts of different raw materials when we stop thinking about insects as something that we need to spray with a chemical and start thinking about them the way that they really are in a natural ecosystem? Insects are part of the decomposers in nature. They help break things down into usable materials for plants, for animals, for the environment, and that's what we want to inspire new generations to really think about. And in the past 10 years, it's been really amazing. 10 years ago, the only popular representations for eating insects in American culture were like Fear Factor and Survivor and like, oh, eating a big centipede. But now there are so many companies that are making products that are farming insects. There are so many celebrities and athletes and musicians, from Justin Timberlake to Questlove to NBA stars to football players, Katy Perry, like all of these people as they travel around the world. They go to Thailand, they go to Kenya, they go to Mexico, and they see how important these insect ingredients are for those traditional cultures, for those cuisines, and they understand that it's not something that we want to stigmatize or demonize.
I love that. So correct me if I'm wrong, Little Herds is essentially an educational nonprofit teaching people about insects for food.
Yes.
I'm like, that one's a yes or no. I have a follow-up question.
That is accurate.
So as you have been operating since, 2013, 2014? 2013, what are some of the things that you found challenging and or really successful about educating it sounds like educating kids is a little easier than educating adults. Some of us a little stuck in our ways. What's the most challenging and the most successful thing out of trying to impart this knowledge onto our greater community?
I think the most challenging thing is because so many people are, they're sort of primed psychologically to say like, ooh, gross, or like, ooh, what are you eating? That's really gross. And especially with kids, we see this. When kids are with peers, if one person is saying it's gross, then some kids will want to eat it because it's gross, but a lot of kids will prefer not to. But if you have one kid who says, if they eat a cricket that's like a sriracha flavored cricket, and they say, oh, this tastes like hot Cheetos, or this tastes like Takis, or flaming Doritos, then the other kids are like, oh, let me try it, oh yeah, this does. And then you get like boom, 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 and all the kids are into it, they all think it's great. So the challenging thing is really making sure that it's a positive experience. If you're trying something new, whether it's insects or seaweed or plant-based proteins, if you're trying something new and someone's saying, oh, that's gross, they're yucking your yum. They're making it really difficult for you to be able to fully experiencing that. But if you get a chance to try it in an environment that is celebratory, that is aspirational, that is optimistic and says, this is great, you're curious, you're trying something new, you're trying something that's outside of your comfort zone, let's celebrate that together, then people are easily able to get excited about it, they're easily able to try it, and even if they don't necessarily like it themselves, they're left with the impression that this is okay for other people to do too. It's something that is not weird, it's something that is just new. And I think that is the thing that's most inspiring and powerful is when we will talk to kids who we went to their Girl Scout troop or their 4-H club or their YMCA after school program, in 2015. And now they're in high school doing a book report on a book about eating insects, or they're in college and they're doing research papers about the way that insects can benefit our gut biomes. It's really inspiring for us to see how this can change the way that people view it and the way that they talk about it with their peers, the way that they talk about it with their professional networks, and that has that ripple effect, and that's really incredible.
I love that, thank you. So we have heard a lot about eating crickets, even eating mealworms. What are some of the other insects that may not be popular in our society, but you find are generally normalized around the world?
Yeah, so I think there's some, yesterday we talked about some things like mopane worms in South Africa.
I want to try them.
The mopane worm is supposed to have a flavor that's really meaty and salty and umami like a sausage. In Australia, in traditional Aboriginal cultures, the witchetty grub is this big grub. It's got a lot of fat, and so again, it's got a very like fatty, meaty, salty profile.
Is that the one on Lion King?
I'm sorry?
Is that the one on Lion King? When Simba goes.
Right, slimy yet satisfying. And then there's, one of the things that I think is really, from a culinary perspective for chefs, this is really the ability to look at all these different thousands of insect species that are edible. Ants is a great example. Ants around the world, depending on the species, depending on their diet, they will have a different flavor profile. So you may eat ants from one place and they taste grassy because they're leafcutter ants. They're eating vegetal materials and they have a very like grassy, fresh, vegetal, salady kind of flavor. You might eat ants in a different place and the formic acid from like a fire ant gives it a spicy flavor. You eat ants like in China, you have black ants that have a very citrusy flavor, like kaffir lime leaves. So for a chef to be able to have like this whole pantry full of new ingredients, full of new flavor profiles, full of new textures to experiment with and play with, we find for them that that's really exciting to have this like whole new vista of culinary applications to explore.
That's amazing. So it's almost like the array of ants is kind of like the salts, the different flavored salts. So thank you so much. We are one of the main organizing bodies for the Future of Food. So if you have enjoyed this event, please see our Give Pulse. It takes many hands to make this work happen. And that's about all the time that we have for today. We have a little microbite for you. And then if you want to introduce the next panel real quick, and the microbite will play and they'll come on stage.
Thank you so much. All right. Next up, we're going to have a panel that we're very excited about. This is a panel that's going to be talking about water. A panel that's going to be talking about agriculture and the way that we can really change the way that we think about how we utilize the oceans, how we utilize our bodies of water, and how we can grow and farm food in new and novel ways. And especially, following a conversation about insects, where insects are something that have been around for all these cultures for so long. It may be new to us, but it's a really old ingredient. Seaweed, kelp, sea vegetables, these are things that have been used by cultures all over the world. Our food society has forgotten about that. And so it's amazing for us to be working with entrepreneurs who are working with farmers and creating new and novel ways to get delicious food and delicious, sustainable seafood onto our plate. And we're thrilled to have a great journalist moderating this discussion and our good friend, Chef Andrew Zimmern. So I'm going to let this play, and then we're going to have a delightful discussion.
When I was 6 years of age, I started with my dad sterning on the back of his boat.
I've lobstered for 60 years.
I've been a commercial lobster fisherman for over 25 years.
If somebody told me 20 years ago that I was going to be growing kelp, I'd have probably told them they was crazy.
I would have said to them they're crazy.
No, never thought that would happen. Yeah.
It was definitely not on my horizon.
I had no idea what kelp did. I didn't know that I was going to be doing something good for the ocean. You know, I didn't know that at first.
It's so hard today to see what the future's gonna be as far as anything to do with the fishing industry.
Climate change and stuff does definitely scare me.
I've always had alternative fisheries.
Just in case something happens to the lobster fishery. I personally never ate kelp before I started growing it. And we all eat kelp now, my whole family. It's delicious, it really is. There's a certain reward in supplying food for people. You started it, you saw it through, and now somebody's gonna eat that. I think it gives my children a much greater appreciation for where things come from.
I've really been amazed by how much it really benefits the environment.
We don't use fertilizers, we don't need water. Everything is there and it's 100% natural.
It's Mother Nature. She's the kelp farmer. That one little thing is like the deed that I do to kind of help give back to the planet. Because I know what climate change is doing to the ocean. If we reverse just a teeny tiny bit of that by growing seaweed, I'll do it.
It's good for the environment, it's good to provide a great food source, but it fits into my business in the sense that I get paid to do that.
I'm doing something good for the ocean. Which does something good for me, gives me a paycheck. But spending time with my dad is probably the best part. I just like spending time with my dad, to be able to watch and learn. He's a big role model of mine.
I feel very fortunate to be able to work with my family.
Safety for my children. I gotta look forward.
I feel hopeful. It's kind of a no-brainer to grow seaweed and the ocean will be better for it.
Hello. Thank you all so much for being here. We're so excited. That film was the perfect intro. Arlen also gave a great intro earlier, and so I think we can really just dive right in here. My name is Chloe Sorbino. I'm a journalist at Forbes. My book is, you may have seen it over there, and we're going to do a signing also a little bit after this. But let's hop in. Can you share a little bit about how you come to this work and why you think farmed seafood has a key role to play in the future of food?
So I always talk about the reason I got into kelp, and thank you all for sitting for that video. I actually didn't realize it was showing today, so that gave me such a thrill. So I got to seaweed through the idea of economic development and prevented economic development. My background is in economic development. I was a diplomat for a number of years, and when I came back to Maine, I saw this industry of people that is thriving on the water, and that's not true for most coastal areas in the United States anymore. But in Maine, we have this thriving, robust lobster industry, and it's all generational, and it's all owned by the people who are fishing it rather than kind of big fleets.
So rare these days.
It's so rare, and they preserve their industry so much that lobster population has really expanded over the last 20 years, not contracted. But the Gulf of Maine is also warming faster than 99% of oceans in the world. So we're the harbinger for what's going to happen throughout the oceans everywhere. And 2 more degrees in the water, and that lobster industry is going to completely disappear, despite all the conservation efforts that we've put into it. So
Staggering. I mean, like, let's all take that in right now.
Yeah, it's wild. I mean, it's a $2 billion industry in one of the poorest states in the country, and it's going to be gone. And we can do nothing about it. But what we can do is start adapting and finding ways to make sure that we remain who we've always been in the state of Maine, which is people who work on the ocean. So we started looking at aquaculture as a way to help people maintain who they've always been and maintain their heritage. Not something that's new, but in fact a way to be who they've always been. So whether it be oysters, mussels, or seaweed, and at the time, seaweed seemed like a great industry for fishermen to go into. Same equipment, off-season, winter, complementary to what they're already doing.
Profitable.
Profitable, same skill set. And there was not a single buyer of seaweed in the United States. There was no processor, there was no one to make seeds, none of it. The entire country processed around 30,000 pounds of line-grown seaweed in 2018.
Wow.
This year, by working with fishermen, Atlantic Sea Farms has harvested we will be harvesting about 1.5 million pounds with 27 fishermen as a way to adapt to climate change.
Wow. And 27 fishermen who are being able to remain independent and just work
Totally
with you. Have you built the market?
Yep, and we kind of work together as an aggregator to help them do that. We give them free seeds. We guarantee purchase of everything they grow. We process everything in our 27,000 square foot facility, self-manufacture into retail products that are available across the country, but also ingredients for other CPG products, so nutraceuticals, crackers, those kind of things that other people make.
Yeah, for everyone who was at Expo West a few days ago, they were out selling their wares with the rest of them, and I'm sure had a great show because seaweed was all over the place.
It sure was. Most of it was ours and other people's stuff.
Yeah, I'm sure. Cool. You want to go, Dan?
Yeah, so I can relate a lot with these stories because 17 years ago, I arrived to these coastal communities in Oaxaca and Chiapas after a hurricane, and this is exactly the same stories that I would hear then. Now, like my grandparent would go to twice a week, and they would get enough for feeding their family. My dad went out every day. I need to go 3 times a day, and sometimes I don't even get for my gasoline. No, these were the kind of stories that we were listening to. And then I looked at aquaculture. I come from Mexico, so in the northwest part of Mexico, there's an important industry for shrimp farming.
It's been around for a while.
Yeah, so we tried to take this aquaculture to the south, but then we realized the huge environmental cost of that. So we decided 12 years ago to switch from NGO to startup, and our idea was to basically master the technology that will power this industry forward in the next decades. So, and we focus on shrimp because it's the food conversion ratio is great, so we get on a 1-to-1 basis, and shrimp are very, I was listening to the conversation about insects, so shrimp is an arthropod, so it's basically a tasty insect. So we have the same advantages that you would have on insects you have on shrimp. And actually, I was talking to somebody yesterday about insect meal and insect oil that can actually help us deal with the sustainability aspect of feed.
Fascinating. Okay, we're going to get into a lot more about that soon because the way you grow is fascinating. But Chef Andrew, I'd love to hear a bit more about why you think farm seafood has a key role to play in this climate change future we're all in.
I think that the future of saving our planet lies in our water systems. Too many people around the world, in the billions with a B, rely on it for their sole source or main source of protein. And almost 1 billion people around the world actually work in the industry. So we can't ignore our oceans. Our oceans are unexplored. We know very little about it. What we do understand primarily is what exists off our coasts. So if there are ways to move a product like shrimp, because I come at this as an activist and a storyteller. So if we move a product like shrimp off of our coastal systems where there are some, because there are some great shrimp farmers on the coast, and there are some not very great shrimp farmers on the coast. And so if we can move shrimp farming inland, if we can put it anywhere, essentially, and we know how fast they grow to market, and we can do it cleanly to scale and remove a lot of the cost barriers to buying it by farming it, we should be investing in that. Why are we putting billions of dollars with a B towards cell-based fish companies, which will take another 40 years to solve their energy problem and get the product cheap enough to solve our problem that we need to solve by 2030, when the solution is sitting in this chair and this chair and all the other chairs already. As a, I've been a chef, and I've been in kitchens since I was 14 years old. My parents were activists. I've been aware of these issues for a long time, culturally, economically, and most importantly, how it's reflected on the plate, right? And since the 70s, when I started just learning about this stuff, slowly at first, but then of course very aggressively over the last 20 years, I have come to realize what one of my colleagues, Jen Bushman, who's a co-founder of fedbyblue.org, you should go check it out. We're screening our documentary, Hope in the Water, tomorrow evening. Come see us. Calls protection and production, right? So we can protect our oceans by sequestering carbon in that seaweed, so it's good for our environment. Columnar farming, along with those mussels and oysters and clams that you were talking about, that filters out our water. We can take operations for shrimp and other types of ocean-going food, just salt water, for example, and move it out to sea. Some stuff grows in freshwater or in a saline environment or estuarial environment, and we can take that into our river system, and we can take it on land. We already have the solution. Why aren't we investing in it? We are running out of time. We used to think it was 2050. It's actually 2030, and I just came from my panel. I'm Global Ambassador for the United Nations World Food Program. 6 months ago, we titled our panel 2 Degrees to Disaster. I learned today we've lost 1.2 degrees. So we're now 0.8 degrees to disaster. So if you think we have till 2050 to solve this problem, you are absolutely 1,000% fucking wrong. We need to solve this problem tomorrow, and the solutions for it exist today right here. So why aren't we taking advantage of that? It seems ludicrous to me. It gets me
Absolutely, no, and thank you so much for all of that. And really the underscoring point here is that we don't have enough time to waste on the wrong solutions, and stuff needs to be worked, the kinks need to be worked out now before we get to 2030. I mean, it has to happen now.
Invest in all the future, thinking that you want to do, but let's invest more in the solutions that exist today as represented by these two incredible people, right? I mean...
So Andrew teed you both up perfectly. Let's get into, you both are raising right now too, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing that Andrew said that's really important is that we so often, and I said this yesterday on a panel here, that we so often look to solutions of a man-made problem, climate change, through robotics and technology. We need to be leaning into the strength of the people that are working on the water, who are working on the farms, who are creating your food. These are people who want a better environment, maybe more than anyone. They're the people who rely on it every day. They're not the ones who broke the system. And I think we can look to people to solve the crisis. And so often we're looking for these kind of magic, okay, let's draw carbon out of the air with these vacuums and then throw it out into space, or let's take seaweed and sink it to the bottom of the ocean. This is all crazy talk. What we can do is look at thousands of fishermen on the coast. How can they be growing oysters, which take carbon up? I mean, that shell is made from exactly what's making our ocean more acidic. Mussels, seaweed, how can we get them into shrimp farming? We have this incredible resource in the United States and everywhere, but in the United States, we have this incredible resource of people. And so often we forget that those are the solutions to making a better future.
I love that. Love that. Love that.
Yeah, so I think that, so when I started this was 17 years ago, you wouldn't hear about food tech and ag tech. So watching the space develop over the years has been very interesting. And I think that it's very natural, because if we think about technology, then we need to think about the whole industries that we are trying to disrupt. And these are very obscure industries. It's very hard. It takes years to start understanding what are the dynamics in terms of the production, and to figure out that fishing, it's really an extractive, it's like mining, right? So we are not depending on running and chasing buffaloes over the steppes. So why are we relying on catching tuna to get our ceviche? But in the end, you can. So we have been understand. So you didn't start yesterday, no? So it's been quite a journey, and I think that right now this approach about technology sometimes is high tech. It can be also low tech to solve something, because we are relying on the biology of aquatic organisms. So in the case of shrimp, a shrimp lays 150,000 eggs every 6 weeks, and it grows 10,000 times. So a shrimp grows 10,000 times its size in 4 months. So you have your tech growth, right? You have your exponential growth.
So there's no wild cows? This is the argument that I have with people all the time. Why is it okay, even in a bespoke butcher shop, right, with mustachioed tattooed butchers? I'm not making a knock. Don't at me, the mustachioed tattooed butchers guild. But nobody walks in there and says, "Show me your wild caught," right? I mean, there's just farmed and better farmed. With chickens, there are no wild. Well, I shouldn't say there aren't wild chickens. I've eaten them in an old job of mine. But no one ever walks in and says, "Show me the wild ones." There's just farmed and then much better farmed, right? And yet people denigrate and literally crap all over an industry that, yes, are there some aquaculture companies that are not doing it the right way? Sure, there's bad aquaculture, but the majority of it is good and getting better because they see the financial upside and the global responsibility they have to produce a cleaner, better, healthier, cheaper product for everybody. And I think the other thing that I would like to add is this notion about extraction, right? Aquaculture is an additive resource, right? I mean, I just can't stress that again. We're not applying more pressure. We're not applying more pressure. It's why when it comes to farming, I love vertical, right? And I mean, that's a tech thing. And I guess I did know.
Everything has a trade-off too.
Last thing that I would want to point out is that we can learn from our past. Sequencing is important. The tech comes after the analog. Don't put the tech first, right? If we look back at analog, people have been farming fish for tens of thousands of years, okay? This is not new technology, all right? So let's start taking that farming premise that's analog and then move it forward and use tech to help increase the availability of it and the viability of it for feeding a hungry planet. That's the sequential system for it.
I agree, and I will say, billions of pounds of seaweed are produced in East Asia. You know how they harvest it? On a small boat with a knife into a bag. If you go to Europe right now, where I spent some time in the last few weeks, the European Union is putting millions into new technologies of how to harvest. This has been 7 years. They produced 20,000 pounds of kelp last year because they're still investing in
zero jobs.
Zero jobs, and they're all, over-engineering it. In the meantime, our partner farmers are slinging it up, taking a knife, and cutting it off into a bag, and they can do 20,000 pounds in a day. And so what's better than that knife, actually, is a bigger knife.
Right.
It's not actually an automatic. So, I mean, I do think, yes, and we just, we tend to just look at technology as if it's the answer, when in fact it can support.
It's not, in your industry in particular, almost irrelevant in a way, because and I really want to put a line underneath it. Those lobstermen and women that you saw, they are using, as Brianna said, the exact same equipment to grow seaweed that they are to take lobster out of the ocean. So it's and it flip-flop season. So it's extremely value-add, hands-on, spend time together, brilliant video. Where tech can help is as you move from growing seaweed into other places where we do need to get feed down, and we do need to address a lot of those other issues about getting things to market faster and to scale. Seaweed does not require more tech. And I would encourage people to always think about this as an economic development issue. As you pointed out, there are human beings, as I said at the beginning, working on the water. We need to preserve those jobs. That's why bullshit documentaries like Seaspiracy, you can quote me on that, which is technically unsupported and factually incorrect, is not a reasonable premise. Leaving the ocean alone is not a reasonable premise. It is an unreasonable premise. It cannot happen. It cannot be regulated, and it won't get us there fast enough. Full stop. As Jacques Cousteau said, the future of saving our planet and human beings is by working in and with the ocean, not away from it.
Yeah, so I think that aquaculture and this new kind of producing protein can become also a staple or a template for a new food system. Because I think that if we consider the problems and as consumers, we are taking this product, and the more that we know about it, the worse we feel, right? So, and we can turn this around. And I think that it's also about the tools that we use. So what I mean, so basically the past food system has only optimized for efficiency. We need a new food system that optimizes for efficiency, but also for environmental impact, maybe for nutrition, right? And then what tools are we using? Yeah, it would help. So what tools are we using? The past food system was built basically on industrial tools. By this I mean engineering and chemistry. But chemistry is really a very let's say, low-resolution way of solving something that biology can solve at a much better efficiency. So what do I mean? In nature, there's basically, where there's shrimp, on average, there's 4 shrimp per square meter. So in order to catch the amount of shrimp that we get from the ocean, we need to scrape 2 million square kilometers of the bottom of the ocean every year. Right? So what, for instance, in the case of our company, shrimp farming is usually done in the tropics. Shrimp like it very, very warm, right? So we need to, if we wanted to do it here or in Indianapolis as we're doing it, we need to have a controlled environment. So for that, we need tech. But we don't need like very crazy tech. We basically need insulation tech. Insulating the containers. So that's a low-tech approach to solve basically the most important problem.
My friend, can you just repeat slowly for everyone to let it soak in where you're raising your shrimp?
Indianapolis.
Can you explain your model fully? It's
Yes.
very fascinating.
Yes, so...
And we really didn't even discuss it, how you're pretty much the only person who's able to do a no antibiotic farm shrimp, which is completely unheard of. So let's get into that.
Thank you. So yes, so we've been working on a technology to basically not need water exchange in shrimp farming. Water exchange sits at the bottom, and it's the root of both the financial problems in shrimp farming. Shrimp live in a never-ending pandemic, so as a farmer, you're dealing with the fact that maybe this season is the season that you will lose 70% of your production. It's not easy. So, and then it's also the source of the destruction of the environment. Shrimp farming is responsible for 50% of the destruction of mangrove forests in the world. And mangrove forest captures as 5 times as much as any rainforest in the world carbon, right? So, and also a typical shrimp farm pollutes the ocean at a comparable amount of a 500,000 people city.
Wow.
So, water exchange. Why do we need water exchange? Because you're adding protein, you're adding feed into the system that is nitrogen, and then the shrimp or fish, they metabolize the nitrogen through their gills. This nitrogen in the form of ammonia starts to build up, and it becomes toxic at a 1 milligram per liter. So this is why people use water exchange. Like I was using that strategy. I used that strategy when I was 9-year-old, and I need to clean my fish tank, right? So a 2,000 acres shrimp farm in Ecuador is doing exactly the same strategy that I was using at 9 years old. So what is the alternative? If you've been ever in an aquarium, you see a very nice, pretty environment with very clear water. What is needed in order to get that? Basically, you have a series of filtration. You have a sand filter, and you have a UV filter, a biological filter, and this is high tech. So it's very expensive. You need somebody there to watch it all the time, and if something breaks, then you lose everything, and it takes weeks to recover that stability. So what nature does, nature doesn't have filters, nature doesn't have a non-nature deposit of water that you can use to dilute your nitrogen. Nature needs to keep everything in balance. So it has evolved a microbial communities that turn this ammonia, which is trapped energy, into their own cells. So we have that. So we basically miniaturized these, and we've been working on this technology for 12 years. And this was completely a contrarian view from the whole industry. The whole industry has, aquaculture, at least shrimp farming, has bet its future on recirculating aquaculture system, which is a very high-tech approach. So what we do, we turn every unit into an ecosystem, leveraging these microbial communities. These microbial communities also become part of the feeding of the shrimp, creating a higher content of collagen, of fatty acids, and then we put it into a miniaturized shipping containers. This is hypermodular farms, because also recirculating aquaculture systems, farms are very complex engineered endeavors. It takes 3 to 4 years. So what do? We manufacture these containers in Mexico City, and we send it ready to use. So in 2 days, we can put these units ready to work. So right now, we have one, we call it Shrimp Box. It's at the Boston Seafood Show, and in 2 days, we turned the Boston Seafood Show exhibition into a shrimp farm. So then, and the reason we decided to do it in Indianapolis, because I think that people would believe us that if we can grow shrimp in landlocked Indianapolis, then we can grow shrimp anywhere in the world. Yeah. This is why we decided to go first.
But I just want to underscore another value add to the choice of Indianapolis. We have to change people's behavior. We were joking, full transparency, we're friends, we've just met. And when the seaweed was coming out of the water, we kind of looked at each other and made a joke and went, ooh, gross, right? Because that's our funny way of mocking people who think seaweed is gross because we don't, right? However, there are a lot of people who do, and they don't understand it. And there are a lot of people who don't understand a shrimp that grows in Indianapolis, and they automatically go to, well, I'll take the Mexican brown or those Ecuadorian whites or those Florida pinks, right? And they don't understand the difference and the choices that they're making. So once they do understand it, because everyone in this room, I guarantee you, we're all on the same page. We know there's a climate crisis. We know there's a horrific challenge to our food system, and I could just go down a list of general topics. We may disagree about some of the details, but we generally all agree on the facts around this. So if we're going to change the way our world looks, in order to save ourselves a truly existential issue, we have to change human behavior. And if we're going to change human behavior, we have to establish trustworthiness, right? You have to believe what these people are telling you. And so I love the choice that you made of Indianapolis. Because if you said you were in Hawaii or Florida or, south of San Diego, I don't think it's actually as awesome and believable as saying, if we can do it in Indianapolis, we can do it anywhere, right? And we just told a story in Hope in the Water of a shrimp farmer, I'm sure you know them, in central Minnesota. I mean, central Minnesota. I mean, this is crazy, right? But these are places that, guess what? Also need jobs. Also need jobs. So it's that trustworthiness is going to drive the behavior change, and we need that component if we're going to tackle these existential problems.
And what I love about both of these businesses is that they're still enabling independent farmers. Can you speak to that a bit more, and how you've seen that story have that multiplier effect?
Yeah, so it's sort of crazy to look at this industry that's been around for 200 plus years and say, hey, do you guys want to farm seaweed? And it's not like that just came easy. And I think it's so interesting when people are like, oh yeah, you just get these fishermen. No, it doesn't work like that. I've been working in the fishing industry in Maine for about 8 years now through economic development initiatives. And so I had some trust, And I definitely leaned into that trust that first year when I said, hey guys, I promise I'm gonna show up on the dock. Let me just give you this thing of spool that looks like mold, and you're gonna put it out in a farm that you paid for, that you put out lines for, and I promise it's gonna have seaweed on it, and I'm gonna show up on the other end. And for some reason, 3 people were like, okay, let's give it a try, including Keith Miller, who you saw in that video, who he calls himself an old timer, which was part of it, right? Get an old timer, get a young guy, get a guy with kids. And guys that are respected in the industry. It's 4,000 plus lobster license holders, but we all know each other. They're all on those radios all the time because there's nothing else to do out there. And so the first year, April, I don't know, any of you have been in Maine in April, it's still winter, and it's cold, and nobody's fishing. And so I'm picking up bags of kelp, and there's these 1,000-pound bags of kelp, and that's a big bag, like a big salt bag, as you guys saw in that video. And we write the check on the spot for that first year to instill trust. And we give it to Keith Miller, and all these guys are standing at the end of the dock, like, what the hell's going on over there? And he holds up the check and goes, look here, boys, this is the future. And I tell that story all the time because those first few years, these guys really just took a flyer on us that we were gonna do it. Fast forward to COVID, when we were entirely in food service, it falls out right before harvest season, and we still show up. And we wrote an email to everyone, those that use emails, texted everyone else, said, we'll still be there when we have no idea where the seaweed's gonna go. No idea, but we'll still be there. And those radios went off, and now we have a line of people waiting. We're in the queue with our Department of Marine Resources to get the leases. It's very likely, but by the end of next year, we'll also be working in Alaska. We just started working in Rhode Island. We're gonna have 37 farmers by the end of next season if those leases get passed. And now it's like kelp, people are looking at kelp like, oh, these guys make money.
Wow,
and this
that's
is why
powerful.
we're gonna do it, and they know we show up.
Really powerful.
Well, I was just going to say, I mean, I worship at her church, so the other stories that you love to tell are very simply come down to as lobsters continue kind of march north in search of colder water, it's going to be more and more important to save those jobs with alternative resources like the seaweed. And I spoke, we were at several events together, and I've spoken to people who are also worshiping at her church, and they pulled me aside and said, yeah, year 1, X, year 2, 3X, year 3, I'm gonna be 9X, and that's gonna be more money than I made in the lobster season, and more money that I'm forecasted to make in lobster seasons to come, right? Because as the supply dwindles, the cost is going to go up. We went through a period of a decade plus with lobster prices kind of at a low, and that's why lobster rolls got served everywhere, because all of a sudden it was affordable. Even though they're still expensive, it was somewhat affordable. The prices are going to start to go up again. This is the future. And I will also add, when we are talking about extracting something and it's used in so many different things, I mean, nutraceuticals, you can pickle it, you can do all these wonderful, cosmetics, moisturizers, all these value add ways in which you can utilize vegetables from the ocean. The thing that I think about as a chef is eating them. And delicious, nutritious ways to do a quick stir fry with seaweed that you've dried a little bit so it doesn't dump a lot of water in your wok, and teaming it with something spicy and shrimp. Like I'm already thinking like, yeah, this is a good meal right here. This is a healthy, nutritious meal right here that can be super affordable, support jobs, and a new way of thinking about food.
And they're actually serving that meal in a second. I think it might be there with our kelp. And
Are they really?
They are.
Oh my gosh.
And you didn't know.
And they can taste it?
And everybody can taste it. But also what we do at Atlantic Sea Farms is take all of that and turn it into things that people know how to use. Because, Chef Andrew here can turn it into these amazing dishes that are, and he has, that are very creative and outstanding. Most people, when they look at kelp, have no idea how to use it. So one thing that we started doing is fermenting seaweed salad, fermenting a seaweed-based kimchi. We have sea veggie burgers that just launched in Sprouts and Wegmans, and things that you can just buy off the shelf and cook when you have no idea what to do with it. We have kelp cubes that go into your smoothies for
The
thyroid
kimchi
function.
is particularly tasty.
Thank you.
I love that you guys are doing that. I mean, I read the Bren Smith book a bunch of years ago, tried to get the kelp spaghetti. Really, I love pasta. I was super into it, and it's hard. It's hard.
You
it's
need
hard. So
something that's easy that you
yeah.
can just put a fork in and eat. That's where we are in American cuisine right now.
Yeah. One thing on what you said earlier, I thought you can't farm in Alaska.
Oh, no, you absolutely can farm oysters, mussels, and seaweed. And in
Not
fact,
fish.
not fish.
I
But
see.
Alaska is
Boo.
actually dumping $50 million into the development of their mariculture industry.
Fascinating. Wow.
It's going to change in Alaska. There's a lot of laws moving through state houses really quickly, and Alaska has, like a few other states in our country, have very specialized codicils in their state constitutions about it, because they were trying to preserve a cultural hegemony. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. From 50, 60 years ago, right? That's not applicable today. So I truly believe it's going to change, because all those people are looking at Maine and going, wait a second, our dollars are dry. We should be looking at alternatives.
Let's stay on that for a little bit. I mean, what's one policy that you'd love to see enacted? Or in other ways, like, what's one regulation you'd like to see slashed that actually really impact quickly your business in some way?
So in our case, I think that we are creating a new industry here in the United States, which is shrimp farming. There's nothing. So we need a little bit of help. Our system basically complies with all federal regulations because we don't touch federal waters. We don't discharge water, so we don't have a problem in terms of that regulation. But we need basically help in terms of making it more competitive, because the problem is that certifications, their business is in Ecuador and in India. They will never give us like the highest standard of certification. So we need the government to step in and as it has USDA organic, USDA, prime or choice or whatever. We need something like that can tell the customer, this is something that is not using antibiotics, it's not using chemicals, it's not using preservatives, it's not harming the environment, it's not polluting the ocean, right? So something like that, so that it's a credible signal from a third party that makes it more trustworthy.
For us, and for those of you who were here yesterday, you heard me say this, I feel like at this point, 30% of my time is focused on fighting the absolute gentrification of the coasts that is severely restricting our ability to farm the oceans. And it is simply, when you look at coasts, you don't see small homes. You see summer people, you see the wealthy, and the wealthy they believe the ocean should have a clear view for them from their house. And there are very few places in the United States where there's not a wealthy home looking at the ocean. And they single-handedly have killed aquaculture in the United States. The only place that is not true is Alaska, because no one lives there. And I think that what is so beguiling to me in Maine is we call it vacation land. People come up from Boston and New York for 2 weeks a year.
Yeah,
they
Forbes
own the
CEO.
entire coast, and they don't want to see a mussel raft. They don't want to see oyster bags. They're good with seaweed because they're not there. And because it's a winter crop. And I actually was hosted at a woman's house in the belly of the beast for a big conference up north in this kind of Mount Desert Island, Bar Harbor area, for any of those who have gone to Acadia National Park. She said, I'm just so glad you're here. I'm so excited about your industry. And I said, yeah, I appreciate you hosting me. It's expensive to stay up here. But you seem to be blocking the mussel farm going in. She said, oh, I just don't want to see it. I'm only up here for 2 weeks a year. And I don't think that can be undersold about how much of my time in aquaculture is to farm on the open ocean is actually just fought trying for rich people to not block us because of their viewscape. And it's a small policy, but it's one that should be absolutely railroaded through as soon as possible, because the litigious nature of those people and the way that they're able to get, our local legislators in every coastal state to block aquaculture, particularly California, Washington, Oregon. It's happening in Maine. It's certainly happened in other places, but all the places where you see beautiful coastline, it's the rich who have blocked it.
Truth to power.
And this is a very difficult thing, because I know there's a lot of people out there who are saying, well, don't we get a choice about where to live, et cetera? And the answer is yes, we do. However, it's a yes and. Because I have been in countries, I have been in coastal communities around the world, in Europe, in Africa, in South America, where you see these incredible rafts that are supporting mussel and oyster farming. And there are people going to and fro and doing their work. And the people who have houses there actually rejoice in that, because the water is cleaner and it does not interfere. There is a beauty in it. It is not empty. It is literally, this high and sits on the water. So I think there is a way that we need to understand what the word coexistence means in the face of an existential disaster that is going to happen if we don't. Because if we don't do what my friend just said, we are in even bigger danger, right? My dream is subsidies. I've done just a ton of work, and I know I'm preaching to the converted here, and I'm a huge fan, by the way, so it's great to be sitting here talking to you. But we explored a lot of this in my MSNBC series, What's Eating America. The farm-to-freighter economy, which is killing farming, it's killing our systems. We're spending $4 trillion a year on processed food-related diseases. Please don't use the word food-related diseases, okay? A tomato never gave anybody a disease, okay? A Big Mac has. On food-related diseases, we have these giant-sized issues, and we keep giving subsidies of all kinds to people who are not involved in growing what the U.S. government calls specialty crops. Specialty crops are all foods fit for human consumption, okay? They've been marginalized. Our food has been marginalized. So let's start subsidizing, okay, farmers who are doing this, all right? Subsidize that. And here's the big one. Let's subsidize women who are doing that, sorry. Let's subsidize women of color who are doing that, okay? Because those are the people who have been most marginalized. So I'm not saying do anything else other than let's just put them at the front of the line when it comes to subsidies and access to capital. If we don't do that, because they need the jobs, that's going to save communities and our livelihoods faster than anything else, right? So let's straighten out that subsidy thing, and let's get immigration reform finally done and over with, so we have enough people to process everything that we're going to grow, pack, truck, plant, pick, and eventually eat in this country. Because if you talk to anyone who's in food production, including folks who are trying to do this, it's going to become a worker problem if we grow to scale what these guys are doing.
Is that what you'd say would be your top priority for a farm bill? I wanted to end on farm bill talk.
I just named like 9 of them.
Fair,
sorry.
So that what you'd say, right?
I'm a wordy guy, but yes, I think that's very. I think I was at the White House Conference on Hunger, Nutrition, and Health, and a lot of side groups, and I've been working really, really hard on this for a couple of years. And you do have to, it is a holistic environment. It looks like this. And if you move one thing on one side of the graph, something else has to give, okay? It is an equation. So we have to finally move enough pieces. It's like one of those puzzles on Survivor at the end where someone's going to win $1 million. We have to move it around so everybody wins. The late Senator Paul Wellstone from Minnesota said, we all win when we all win. And I think that's the operating philosophy for me.
And I think as far as the farm bill goes, it's very plain and simply, our current agriculture system makes farmers poorer, the environment worse, and people less healthy. There's not a single thing about that that is okay, and not a single thing about that that shouldn't change. And so I think we need to turn it
bad
all
for
over.
workers.
And it's bad for everybody.
Yeah.
So I think we need to just flip on its head everything that we see as our current food system.
Yeah, I wanted to end on that because we were talking about the urgency earlier. It's funding for the next 5 years, pretty much the most crucial 5 years we have. I think everyone in this audience is super engaged on climate. I think that's for that reason. I mean, it's going to be the funding for these make or break it years. Any final thoughts, or what else keeps you optimistic otherwise?
Well, I think that I've been pondering on two quotes. One is the problem with these times is that not even the future is what it used to be. And the second one is the future always comes too fast and in the wrong order. I think that by looking at this work and by this, how can we create a new food system, is a way that we can get into a better relationship with how we think about the future. Instead of looking at the Black Mirror version of it, we are talking basically about a way to try to be more in harmony with the environment, to help our brothers and sisters, farmers, and enable better jobs and also the consumer. Because what I like is that people, when they eat our shrimp, they want to know more, and as the more they know, they like it better because they like the story and the origin and all that.
And I think it's all about hope, and that's what their documentary is really highlighting. It's called Hope on the Water, because I think we often look at the ocean as this place of the seaspiracy news, and this is a place where there is so much hope, and there is so much opportunity, and there's so many people doing amazing things to build a better ocean and a better planet. And I think that's something that we don't see in a lot of industries, but certainly on the ocean we do.
Well, thank you so much. I think we're a little over time, so I'll let us go. But their bites are already out. I already see people eating. Everyone go try these amazing aqua-based foods, ocean-based foods. Thank you, and I'll be also doing a signing over there for the next little bit, too. Thank you all. Really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
hello. All right. Okay. Hello. Hello, everybody. Hello. Thank you, everyone, for being here. All right, I know everyone's really excited because this food is so good, but I need everybody to bring it down a notch. If you can see me, raise a finger. If you can hear me, raise a finger. Can you tell I've got little kids at home? This is not the first time I've done this. All right, I know everybody's excited, but this is the moment we've been talking about the last couple days, the moment we've been waiting for. Iffy.
Hi, everybody. Can I get this mic number 3 live, please?
Here, talk in my microphone.
Oh, wow. Thank you for that. That was so smooth. Hey, if you have food in your hand, I want you to take a moment and stop. Don't eat it right now. We want to experience these tastings together with the judges in real time. So, if you're standing in the back, clap once if you can hear me. Clap twice if you can hear me. Clap 3 times if you can hear me. Thank you. Can I have a hush go over the crowd? Thank you. All right, if you're standing up and you have some food, I want to invite you to take a seat. We're about to have an interactive experience here. If you're at home right now watching, we wish you were here. So pay attention, do that visualization. We're with you. If you have food in your hand, again, please stop eating it. Wait until the judges come up on stage and that the food can be introduced so you can really have a moment of mindfully appreciating all of the ingredients and work that has gone into this delicacy. Yeah? Do you agree? Are you into that? All right. I see a lot of people standing. I'd love to invite you to take a seat and be with this. Yes, fill it on in. Fill it on in. All right, I'm going to hand this microphone back to you and let's get it.
I am so excited. And Olivia is going to be up here with me in just a minute. My name is Robert Nathan Allen. Everyone calls me RNA. I'm the founder of Little Herds, the nonprofit that is behind this whirlwind of amazing culinary collaborations, mad science, new flavors, new experiences. And we're excited today to introduce for the first time our pilot program, the Future Food Culinary Showcase. This is an idea that has been in the makes for the last year. We were very excited to connect with some local chefs that are really passionate about mentorship, about professional development, making sure that chefs who are coming up through the culinary system have support, have people that they can look up to, have people that they can go to and trust and confide in, because that's really important. As you may have heard earlier when I was talking with Olivia about the Nourish Foundation, the culinary space oftentimes is not a healthy space. And we need more chefs who recognize that it needs to do better. And the chefs that we have today, they are doing that. So I'm going to bring up our partner now. This is Carissa with Trendy. Trendy is our partner for the Culinary Showcase. They make incredible ingredients that our chefs have used. And I want to hand it over to Carissa to tell us a little bit more about not just the ingredients, but also the way that they are also doing this kind of collaborative event that fosters mentorship and professional development for students.
Hi, everyone. Yay, we're all here in Austin together and talking about my favorite topic, actually 2 topics, reducing food waste and feeding people with a mix of culinary innovation in there. You know, back in about 2 years ago, we started coming up with these powders and purees that were rescued from the farm level. I don't know how everybody is on their food waste stats and hunger stats, but you know, we waste 2.5 billion tons of food every year, $340 billion at the farm level alone, and simply because of the way this food looks. And I don't know about you, but I think the question to the audience today is, since when did we start body shaming our fruits and veggies, right? But there's also the other side of that equation. Our company rescues food at the farm, but we also create really awesome products like these, where you have a lot of purees and powders that can then be rescued at the farm, but adopted and redistributed to restaurants and food service. However, you know, this idea is great, but unless we have the future culinary leaders innovating with these products, that adoption rate is a lot slower. And our young generation is thinking more and more about the future of our food and sustainability. And this is why we started the Culinary Innovation Challenge at Trendy. So for the last 2 years, Trendy has run 7 culinary innovation challenges with 7 post-secondary institutions and community colleges across Canada. We had a quick chat a few weeks ago, and we said, well, why won't we bring this to South by Southwest at the Future of Food and try one for the first time ever here in Austin in United States?
Woo, 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 woo.
So I will pass it off to you to introduce everyone, and let's get this started.
Thank you, Carissa. Thank you, Trendy team. We are so excited. If you didn't listen to Iffy and you already ate it, then you know. But if you haven't and you're holding it, you're going to get to taste it real soon. First, I want to bring up our chef judges. While they're coming up on stage, I'm going to give you a little bit more of the background. We decided that we wanted to work with students in the local community. There are culinary students at the high school level. There are culinary students at the community college level. There are schools like the Escoffier School, the Culinary Institute of America. There are so many places where people can get that professional training, that education, that hand-on experience to go into the service and culinary industry. And those students can benefit greatly when they have the opportunity to work with chefs who have been through it, who know what it's like to open up a restaurant, who know what it's like to create dishes from new ingredients, who know what it's like to create a family in an environment that fosters that sort of that sort of mentorship. Like, I don't want to rehash that word too much, but it's a really powerful word. So I'm going to come down the line here. I'm going to ask each of our chefs to tell us a little bit about themselves, why for them this idea of mentorship and experimentation together with new ingredients is important. So first off, I'm pleased to introduce Chef Tiffany Derry from Dallas.
Hey, hey, hey! Tiffany here. I am a Southern girl, and I grew up, for the most part, in Beaumont, Texas. And so growing up in the city, I didn't get a lot of mentorship opportunities. I mean, for God's sake, I worked at IHOP. So there wasn't a lot of chefs that I knew that were doing creative things. So, you know, just having to work through going into places where, one, people didn't look like me, cook like me, do any of those things was important to me, so that the next generation coming up could see someone who looks like them, who also cooks the food that they cook and can be proud of the food they cook. And so I think mentorship across the board is important altogether. I think also that we have to start experimenting a little bit more with food. You know, what's one culture that they may use as far as ingredients may not be known to others, and some people may see it as weird or crazy, and it's not. And I think if we can learn to accept and appreciate all food, I think we'll be in a better place.
All right, Chef Gerald Sombright.
Hello, Chef Gerald here. I am a resident of Florida, which is the Wild Wild West, but that's for another story. I think that cultures and I think that mentorship and food, getting new foods is so important, because one of the reasons I became a cook is because it was new every day. I literally went to work every day and learned something about someone else's culture, someone else's ingredients, some things that were so different from anything I had ever experienced in my life, that is, I think even to this day, I'm continuing to learn. And then as far as mentorship, I have copious amount of young men and women who look to me as their chef all over the country, that send me all these text messages like, oh, you remember that time you said this and it impacted me? And I don't even remember those conversations, but I know that I was impactful in their lives, and they became better cooks because of me, and I had that done for me, so I just want to pass it on to the next generation.
Love that, love that. All right, one of our local chefs here in Austin, Tavel, tell us about what you're doing.
Hey y'all, I'm Tavel Bristol Joseph. We have the Emerald Rye Hospitality Group. Mentorship is important for me because I believe that part of our history is storytelling, and by telling those stories and impacting the younger generation in whatever way possible, that determines what the future looks like and feels like. And so us being able to share our story and our journey is super important. And because of that, like, I started a scholarship, which is the Bristol Joseph Scholarship Fund, that we mentor and pay for culinary students at the ACC. That's just part of what we do, so we live it every day. And when we talk about new foods, I think, like for myself, I look at it as it's not necessarily new foods for me. I think the idea is to expand the current offering. Let's just say that. So being able to provide a space in which you can come and experience dishes or stories that you've never heard or tasted or felt before is important to us, and that's why we create concept that provokes that interest.
Love that, love that. All right, Rick, Chef Rick.
Yes,
tell
yes.
us what you're doing.
My name is Rick Lopez. I'm the chef here at La Condesa, which is like 8 minutes from here. And yeah, we're talking about mentorship, and I take this approach of mentorship is kind of a two-way road right there, where I, in turn, love learning from all the young folks in the restaurant, because you never want to feel like you're too old to hang with cool people and have a good time. And I don't want to be that person that's always on the porch saying, back in my day.
Why are you looking at me when you say that?
I haven't even looked at you
You're
once.
my friend.
We are friends, we are friends. But, you know, I really want it to be this wholesome thing where we're throwing words out to each other, new ingredients out to each other, and having a good time. Because when I was coming up as a young cook, I loved learning. I would always pick up the shift. I would always try to work a little bit longer and do the best I could for myself first, and then try to do better for the team. And when you're looking at mentorship and feeling that mentorship, I love learning from everybody young, because there's a different take that's going on. I'm not 22 anymore, and I never will be. My 22-year-old body life is different from what it is now, and I hope that we can continue to play that way too, because I still am learning and I love it, so yeah.
Love that. Always be learning. All right, Andrew.
Hi, everybody. Andrew Zimmern. First of all, it's just an absolute thrill to share the stage with 4 culinarians who believe so strongly in what they do. All of you are friends of mine in real life, and it's wonderful to hear you talk about something that's been so powerful for me in my life that was not talked about 25 years ago ever in the context in which you 4 are talking about it. And that's a really sort of humbling thing to listen to and realize that we have a lot further to go, but look at what you all are saying and what you're representing. It just is an absolute thrill for me. I think I spend a lot of time mentoring, sit on a lot of boards, have a lot of scholarships, support a lot of shit. Go to andrewzimmer.com, look at the partner page. People tell me it's overwhelming, but you know, it's my life. I think what's important here is that when I look at, I only have my own experience to share. Age 20 to 30, I worked in Michelin-starred restaurants with the best chefs in the world and was told I was a really, really good cook and keep my nose to the grindstone. And not because of that, but in parallel process, my life cratered and I entered a series of crises that pushed me to, you know, a depth that I would never want another human being to experience ever. And I tried to take my own life, and I didn't die. And I woke up, and some friends found me and put me into a chemical dependency and treatment center, and I've stayed sober for the last 31 years, and I never looked back. And I've never gotten out of the food business. I've taken a paycheck from a restaurant since I was 14 years old, never stopped. Through college, through everything, through COVID stuff, all the other things that you see on the outside of my life, operate, own, and partners in, live in and through restaurants and food and being of service to people that way. So what's different in the last 30 versus those 16, 18 that were just so awful is that I learned to say the words, I don't know how to do this, can you help me? And you can say that 100 different ways, right? In all kinds of different styles, but to actually to say the words out loud, I don't know how to do this, can you? I still do that every single day. I learn from everybody all the time. And the minute you cease to be teachable, you cease to be relevant because it's just me and my ideas. Me and my own ideas never created an original fucking thing in my life. But when I talk to colleagues and I see what they're doing, then I'm like, wow, I have a twist on that. Or I could, wow, what is my food? What's the food of my people? What can I bring to this, not take from it? What can I bring to this? And I think it's that mindset that, someone sat at the end of my bed and said to me, take the cotton out of your ears and put them in your mouth and watch how other people do it and ask questions and be empathetic and don't think you know everything or have all the answers. And the minute I did that, my life changed. So, why do I do it? Because I want to change the life for other people. It's a debt to society that I don't think any of us as human beings who have any kind of platform, and I've been blessed to get a really big one, can ever take for granted. And so in giving back, I'm actually trying to create the life that I wanted for myself all along. And I'm deeply, deeply committed to it. So I wasn't kidding. Go to andrewzimmer.com, go to our partners page, pick a partner and send it to everyone on your email list or whatever, put it on blast, because there's some great nonprofits that we do a lot of work with.
All right. Now, I'm going to pass the mic over to Chef Olivia so that she can tell you a little bit about the process behind the scenes working with the students and the chefs.
Well, much in the spirit of what Chef Andrew just talked about, being teachable and being humble and being empathetic, we found some great partners that were willing to take some students under their wing and work together on a dish. So we have Aaron Bastias and we have Chef Kevin Pacheco from Olame, who mentored Aaron through this dish, where they were challenged to incorporate some of our sponsored dishes and definitely use trendy in a very new way. And I love what they came up with, so I can't wait to see what they're gonna bring up. And at the end, I will, put myself out there and show them what I did with a couple dishes just for the judges, because I heard you talk about that shrimp, and we're very lucky to have gotten atarraya shrimp for you to try today. First up, let's go ahead and let Aaron and Chef Kevin come up and talk about it.
Hi, my name's Kevin. I work at Olame. I'm a sous chef over there. We do some Southern cuisine, fine dining. If you're ever in the downtown area and want some Southern cuisine, please come check it out. I had the pleasure of mentoring Aaron here with the luxury of using a lot of really nice, sustainably sourced items. So I will let Aaron tell you what we've created.
Thank you, Chef.
Yeah.
So, what you see here is a kelp and mushroom salad that's been tossed in a gochujang and sesame seed oil vinaigrette. It's got the tindal, am I pronouncing that right?
Yep,
the tindal plant-based chicken, which we have coated in a teriyaki sort of sauce made by Chef here. It's been topped with fried rice noodle and a blend of green onion, powdered green onion, mushroom, and the mango powder. I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you.
You're doing great. No, stay up. So each of our chefs are going to take this, they're going to have a bite, they're going to give some thoughts, they're going to give some feedback, and we're all going to hear a little bit more about what you just tried, what they're trying. Feel free to talk about what you did.
Sure, why not? First of all, great use of textures and flavors. Contrast in food is what makes for excellence, right? Assuming anything tastes good, temperature contrast, texture contrast, flavor contrast, the more contrast you can put into a dish without overloading it, there's that balance, is all about great eating, in my opinion. The affinity that mushrooms have for seaweed is one of my favorite combinations. I do a lot with mushrooms and seaweed, so you had me right away with that. Tyndall, plant-based chicken company, is also a partner of mine. No connection here at all. So I happen to love what they represent and stand for. And you actually did something really, really nice and tricky with it, which you were able to give it some texture by how you treated the chicken. And the sauce was lovely. I think you put that plate of food in front of someone and say, this is the future of food. We're using some traditional Asian flavors, and we're gonna spotlight a vegan chicken product with seaweed grown in an aquaculture system, to me, is what our future plate looks like, and we need to be celebrating food like that. Very successful, thank you.
Yeah, that's great. Oh, I was just saying that's great. You see, he said it all. The dish was really good, very well balanced, seasoned well, great texture. Yeah, I'm a fan.
I got the seaweed, and maybe it's me, felt like greens in a way. Like they had this a little bit of chew, and it felt like it had this cooked longer kind of feel, and I really, really enjoyed sort of the nuttiness in it. And I think adding that texture on the chicken and the texture on the top was sort of the key, because if not, things can feel kind of soft, but you had so much texture going on that it complemented each other. And, you know, a lot of times when we have dishes like that, it seems to be a little more spicy, and I think that, you know, showing some restraint in that way was really smart.
I was at a seaweed tasting, and you were on a television in the lounge, and we had to go turn it down because I was getting distracted listening to you talk.
No, you were just saying I'm loud.
No.
Just say it.
No.
Just say it.
But knowing what you like and like to cook, I was actually thinking when it came, I thought to myself, well, Tiffany's gonna really love this, because they are like greens, and when you blend them together, that chew, you can also cook them for a while. They don't just fall apart and disappear, so they absorb flavors really, really well.
I think that the texture, everybody keeps saying it, the texture from all of the things were pretty mind-blowing. When you put all these things together, you would imagine that the mushrooms and the seaweed would resemble each other on the palate, but they didn't. They really stood out to be their own thing. So you are extremely successful, and I couldn't really tell that was fake chicken.
Good stuff, right?
No, I thought it was genius because you can feel the collaboration with Olame, the Southern restaurant, these flavors being dynamic and new, and then, yeah, it felt like eating greens, and then that little piece of like meaty texture felt like maybe biting into a piece of pork, and then that crunchy outer part of it. So it was a good song that you wrote. I thought it was awesome.
Thank you so much.
I like that.
Oh, thank you so much for this opportunity. Appreciate the feedback. And special thanks to Chef O for bringing me here, and Chef KP, who has been an honor and a pleasure to work with. Thank you.
That was awesome. I'm so proud of Erin. She's part of the Nourish Foundation's first cohort of students that will be getting their certification and will be able to go off and work wherever they want without staging for free. Woo! So that, right? So up next, we have Scott Creamer, and we have Frank Harris from La Condesa, who mentored Scott through this dish. Very excited to see what they made.
Thank you. And thanks, Frank, for all his help. So I am Scott Creamer. I'm a culinary student at ACC. And what we did today was I was thinking about summertime coming up. So I wanted to use a watermelon. I wanted to make a summer dish. And we treated it similar to sashimi. It's a little bit like tuna. So it's marinated in the trendy mango tango, which had some similar flavors to what I was using in my marinade, and it lightened it up a little bit. It's finished with sesame seeds, black ants, and radish microgreens.
And what did you say the red thing is in the center of the plate?
It's watermelon.
Thank you. Just want to make sure people understood it's not salmon.
I have to say the ants taste better than they look, you know.
It's the formic acid in the ants.
Really, really good balance. This actually does eat closer to sashimi than it does to watermelon, which is always a delight and just showcases such a level of technique. It's acidic, crunchy, sourness going on. It's a really, really delicious dish, especially for the fact that I'm eating ants. I have, but different, very different.
Want me to go first?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, it was good. It was good. It was the the summer thing going on. What you're thinking for? Well, it's hot today, but it'll be cold tomorrow. But the summer situation of the watermelon sitting out a little too long, the ants kind of taking over, getting on there. So I see what you did with that one. And then the texture. I think you said you baked it. It's got that texture of like sashimi, like fish. So when you bite into it, it's watermelon at first, and then the texture is almost like fish. But I think my favorite part is the ants crawling on the watermelon. That's all I'm seeing right now. So summertime, yeah.
Storytelling.
It is an incredible story. If I could just change one thing about the dish, it's don't be so stingy with the ants. But I mean that as a culinarian. So you heard about the acid that's in ants. So it's one chemical step to the left to lemon juice. Okay. So ants, many species. Please do not eat red ones unless you cook them. But ants are used in cooking all over the world. Said the person who has some experience eating bugs. And they are fantastic, ground, toasted, done anything to. So I just wanted more of that lemon flavor. I wanted more of that crunch because they're dried, they're crunchy. And that is the future of food. And for anyone who's been to a fancy pants restaurant and had compressed watermelon or compressed melon, you can get the same effect by actually cooking it. So I really like that you did that and didn't, vacuum seal it and get the same effect that way. I thought it was a very smart dish. And I cannot underscore what everyone else said about the ants on watermelon. That storytelling is, you just can't do enough of it on a plate for me. So very successful. More ants though, more ants.
Thank you for letting me eat ants the second time in my life. That was delicious. I think that, yes, as far as where the texture of the watermelon and the acidity that you got from the ants, and it was also seasoned very well. That's a big thing for me. And also the presentation, I thought it was beautiful, so thank you.
Thank you.
For sure. I think presentation was minimalist, right? Like you were like, I'm going to give you a few ingredients. You're going to enjoy them. It's going to be about this. I agree with Andrew a little bit more of either the ants or a little acidity just to pick it up. I think you could have gotten it from the ants, but I love that there were also the sesame seeds on there because you wanted a little bit of that crunch. And I think, sometimes when we do watermelon, it's like you go a second too long and it's like limp, meaning it's not crunchy. And so what you want is to make sure that you have that balance of the crunch with a little bit of softness, which gave us the feel of like you're actually eating sushi. So I thought you did that very smart, and I thought that was a very good presentation of saying, I'm giving you ants on watermelon, you're gonna eat it, and you're gonna like it.
Thank you.
Nice job.
All right. So just as a little bonus, I wanted to showcase this beautiful agua blanca shrimp. It is a Pacific white shrimp that is actually farmed, believe it or not, terrestrially in a shipping container. Super automated, very clean. I can't wait to see how y'all feel about it. I made sure to keep it very simple. I'm from Nayarit, Mexico, and we eat shrimp so much. So if you can get me to like something that's farmed, because I'm like, no. Where's this from? My waters. What? This is the cleanest shrimp I've ever had, and I really want to share this with you.
And where's it grown? Where's
Mexico.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, and the founders are here somewhere. This one's in Indianapolis? Oh, okay. Sorry.
I thought that's
My bad.
the shrimp that we talked about earlier. It was just
Yeah.
super cool.
It is the cleanest. So I wanted to keep it clean. I did an aguachile and a little bit of yuzu pearl on top, and it's sitting on top of Trendy's guava puree.
I just asked if it was real shrimp, and they're laughing at me. I wasn't sure, Indianapolis, and I wasn't sure. You shouldn't assume around here. Thank you. Beautiful presentation.
I'm a sucker for molecular gastronomy. When used correct.
Come back up so they can talk to you.
Oh, to the fork. Can I get a fork? Did he snap his fork? Oh. It's the silence that gets you.
I love it. It's so you said aguachile. So it feels like, the aguachile is like a big old plate you sit down, you get your beverage, and it's like a big old plate of shrimp, right? So you can almost feel the whole plate in that one bite, where it's about to get too acidic because you put too much lime on it, and then the shrimp sweetens it out a little bit more. So that's what keeps you going back. It's not the heat, but it's that like acidic punch on the tip that keeps everything going. So I thought that was cool. Like in one bite, you could get all that flavor.
Thank you, Chef.
Beautiful. Yeah, it was nice. That was cool.
Okay. I thought the shrimp was beautifully cooked, meaning, sometimes, and it depends on what dish you're going for and what you want at the end. If you want a fully raw shrimp, if you want, really something that feels like it's been sitting in lime. But I thought the texture was very easy to eat. I did eat the whole bite in one, so I really know. And I thought the acidity was a little more in the forefront than I was thinking it would be, and a little like something else to maybe a little olive oil or something else to like kind of round it off. I think would be great. But I really enjoyed the freshness and the cleanness of the shrimp.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's, I second that. I think the shrimp was really clean. I actually, the part of that dish I enjoyed was the pearls. I thought it was beautifully done. Good texture on those. If I'm going to critique anything, it'd probably be I would want a little bit more salt, but I thought the dish was great.
Thank you.
My fork broke, so I had to eat it all in one bite. So pardon me for using my hands. I thought that the shrimp itself is just mind-blowingly delicious. I could not believe that those shrimp were grown in a shipping container. That really blows my mind. For something to taste like that, you search for things like that as a chef to be able to put on a plate and to be able to get that level of consistency that every shrimp kind of eats the same way. And you didn't give us too many things to overpower that shrimp, and you didn't give us too few things to not accentuate that shrimp. You kind of hit it right on the money. And interestingly enough, Tavo and Tiffany are both saying two critiques that I would have is just fat and salt. But in any shape, form, or fashion, you wanted to add it. Because I would love you to tell more of your story.
Sure. Yeah, I can totally take that. And I think I was trying to be a little bit authentic and not fusion up my Mexican stuff too much. My mom definitely, we've been playing with changing her ceviche with a little olive oil here and there, a little oleo verde, something. And she'll be like, it's not in the recipe, but okay. But I understand, you know, the roundness.
It's
cut.
tricky. It's
Yeah.
tricky because traditionally in aguachile is also going to have fish or oysters or other things in it that have fats that are naturally occurring in them, so that the acidity and the salinity that you're adding there in your seasoning, the chef's choice, that you don't need to add anything there. I think what's interesting, and it's why it's fun to play with new ingredients, is that farm-raised shrimp is a very lean shrimp. It still has naturally occurring fats in it. It's a great shrimp, but it's leaner than other shrimp that you might purchase. So I think it's working with an ingredient. And this is goes back to what we're talking about being teachable. Like there's a new ingredient that you have to sort of work with a bunch of times before you get it where you want it to be.
And you can make that same recipe with other shrimp that you're used to and would have a completely different
Way
flavor.
different, 100%.
And I think that's the beauty of finding new products, understanding, you know, the flavors you're gonna get, what they ate, the waters they were in, like all of that matters. And I think it's pretty awesome.
That's right. But you know, we talked about this earlier, and it's worth repeating. You know, shrimping is responsible for 50% of the destruction of mangrove forests around the world. And they sequester, I think, 15, 16 times the amount of carbon than the rainforest does. So it's a very important thing to be farming shrimp. So if we have a resource that tastes that good, that's what we need to be leaning into. And the fact that it's bringing jobs to a city like Indianapolis in the seafood industry in a landlocked state, right? When we start talking about the intersection of food and tech and why we're all here at South by Southwest and why we're here talking about the future of food, that's the future of food, right?
Cleaner, you know, it's creating jobs in this country.
Yep.
And as somebody who works with the luxury tier and high net worth individuals, they always want like the most expensive, the coolest, the whatever. And so for a long time, we're flying in a lot of food. We can stop that. We can literally stop that now. And that's amazing, you know.
Nice job. Really good.
Thank you, chefs.
All right. So that was our last dish. Before we let y'all off the stage, I want to ask one more question because we're Little Herds. It's the future of food. We've talked about a lot of different foods today. I want each of y'all to share with us either one story about a dish that's really important from your childhood, because we've had a lot of conversations about the impact of food and nutrition for kids and being able to grow, or one new ingredient that you've experienced or are excited for people to experience, and it may be something you tried today, it may be something that we didn't even have here today. So you can either think back or you can think forward. Does anybody want to go first and be on the spot?
I'll start it off. I'm going to go back. This is so ridiculous. The thing that the recipe or the dish that stands out to me the most is something from my childhood, which is Rice Krispie treats. It is the first dish that I have ever anticipated cooking. Prior to the moments that we had cell phones, we used to entertain ourselves with the back of the cereal box. There was, sometimes there was like a fun puzzle. There was like all the stuff you could do on the back of the cereal box. And one thing stood out to me, that there was a recipe on the back of the cereal box. So I requested from my grandmother, the next time you go to the grocery store, can you please buy me 2 pounds of butter and a pack of marshmallows so we can make Rice Krispie treats. It took, I don't know, 2, 3, I asked her more than one time, right? Because she didn't really want to buy it. But I remember in my mind that I was so small that I had to use a milk crate to stand next to the stove to cook this dish with this matriarch of my family who's like coming from work in the hospital, in her uniform that's just like being like, oh my God, I can't believe you want to make this, but you my grandkid, I'm going to let you stand at the stove and make this with you. To that day and now, consistently, when I'm somewhere and they have a homemade Rice Krispie treat, I always purchase it because it makes me think of her. So.
Have you done a fancy Rice Krispie treat?
Yeah, we used to do like butterscotch and miso. And
Togarashi. I'll go forward. You know, if we want to have food in our future, we better start eating more foods, water-based foods that come from rivers, lakes, streams, ponds, and oceans, and we better start farming them on land and at sea and in shipping containers. And so, you know, I just would point to the seaweed that we ate. I would point to the shrimp that we ate. I've been a broken record about this for now 16 years, that I've been working on creating an environment in which aquaculture can flourish. We're facing down the barrel of a gun with $4.5 trillion a year spent on fighting processed food-related diseases. Again, I will insist, do not call them food-related diseases. They're processed food-related diseases. A tomato never gave anybody diabetes. And I think that we all can develop a taste for other foods. I'm living proof of it in my own life. So I know that it is possible for those foods to be our salvation as our planet grows, as we become more compromised by climate crisis and conflict around the world. Our supply chains are going to become wobblier. And so I would insist that you start to utilize these foods that have been showcased not just today, but yesterday, tomorrow, and ongoing, and follow these panelists and follow what RNA is doing at Little Herds and what all of our sponsors are doing, because that is going to be the secret to keeping our species alive. And I'm not being overly dramatic. I am simply speaking the truth. So please get on that bus with me. We're headed to the promised land.
Yeah, I'll go back too, and I love the story about the cereal box and everything because it's whatever. But we'll go back to Brussels sprouts for me, and it wasn't anything my mom cooked. It was one of my tias that made it for us one night, and it was a plate of like enchiladas and then boiled Brussels sprouts with salt, and I ate them because they were new, but I didn't like them. It's being polite, so I wanted to always have better vegetables, so that always stuck with me. And back when I grew up, there was vegetables in cans and green beans and spinach and all that stuff. So now when I think of this Brussels sprout, my young girls now, 7 and 3, eat Brussels sprouts in the house, eat broccoli, eat cauliflower, roasted really hard, just to the, like, almost burnt, and they're really good with salt and lemon on them. And I want my girls to eat like that so that maybe they can make something better in the future. Hopefully not be chefs, but make it better in the future for themselves. I say, don't do it. I say, don't do it, man. Do something better. But that Brussels sprout was kind of like the inception of vegetables. And I love vegetable cookery, and I love treating them like a piece of meat in the most positive way because they're really delicious. And I think of the farmers that make them and the rainwaters that hit those grounds. So the Brussels sprout for me is my thing, I guess. Yeah.
That's awesome. I think the dish for me, it's called pepper pot. So it's the national dish of Guyana. And essentially what it is, it's a meat stew. And there's an ingredient in there that's the most important ingredient of that dish, which is cashrip. And cashrip is reduced yucca juice with cinnamon, some chilies, and some sugar. It's reduced all the way down until the starches kind of turns into sugars, and it's like a molasses flavor. So this stew is like this dark, rich, sweet, spicy, savory stew. And you would only eat this dish around Christmas time. So growing up in Guyana, I remember being a kid, and there was two smells that we always got around the holiday time. That was floor polish, because my grandmother had to polish the floors, and you couldn't walk on it until Christmas Day. So I grew up understanding what that smell is like. And then on Christmas morning, you would smell pepper pot, because you would eat that with homemade bread. And you can't eat it the night before. You can only eat it the day of Christmas and after. So after we opened Kanji, I was like, I want to eat pepper pot whenever I want to, because I don't want to wait until one day out of the year to do this. So that is on our menu, but pepper pot is that dish where both is something that provokes a very meaningful space in my heart, and that casrip, that to me is an ingredient that you can put in so many stews, both savory and sweet applications, that I think is really special.
There's only one dish for me. What am I saying? Gumbo.
Gumbo.
I love gumbo. Like, no joke. Like, I love it. Like, in my household, my mom would make gumbo 2 to 3 times, like, in a month. Like, we ate it. She would whip it up. Like, I don't even know how she would whip it up so quick. And it wasn't until I got older that I realized other people eat gumbo, but it tastes different. It tastes different everywhere you go. And so, my family's from Baton Rouge, and a lot of times, like, even just the thickness and the color and everything would be different. And then you go somewhere else, and then the color would be light. And I'm like, what's that? And they're like, gumbo. I'm like, that's not gumbo. But what I've learned to appreciate is the different types of gumbo out there. And even though it's not always what I grew up with, it still can be delicious. So similar to Tavel, when I opened Root Southern Table, since the day we opened, we've had gumbo on the menu. And it's probably the most talked about dish there. But for me, it just reminds me of my roots. It is my family. It is my love. It is how I share my love with everyone. So when they come, they order it, they're like, either it creates a memory for them or it takes them back to a memory. And I think when we can tie those things together, no matter what we put in it, it's just a beautiful thing. And who knew that one simple, humble bowl of essentially thickened stew would create all of that and take them back to I had someone cry sitting there at the table, and I think that right there it just shows how powerful food is. And when we're doing what we're supposed to be doing and what we love in the right space at the right time, it can be so impactful. So I hope that you all figure out what that is to you. For me, it's my gumbo.
Best gumbo I've ever had.
I would like to say one thing. I was in Tavel's restaurant last night, and I had a dessert with that syrup in it. And I am very, very certain that I'll be thinking about it for quite some time. It's just mind-blowing. And that lends to new ingredients. Very old ingredient for you, very new ingredient for me, which was pretty awesome.
Thank you.
Let's give a big round for our chefs. We appreciate y'all being here so much. Thank you all. We're going to get a picture, then we're going to have a few more discussions. Stick around. We've got some more conversations coming up. Let's get a picture with our chefs. All right. All right. Let me tell you something. If you have a South by badge, if you are someone who's at South by Southwest tomorrow morning, you will be able to see Tavel and Tiffany and Gerald and our good friend Chef Adrian Lipscomb, who is flying in today. They're going to be talking tomorrow morning about futuring the food system. This is going to be a historic discussion at South by Southwest. It's going to be 4 amazing black chefs talking about their experience, talking about the benefit of mentorship, talking about the way food has changed their life and how food allows them to help other people's lives be changed as well. So once again, I want to make sure everybody who's watching at home knows we are Little Herds. Our partners are the Kroger Zero Hunger Zero Waste Foundation, our presenting sponsors. We have our partners We Don't Have Time who are helping us bring this to you on the live stream. Our partners, the Cook's Nook. They helped us put together some amazing discussions this morning with the Conference on Food, Resilience, Access, and Equity. And then we have so many other partners. We have Revel Greens, who's going to be joining us up here in just a few moments to talk about their innovative way of farming in a more climate resilient, more local, more safe model. We've got groups like US Hunger. You heard earlier from them today how data impacts the way that we can address food insecurity. We've got the Austin Office of Sustainability, who helped us put together a discussion with people from the community, telling us about the Austin Food Plan and how the city of Austin, Travis County, and the policymakers, the community leaders, the people just like you, how they're working together to build a better food plan for our system. We're really excited for our nonprofit partners, FarmShare, Keep Austin Fed, the Central Texas Allied Health Institute, and the Nourish Foundation. It's about giving back. It's about pulling people up. It's about holding the door open behind you when you get through that door so that other people can come with you, so that more people can follow. Check out those nonprofits. Give to them, donate. We're also a nonprofit. Donate to Little Herds. If you're watching the live stream, you go to this QR code, you find us. We've got a Give Pulse up right now. Your donation is what helps us do this kind of thing. It helps us create the space where our audience can be here in person. This is South by Southwest. Most things you have to have a badge. You have to pay a lot of money, but not today, not yesterday, because it should be free, because information about food is a right for you. You should be able to learn from these amazing chefs, these amazing entrepreneurs, the people who are up here giving their time, giving their energy, giving their experience, their knowledge, their dedication, and their passion for you. If you're not here in person, if you're not even on the live stream, you'll be able to watch this later. You can share it with your friends. If you saw something today that changed your life, that made you think differently, we want you to share that with other people. We want other people to hear these stories of their childhood foods, to hear the stories about the things that they're excited about. We have so many partners, especially those ingredient partners you heard today. Brianna with Atlantic Sea Farms talking about the way that they're changing lives for lobster fishers up in Maine. Daniel and the Ataraya team talking about how they're changing the way that we can farm something like shrimp that's so ubiquitous and has so much potential for negative damage on our environment. The way that they're changing that to mitigate those negative consequences, that's the kind of innovation, that's the kind of inspiration that we're looking for, that you're looking for. That's the kind of stuff that nourishes us. We can eat the food that nourishes our body. We can listen to the people. We can nourish our minds and our spirits and our souls. What do we have next? We're going to have a couple more minutes of me up here talking to you about all the different ways that we are have been working behind the scenes. We've got a team, our culinary director, Olivia, you saw, our amazing team with Mode Events. This is the second year that they've come down to Austin to work with us. Big shout out to Mode Events. Our big team, we've got Iffy and Sarah and Kai and Mackenzie and Q, all these people that are running around. They're making this magic happen. And you, our audience, because for you to be here with us means a lot. We know that your time is valuable. We know that There are so many different things you could be doing at South by Southwest on a Saturday. The fact that you chose to spend some time with us, that means a lot to us. And it means a lot to our speakers when they can look in the audience and they can see people who genuinely appreciate the things that they're talking about and the ways that they're trying to change our food system, change the way that we think about food, the way that we grow food and prepare food and serve food. All of that is meaningful for us. And this is something that it's not gonna stop when we get done today. We've got a couple more conversations. We're gonna have a great discussion with Revel Greens about the way that they're growing their lettuces and their greens. And then we're gonna have a discussion with our good friend Arlen Hamilton from Backstage Capital. We're very excited for you to be able to hear from her talking about something that's really close and personal with her. Food is something that is personal and close with all of us. As you heard up here with the chefs, there are stories that resonate with us from our childhood. Food is one of those things that can really transport us back in time to a place where we feel safe and loved unconditionally. Like Rick was saying, he's got kids. He wants them to grow up thinking about food in a way that is positive and beneficial. I've got 2 little girls. We're trying to raise our children in a way that they have a positive connection with food, and they're excited about trying new foods, and they're excited about having foods that they know are good for their body, that are good for their community, that are good for the soil and good for the water. This is the future of food. We're little herds. Thank you so much for being with us here today. Let me get one round of applause so the people on the live stream can know that there's someone in the audience and I'm not just talking to a bunch of empty chairs. Thank you. All right, we got our next group ready to roll. All right, I'm gonna let them up.
Oh my goodness. So I don't want to sound biased, but these 2 ladies sitting next to me is kind of dope. And so a lot of people don't even know the behind the scenes, but it took us a long time to get these 2 amazing women in the same spot at the same time. And so when you see us geeked, we're like, hey. So I can't wait for you to hear from them. Again, I might be a little biased because I think future of food at South by Southwest is the itness anyway. But one of the things that's very interesting about our story is that when we first was approaching this, a lot of people were like, why would you have food and climate change in the same conversation? And again, go back some years. This is not this year. And we thought that was so silly. We were like, well, why wouldn't you talk about that? So one of the first questions I want to really come out in our conversation is the why. Why talk about those 2 things? So y'all, I want to introduce Cassie is to my far left. She's with the United Nations and their climate policy. And to my immediate left is Julia Collins, and she is with Planet Forward. Can I say the other one still? So y'all, once a founder, always a founder. So just a few days ago, this fabulousness that is this black woman sitting to my immediate left had an exit of Moonshot Snacks. That's those yellow boxes that we have everywhere that we wanted to make sure we give her a shout out. Patagonia acknowledged that what her and her team built, Kaya and Rachel, what they built was worthy of a climate company making that investment. And so can we just give that a round of applause? So Cassie, we'll start with you with that question. Why food and climate?
You can't tackle the climate crisis without talking about food. You really can't. And the interesting part about food is that it is both a huge part of what we're facing when it comes to the climate crisis. It's nearly 30% of the greenhouse gas emissions in the world. It takes up 70% of our fresh water. It is a huge part of how we use resources. And it's being hugely impacted by the droughts and the floods and all of these things that we know are coming because of the climate crisis. And so even though when we think about climate, sometimes we think about smokestacks, sometimes we think about cars and trucks, we have to think about farms and food systems. How we grow our food, how we process food, how we distribute food, how we consume food, how we dispose of food is at the heart of what we have to do on climate.
Absolutely. What about you, Julian? The work that you've done, like, why food and climate? Like, how did you even think, let's have moonshot snacks?
Cassie, opened up with such a great frame, which is that, if you want to change the world, change food. Right, there are more than 8 billion people on the planet right now. Most people are projecting that number will be 10 billion people really shortly. Wow. And the fact is, all of us have to eat every day. And so what if we could leverage the power of all of us eating to drive faster toward a climate solution? Cassie raised some really important statistics. Nearly a third of global greenhouse gas emissions come from food systems and land use, 70% of water. And in most cases, when we're talking about solutions to the climate crisis, we're talking about reducing the harm, right? Reducing the harm so we get to a point where maybe in an end state, an industry is neutrally impacting. But food has the power to do more than that, to go beyond just mitigating and getting to a neutral impact and actually having a positive impact. And not just greenhouse gas emissions, because carbon is wonderful, carbon is a source of life, and we talk a lot about carbon, but climate is bigger than carbon. Climate is people, first and foremost. It's the people who grow our food. Climate is soil, the source of life and diversity. Climate is biodiversity. And so people are often like, you work in climate change. You're awfully happy for a person that works in climate change.
Because it can be dismal sometimes.
It can, right? And we'll have a whole other, conversation about the importance of imagination in this work. But I wake up every day happy in the work that I'm doing because I really do believe that if you want to change the world, change food. And food has an unprecedented ability to be a part of the solution.
Absolutely. Y'all, Julia just teared up just now. You can't see it. I'm not even joking.
It doesn't take much.
So one thing about you two is that you're in the weeds, right? Like, oh my gosh, you see it every day. It's what you wake up with in the morning. It's what you think about most likely when you go to sleep at night. So for the audience who's not in the weeds, what is the current state, like level set for us, where is climate today, either on a global scale or if you want to even make it more closer to home in the United States? Give us a level set.
Yeah, well, internationally at the United Nations, we all have galvanized around the Paris Agreement. This is our North Star when it comes to climate. And essentially what the Paris Agreement says is we're going to collectively cap global temperature rise at 2 and ideally 1.5 degrees. And this is a really, really important number because we're already at 1.1 going on 1.2. So we are on the precipice, we are on the threshold of all of these impacts happening. And we can already see it, right? A lot of summers are getting a lot hotter. Sometimes the winters are getting a lot hotter. We're having more storms, we're having more droughts, we're having more floods. People are already seeing this on their doorsteps. And when it comes to being able to tackle this, we have nearly 200 countries in the world that have said, all right, we are going to put forward a pledge on climate change. This is the first time that's ever happened. And it sounds so basic when you say it, right? Yeah. It's like everybody bring something to the potluck. Like duh. Yeah, like duh. Like, this is a big crisis. We all have to do something. But when it comes to climate, and we see this so much with food, that it affects every country so differently. It affects every community so differently. And even with food, 60% of people in low-income countries in the world are employed in the agriculture sector. And so the impact of what we do with food systems has huge implications for jobs and economies around the world. And so at the UN, we're really trying to hash this out, and we have big negotiations. All these people get around a table with those little ear translators on, and really try to hash out how we can help countries to be as ambitious as possible, because we have a long way to go. And food is a really, really key part of this.
Very good. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, I think suffice it to say that we are currently not on track, right? I can say that. That's level setting, that's truth telling, that's being honest. But anytime that I do that, I'm very careful to make sure that I level set really close to a what we can do about it statement, right? Because if we all get stuck in a place of dread or shame or blame, then really nothing happens, right? It's like all about what can we do collectively to move the conversation forward. So yes, we have an unprecedented level of coordination from global leaders that we haven't had before. I think what is also incredibly encouraging to me is youth-led solutions to the climate crisis.
Yes.
Like, I am 44 years old and I am doing my best, but but the people who I get up inspired by every day are people who are decades and decades younger than me, who are speaking truth to power, who are more elegant in the way that they organize and use their voices than I think any generations have ever been before. And so I think that is another important thing to recognize, is we've never had a generation like we have now that is empowered in the ways that they're empowered now around speaking up. And I think that's going to be, I think, the thing.
I love that. Were y'all just informed just now? I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I get it. Yeah, okay. One of the things that is very powerful about Cassie and Julia being on the stage is that they each are from a different side of climate, right? And so for this next question, I want you to put your solution hat on, because you're absolutely right. We can stay in the negative, dismal part of it all day. Like, right, that's easy. That's the easy thing to do. It's a lot harder to put on a more, how do we do something about this? Like, right, so from your perspective, the United Nations, like, how do y'all look at it from a solution standpoint? And then Julia, you're on the side of the tech side of it, and the building a infrastructure and a company that does both the solution and addressing the food. Like, so I would love for you to speak to that.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, when you talk about climate change, it's so easy to get overwhelmed. You see all of these terrifying headlines, and you think, oh my goodness, who's really doing something about this? You know, because it seems that this train is not slowing down. And over the past few years, we've only seen it speed up. And this is where, you know, at the UN, something that we are really trying to focus on is how do we get everybody at the table? Because food systems affect everyone. Everyone eats food. It's like back to the basics here,
Yes.
right? And caring about how all of this is connected. And you know, what you were talking about earlier too, I mean, in terms of being able to have climate a part of this conversation is so important that, you know, even just a few years ago, it's like, hey, why would you have a climate panel? You know, when you're talking about food, like, what is that connection? To be curious about it, to share your own experiences about it, and to be able to innovate, because we need all hands on deck, you know, and this is why I'm so excited about what Julia's doing, because it's, you know, bringing to the forefront, like, women leaders, businesses, like, innovation, tech. We need all of this. We need to put this, you know, times a million to be able to meet the challenge that we need to meet.
I mean, for me, it really all goes back to this experience that I had becoming a mom for the first time, you know, at almost 40 years old. And it was just a total paradigm shift for me in terms of what life was and what I was doing here, you know, and I had been working at the intersection of food and technology for decades, you know, always tangentially trying to solve the problem of using technology to improve food systems. And I did some cool things like making pizza with robots and, you know, lots of interesting things. But within the context of being responsible for another human, there was just a sense of impatience that I had to really act on, you know. So I run a technology company, but, you know, technology doesn't actually solve problems. People do, you know. People utilize technology. And we care a lot about data, but data doesn't actually change behavior. Stories change behavior. So how do we use data to help people tell better stories? So the work that I'm doing in data and technology is all related to humans. It's related to stories. It's related to people. And it's heart-centered work that really comes from my experience of being a parent. It's deeply personal. From the outside, we may look like a slick climate tech company with a beautiful SaaS solution. At least I hope we do. But at our core, we are a team of really passionate people. I'm looking at Kylan, I'm looking at Rachel, I'm looking at Anna, who's part of our fold now. And I think that human-centered perspective is really important as we do this work. And I'll say just one more thing, Hugh, which is, you know, it's also important to think about the framework, right? Like, what is the framework? Are we decarbonizing global supply chains? Yes, we certainly are. But we're also regenerating people and food systems.
And that's a powerful word.
Yeah, are we reforesting or are we rewilding, right? Are we, shifting agriculture or are we returning to indigenous principles of being connected to the land? And so I think changing the framework and changing the mindset changes the outcome. And this is, again, why I'm really inspired by youth-led solutions to the climate crisis, because they're calling into question not just what exists now, but how we need to fundamentally change our thinking to bring about what has to happen next.
Yeah. Okay, I was caught in the moment. Yes. So one of I remember when we were talking on Clubhouse, I know that's old, y'all. But one of the things we always challenged anyone who was speaking on the stage of Clubhouse is that we hear the information, we hear what's going on, and yes, we do the talks around solutions. But what I would love for each of you to speak to is that how empower each individual who's online, and y'all, we had over 699,000 people watch us yesterday online, and it's incredible. So there's a lot of people globally who are looking at this besides who's in the room. How can you empower them to do their own individual climate journey to impact what looks like a huge mountain?
I think it begins with really learning and being present with the climate crisis. Being able to really understand how it's affecting your whole life and not being shy about sharing that experience. Because sometimes, you can get intimidated. And let's be honest, in this country, climate change it can be a pretty controversial thing sometimes. And you say climate and then you kind of hide. And I think what's climate, go. And I think what's important is to be able to be true to your experience with this, to be a witness to what is going on in the world when it comes to climate, and to not back down from it, because those experiences matter. And we are witnessing a shift in the planet in our lifetimes, and really being able to stay true to what that is and what that means for our lives is, I think, a real first step for anyone who cares about what is going on, and to be present in that.
I think what you're saying is so important. I remember the first time that I spoke about climate change on a stage, I really thought people were going to throw tomatoes at me.
Oh.
But the thing about me is, if you want to throw tomatoes at me, I'm going to make tomato sauce. So I'm like, climate, 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 climate. And I do think, it's so important to be able to use your voice. I love the question about what individuals can do to help combat the climate crisis, but I also just want to say that I get a bit wary of the shift toward individual responsibility for climate, when I want to just shout from the rooftops that global organizations and governments must be held accountable right now. And so how this shows up in my own life is I do work to help massive organizations become more sustainable and climate friendly. But also at home, especially as I'm raising my boys, I do raise them as climatarians. And it isn't because I believe that each individual is responsible somehow. It is because these boys are living and growing up within the context of a rapidly warming planet. And they have to be able to live with optimism. They have to be able to live in an empowered way. And living a more climate-friendly lifestyle actually delivers more optimism. It doesn't feel good to waste things, to contribute to the global plastic crisis. It just doesn't actually feel good at this point, particularly when you know the impact of what you're doing. What does feel good is to be able to understand what decisions you can make. So we grow food at home. It isn't all the food that we need. We live in San Francisco, but we grow some food, and that really means a lot. The boys understand how to compost. We live more of a plant-forward diet, and all of these things, I think, contribute to a sense of empowerment and optimism that is just as important as the impact of decarbonization.
Very good, very good. One of the things that you said that I would love for you to speak on a little bit more, Julia, is that most people sit these type of topics on a shelf when really you have to adopt it as an entire lifestyle. So that every time you're making choices and decisions with your money or with your time or with your community, that you're really aware of the impact that it has on climate activism. As a climatarian.
Can I add one to your list?
Yes, please.
How you vote.
Oh! That too.
I'm adding how you vote.
So, speak to the lifestyle, and Cassie, please weigh in as well. Speak to the lifestyle, because again, I just don't want people to think, let's sit it on the shelf and take it off.
I mean, what I do know is that you don't have to be a founder or an influencer or a legislator or a politician or a climate scientist to take part. Actually, just the fact that you're in a body on the planet right now qualifies you to be a climate activist if you choose to identify that way. Just the fact that you are alive means that you are qualified and you are welcome. So that's number one. But money, man, money is powerful. Golly geez. And when I'm talking to people who are not necessarily in positions where it seems like they could have a direct impact within an organization, I often ask them questions like, do you have the ability to influence the decisions about how you're banking, where your 401k is? Because decarbonizing cash is an incredibly powerful lever. We really can, together we can move our cash from the dirty 7 banks to banks who are divested from the fossil fuel economy. Together we can. Actually, y'all.
That's a really good idea.
We could flip that like a light switch. That doesn't require deep tech. That doesn't require a moonshot technology. That just requires awareness and coordination.
Love that.
And if I can add to that, something else that's really important is a particular responsibility as someone who lives in the United States, as someone who lives in Canada, as someone who lives in Europe, because the footprint of someone who lives in those parts of the world is many times over that of someone else. I mean, the average carbon footprint of someone living in India is the same as an average refrigerator energy use in the United States.
Wow.
Like that, when you think about equality and you think about justice and you think about what's happening with the climate crisis, that difference is something that we can't glide past. And so I think in particular, when you're looking at this and you are an American or you live in one of these places where just as a part of our lives is where the way the system is set up, the way our cities are built, the way the systems work, the way we get energy, it's a massive footprint. And so I think we also need to be very aware of the impact we can have when we start to pivot that. Because when we start to pivot that, there really is a butterfly effect across the rest of the world.
Love that.
And even within North America and Canada, folks who are living in inner cities contribute less emissions than folks who are, right? By virtue of where you live, how you live, the size of your house, the way that you access public transportation, all of these things show us that Black and brown communities contribute less and are disproportionately impacted. Our neighborhoods are literally hotter. We have more air pollution. You've seen what's happening with water. And so as we think about how every crisis creates an opportunity. I mean, this is the truth. This is another reason why I'm optimistic. And I think the opportunity that climate change creates as it relates to equality is a just transition to a more nature-positive future can create economic opportunities for Black and brown people to be centered in the transition, centered through job creation.
And supported to be centered
Yes.
in that, supported
That's right.
to be leaders in that.
Yeah.
Y'all were vibing. I just wanted you to do your thing. Can y'all get a little more passionate, please? Like, you're kind of low on the energy scale here. So we talked about individuals. We talked about, the community aspect. A lot of people who are not only at South by Southwest, but who may be watching, may have a startup, a business. What would you say to how they can partner with a government or organization with whatever they're tinkering with as a solution?
I think there's a lot of resources out there. I mean, you can start certainly online and really trying to learn and trying to connect with other innovators in your space. But I also always really encourage people to look in their own backyard first. Really start to look at how the climate crisis is impacting your neighborhood, your street. And sometimes this is just, a tree is blooming months earlier than it is supposed to. And then you can start to see, as you were saying, starting to see possibility, right? It's not a vacant lot, it's a community garden in the future, right? Like, and how do you get involved in helping to make those transitions and find people around you that are passionate? I think also, at the UN, something that we are really trying to help encourage everyone to do is to be very aware of your national climate pledges. So under the Paris Agreement, remember all these pledges that countries have to put forward, they have a very wonky name. They're called nationally determined contributions. It was highly negotiated among countries, and every country, including the United States, has one of these. And so this is really a direction that you can see your country is going in. And by getting involved in those discussions, by really being able to push the needle, being able to help join up, saying, hey, the United States needs to be as ambitious as possible. The rest of the world is counting on the United States to be as ambitious as possible, and really start to bring your experiences and your voices to that.
You want to take that? I have a question that I'm looking at the time. I want to make sure that we leave on this note. So I'm going to ask the next question, Julia. It's already been interspersed in our conversation, but I just want you to center on this question that I love that Rachel and I from Julia's team are in such consistency about, is that what gives you hope for the future? It can be from a personal level, it can be an organization you're a part of, like wherever you want to go with that. You have the freedom and the space and our support. What would you tell people that gives you so much hope, being two people that are so entrenched in climate?
I mean, being hopeful is a choice. And think about what the alternative would be.
Right.
So that's one, right? I choose to live in a place of hope and optimism because that is where I'm powerful, and that is where I'm joyful, and that is where I choose to be. It would be equally possible not to live in this place, but I just wouldn't choose that. And at the same time, although it sounds a bit trite, to always talk about children, but it is the case that my kids really inspire me. I was driving my 5-year-old to preschool the other day, and he said to me from the back seat, he's like, Mommy, all of this is made up, right? And I was like, is he okay? Are you okay? He's like,
are you made up?
Yeah. He was like, all of this is made up. Like, these cars, these streets, someone just made it up. What should I make up?
Oh.
Yeah.
Y'all, I would drop this mic.
Oh, no, no, it gets better, it gets better. Get out your tissues. Then I said, okay, Mosi, if you could, his name is Mosi, if you could wave a magic wand and be in charge of the whole world, what would you do? What would you build? And he said, I wouldn't just build the things that I want to build. I would build the things that are good.
Julia, you're going to have to stop now. Look.
How can I not be hopeful?
Ah, from the mouth of a 5-year-old? Oh my gosh. Like, I hope to be that smart someday.
He's not like that 100% of the time, just saying that. Y'all know.
So what makes you hopeful, Cassie? Take it
Along
away.
with your 5-year-old. That was fantastic. You know, I think that back to the fact that when we talk about the future, and even like the title of this, The Future of Food, that people know the climate crisis is here, and they know we have to take action on it. We have very little time. We have a lot to do, but we are imagining now a future where we do have innovation, where we do have everybody at the table, where we can start to change the way the world works. And this is hard, it is tough, it requires us working together in a way that the world has never done before. But we know how to do it. We know.
Yeah.
And all we have to do is do it. And listen to your 5-year-old.
Well, I must admit, what makes us hopeful as Future of Food is that we can continue to get the attention of people like this. We don't take it for granted that they chose to come and speak and help inform and educate, which is so important to us on so many levels. Because if you don't have the information, then you can't go to the next stage and then say, what is the action that I can take based on what I heard? And so we hope that you were empowered. We hope that you're inspired. And we have hope that each one of you will go back to your homes, your communities, your church, your whatever your affiliation is, and share with you what you heard and tell people the time to act is now. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's take a picture.
All right. Now we are pleased to have one of our sponsors, Revel Greens, and our partner, We Don't Have Time. Dr. Schetz is going to come up here, be talking with Mike and Tom, telling you a little bit about the work they're doing, creating an agricultural system, an agricultural process that is more resilient, more efficient, safer, local, all these things that we've been talking about all day. This is a place where we're going to bring them all together full circle. So I'm pleased to bring up on stage Shetcha Chakraborty, Mike and Tom. Get up here and tell us about what y'all are doing.
Thank you, Arlen. My fellow panelists, please join me on stage. Take a seat, get comfortable. How's everyone doing? We're at the final sessions of day 2 of Future of Food at South by Southwest, at the South by Southwest Center. I repeat all of that, you obviously know. You obviously know where you are, but we have thousands of people tuning in from around the world. And I saw friendly faces in the audience. So thousands of people tuning in from around the world. Thank you for engaging with us. Thank you for asking questions. Thank you for taking this conversation to your day-to-day and to be inspired and to share good ideas, to scale some solutions. And I can't think of a better solution to be showcasing here at South by Southwest and through the We Don't Have Time platform than Revel Greens. And I have with me both the CRO and the CEO of Revel Greens. And this company is looking to provide solutions to consumers, grocers, and restaurants to provide access to fresh, delicious produce all year round. So let's start with, how do you do that? Who are you and how do you do that? Why is that the core and the mission to Revel Greens? Mike, I'm gonna start with you.
Yeah, with Revel Greens, our whole goal is to be able to feed people affordable, sustainable, healthy lettuce that doesn't have tons of food miles, it's got safe water, it doesn't have chemicals on it. So that is our goal, to do it coast to coast. And with that takes scale and a lot of hard work, and that's what we're doing right now.
And so you have a vested interest in being in Texas because of a recent launch that you have here, the Texas Greenhouse. So tell us a little bit about that, Tom.
Absolutely. So Texas will be our 4th greenhouse to date. We have a greenhouse in Minnesota, Georgia, and California, and this will be our biggest yet, the biggest greenhouse lettuce facility in the world, actually. So about 20 acres, which doesn't seem a lot if you're familiar with agriculture, but 20 acres of greenhouse production is equivalent to about 600 acres of field production because of the number of turns you get, the perfection of climate you're trying to create in that greenhouse, and really just speeding product through and speeding to the consumer as quick as possible from a freshness standpoint.
Okay, so you've got these locations. It's producing really high yield. That's incredible. Let's for those who might not have deep knowledge about this, including myself, I talk a lot about food and agriculture, but the kind of the granularity of it is still very interesting, even for those who engage with this topic and in this sector. So tell us, why is it? Let's just set the stage a little bit. Why is it that greenhouse growing is so beneficial over traditional growing?
Yeah, with greenhouse growing, we're able to control, if you look at the pictures back here, the entire environment. You can see how consistent it is. You don't have patches of brown or patches of disease. You don't have bugs. You don't have all those things that you have to deal with in an outdoor environment. We're able to really specifically manage it and really keep happy, healthy lettuce inside those greenhouses. And we can do it with great labor and energy efficiency. Our facilities, most of the energy we use comes from the sun. And so that's really how we leverage nature as well to make sure we get the best product out.
And let me probe a little bit more. So what is it that, to Mike, what other efficiencies are coming from this greenhouse model in terms of water, energy, et cetera?
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the water side of it, we capture all the rainwater that lands on top of this roof here. And we'll see how we do here, but in Minnesota, we add zero water other than what we capture. And with that, we sterilize it, we clean it, we reuse it, and a container of our lettuce is about a pint of water compared to a container of outdoor lettuce is about 12 gallons. So massive, massive difference in water utilization and water savings and safety.
So let's get into a case study that not everybody might be familiar with. So give us a little context first for this. The 2022 lettuce shortages. We know that led to high inflation, and it's plagued popular restaurant and fast food chains. So how does this model actually mitigate against those kinds of challenges that inevitably would arise?
Yeah, maybe I'll start by just building on what Mike had said. It's by creating that perfect climate, you're creating a lot of consistency, a lot of predictability, and really supply assurance. Through that, then we can work with grocers, restaurant companies, and really plan with them because we see very little yield fluctuation throughout the year. I mean, you see maybe 10% dips depending on the time of the year, but it allows us to really plan with customers. To your point, there was a lot of disruption over the past really several years with a number of different recalls throughout the year, and it really creates havoc on the shelf and disrupts consumers across the board.
Yeah, nobody likes that. Everybody wants access to their fresh produce all year round, and here's a solution that does that sustainably and protects the planet. People expecting to be able to get their produce on demand means that we are importing these products from wherever they would naturally be grown. So here's an opportunity to actually reduce that carbon footprint of bringing the product to consumers.
Yeah, I think one of the key attributes of how we go to market is really trying to create access and scale. Across our entire model, we produce over 20 million pounds of lettuce per year. And to really make a change from a supply sustainability and climate standpoint, we've really got to achieve that scale and bring prices down, because we can't just be on great grocers such as Whole Foods and Sprouts. We've got to make our products available to Walmart consumers, Costco consumers. We've got to be on burgers with Jack in the Box or Wendy's. And so how do we create that scale and really make a difference within the supply chain?
So what made you choose Austin? Because there's a need, in so many major cities and so many countries and continents. We were talking about what kind of the longer term strategy is. There's a need for this everywhere. And a lot of these restaurants you just listed are global. So can you imagine one of these locations locally across the country, across the world? Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, we're in the process of doing that right now. Texas is, opening here in about 6 weeks. We're already getting ready to expand our southeast facility, and we'll be putting pretty much a mirror image of what we have here in Temple, taking the efficiencies we've learned in design and build, and we're going to be building that. And then we're in the process now also in the northeast. And we're in the process as well as expanding our California facility. We're at 50 acres right now of total production, which is the largest in the U.S. And we see that doubling over the next few years at least.
I think one of the things that's important too, because there's other models in this space, and there's something to be said for being closer to the consumer. But as we pick our locations, as we develop our go-to-market strategy, how do we also fit in the food system as it exists today? Because the reality is there's a lot of efficiencies in that. There's a lot of waste along every step of the supply chain as well. But how do we work with our customers to plan our greenhouses around the current distribution chain? And the reality of that is you have distribution centers in Temple, you have them in Bakersfield, you have them across the country in spots that are really the distribution hubs. And how do we then connect into those distribution hubs and get it on the shelves as quickly as possible?
So you're already touching upon the topic I wanted to get to next, which is really how does this help sustainability? Bigger picture, obviously, making fresh produce available has incredible nutritional benefits, and there's many implications for human health. But of course, we are talking about the bigger picture, which is the environment and a sustainable future of agriculture that we all care about here, that we're all operating in. How do we touched upon it. We're talking about water savings and energy savings, but there's so many components to those savings. Of course, the efficiency of the greenhouse itself, the reduced amount of time to move goods from the greenhouse to the actual end consumer. Talk to us a little bit about just like all of those benefits. Tell that story.
I mean, really everything we do, everything we think of, every way we do it, we try to think of sustainability. And it goes from water, as we talked about, as it talks about, just being able to reduce chemicals and food miles. Your typical product comes from Mexico, comes from California, Arizona, that's got over 2,000 road miles on it by the time it gets to your plate. Our goal is to be less than 300 miles. So we've got those sides of it, and we also look at it as sustainability also in farming and agriculture goes to the people that are growing and farming it. These folks, a lot of times in outdoor environments, are being driven across the country from one growing region to another growing region. How do you live a family? How do you grow and develop the roots you need to develop and be sustainable? And versus where we are, we really train, we use high-tech greenhouses, so people are being educated, being trained, and having a livable lifestyle with a living wage that we're able to do. And every aspect we do, and we're not perfect. There's still areas in energy that we're looking at and evaluating to try to get better and more improved. We use sunlight as much as we can, but we do use artificial light, and we're still in the process of improving it. And it's core to who we are, core to everything we do. There's not one aspect of the business we don't take sustainability being really a big focus.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just to add to that, it's still a very new, growing, evolving industry, right? You have 40,000 acres of greenhouse in Holland today. You have about 4,000 to 5,000 acres in North America, with 1,500 of those being in the U.S. Very few of those are in lettuce today. I don't think most consumers know that most of your tomatoes come from greenhouse today, and that was a 30-year evolution. So we're on the very early stages of this in terms of innovation within this space. Our yield alone at Rebel Greens has doubled in the matter of 3 to 4 years, and we know we can get parity with field production. And how do we continue to push that even further so we can increase access of fresh food?
Yeah, that's awesome. And so this is very innovative in itself, but you also recognize the need for additional technology to take this even further. So what is the role, how are you also partnering with AI, for example? How are you taking advantage of the advancements there to make your greenhouses as efficient as possible and eventually to make the distribution potentially as equitable as possible?
Yeah, AI and the development of that is one of the big things we've really been working on. It's been one of the focuses since I joined Revel to be able to do, and we're advancing hugely in that, and we're seeing great improvements. You know, every plant we're going in and we're photographing it as it's coming through, it's being scanned, it's being utilized to make sure it's healthy, it's being, it's where it needs to be. We're gathering climate data to figure out exactly what the right amount of energy to put into the plant. We're also now looking out forward in weather, so we're looking at further weather trends to figure out how much light we need to put in today. If it's going to be snowing and we're growing, you know, it's 30 below in Minnesota and we're growing this lettuce, how much energy can we manage looking at forward forecasts? We're bringing in a lot of predictability, we're looking at quality, we're bringing it in for sustainability, and it also allows for us to be efficient. As Tom comes with what his sales projections are, we can then look at the greenhouse and we can actually move up and down our production to match exactly what that is to, again, reduce food waste and be more efficient and sustainable.
I was actually hoping AI could take my job leading sales. Like just
we're trying. We're
Chat
almost there.
GPT.
We're almost there.
How do I get into Whole Foods?
That was funny.
It's a common thing. It's a common thing.
Maybe once a day. Once a day, I got a funny thing. But maybe to add on to that too, you know, a lot of the varieties we grow, you know, we grow a mix of head lettuces, baby leaf lettuces. We grow some herbs, but a lot of those varieties have been cultivated for an outdoor environment over years, and that cultivation really focused from a breeding perspective on the outdoors. You know, pest pressures, drought, just really being resistant and yield. So a lot of the breeders today are thinking through just what is that future from a breeding standpoint. What does the consumer want? Is it a more frilly lettuce? Is it a crunchier lettuce? Should we think about nutrition and think about how do we get more vitamin K or whatever that might be? And that's, I think, really the exciting space or part of this space is just when you're growing in a controlled environment, you can focus on the attributes of the plant that can be really meaningful for the consumer.
Yeah, no, that's very cool. So this all sounds great. What are some of the challenges you're facing?
The challenges are that greenhouses, they don't build them for free. I mean, they are expensive, big assets that you have to do, and you know, a big part of our job is being able to show the sustainability of these. And one of the key things that we've been able to do over the last couple of years, which has been a challenge in greenhouse and vertical farms, is show site level profitability. And so we've really been focusing on that side of it because we have to be sustainable to kind of, for us to provide sustainable solutions. And people have got to remember that. So that's the cycle we've been going through. And we're really ahead of the curve on a lot of other folks being able to do that, which has now given us the energy to build bigger facilities, to supply bigger markets, and be able to continue the advancements that we're doing. So that's a big part of it.
I think the other side to that too is just the consumer. You know, we all like a lot of our options. We like, you know, a produce department that has 14 feet, 18 feet of salads that are dominated by big brands and have on average 100 to 150 SKUs per salad set. Obviously, I'm a believer in what we do. We do a great job, but we can tackle a portion of that today. So how do we get the consumer to be educated and understand that the product can be better for you, but also better for the planet? And some of it gets lost today in a sea of options on the shelf. Where we see quicker adoption in the space really is more with institutional buyers, whether that be food service companies or whether that be club chains, because you have more limited assortment. For them, it's more about supply assurance. They're going to carry one spring mix, and if we can meet their price point, you can be on the shelf. Same with burger chains, right? For them, it's about limiting disruption as much as possible within the supply chain and beating their shrink numbers. But we've got the complexity within grocery of really just educating what we do for the consumer.
Are you seeing those buyers understand what it is you're offering here? Are you seeing support? Is the trajectory going in your favor?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. It's just how do we, I think our food system in the United States is very efficient today in some ways from a transportation standpoint. You've got the bulk of produce today that comes from California. I think part of our solution has to be, if we disrupt that, how do we not create more inefficiencies along the way? And that's the challenge we have to solve for.
So we have many interested parties in this room, in this space. We have thousands tuning in from around the world. You were saying how part of this is education awareness. So these types of engagements are really critical to that. What is it that you want the audience to take away? What is the kind of lesson learned that you would like to share? What is the idea you would like to share? Could what you're doing be picked up by others in their respective communities and perhaps implemented? What would you like the action takeaway to be?
I mean, the takeaway is and this group is very knowledgeable already from a lot of the conversations we've had around as we've been giving out samples and talking through things. It's a very educated group, and it is getting the word out. As Tom talked about, when you hear people say CEA, Controlled Environmental Ag, or greenhouse, or they don't understand what that really means. And then you throw organic, conventional, CEA, all these words, it's very challenging. And what it really comes down to is people talking about it and finding the lettuce they like and understanding the value of it and understanding that in controlled environment has a lot of advantages that we've been going through. And it's word of mouth. What we see, and it's been incredible, this business has been around for 5 years, started in Minnesota with some really great entrepreneurs who were exiting tomatoes as it was scaling to start lettuce. And they started going door to door to the different grocers saying, hey, carry our product, carry our product. And 5 years in, thanks to Tom and his team and others, but to the consumer's understanding, we still see same-store growth going up by double digits every year for the last 5 years. So we're seeing our space on those shelves take up more and more space. So we're seeing that it's a slow word of mouth. It's a slow process. It's about providing that good product, keeping a good product point, and you know, it was bad when we had some of the challenges over Thanksgiving where I know some of you went out and didn't see any lettuce on the shelves. We got pictures from our customers of our shelves. Everything was bare. They were loading our stuff in, and we were shipping it out. We were the only one that was there that wasn't involved in a recall or a quality issue. And so it takes time, and we're dedicated to take that time, and we know it can work. And so, you know, that's how we see it. It's every year 5% more, 7% more, 10% more.
Amazing, amazing. Same sort of takeaway, call to action?
Same, absolutely. I know in the last panel they talked about food and climate and how they go hand in hand, and it's absolutely true, right? I think folks, consumers are creatures of habit. Again, they look for organic, they look for non-GMO, they look for regenerative ag, they look for, you know, the things that we know. And you know, getting to know who the farmer is, getting to know the process is very important, and just understanding and who we are. And I think that's one of the advantages we have is producing closer to the consumer. We can tell a more detailed story, a more intimate story with our consumers. So.
That's incredible. Well, okay. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for what you are doing, for this incredible innovation, for bringing greenhouses to communities, improving not just the quality of the food, access to nutritious, healthy food, but also improving the environmental impact of producing food. And that is something that could not be valued, and it hasn't been valued enough. And we need to actually see the value in that as we think through the role that food and agriculture and innovations in food and agriculture are going to play in the big picture of overcoming the climate crisis. So any final thoughts?
You know, the one thing I think that is important we didn't talk about, but is nutrition. We've talked about a lot of the sustainability side, but I think nutrition is also key. And the thing that you look at is our products is usually delivered to a grocer within 24 hours, and you look at outdoor, it could be 5-6 days. And at that point in time it's getting delivered, it's already lost half its nutritional value. So it is also not just about feeding people and doing it affordably, but it's giving them better nutrition. And I think that's one thing that we continue to work on and strive for. That is a big difference, and it's hard to quantify that.
And just final thought on my side is I do think that grocers listen to consumers. I mean, I think engaging produce managers and their nutritionists that they often have on staff and learning more about products and how we grow and what we do, grocers will respond to that. So get engaged and learn more about the growing methods out there.
Meet your local farmers.
That's
Meet your
right.
local greenhousers.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your expertise and everything that you're doing. Thank you for taking the time to share. Let's give them a round of applause, everybody.
I can taste your words. I can taste your I can taste your words. I can taste your I can taste your words.
Hello, hello, hello. It is Q here from the Future of Food at South by Southwest. So one of the people that we would say is such a huge inspiration, a huge impactful person, and her background and her story just mesmerizes everywhere she goes. So because we have this lovely screen, I'll give you a hint. It is Arlen Hamilton. When we, first bumped into Arlen, it was about her About Damn Time book, and we're like, this lady has such an inspiring story that every time she shares it or tells it, it really causes people to go to the next level of whatever they're doing. It just so happened that she also has made some critical and significant investments in some food tech companies. But today, we wanted to highlight Arlen because when we did a survey of our speakers and sponsors, the shocking thing that we found is that most of them said that they had been impacted by food insecurity at some time in their life. We weren't expecting that because now you have all these people who are very illustrious, building amazing things, but the fact that they have had food insecurity, it's that emotional connection that we know that people have with food as a whole. So in this video that we're going to feature and show you, we're going to highlight Arlen, and we asked her to speak to food insecurity so that it can be destigmatized and not something that people feel like they can't share as a part of their story, even if it starts engaging them in a way where they build, invest in, or craft or create the next thing that can really be a solution towards food insecurity, food access, and food justice. So with that said, take it away, Arlen and Q.
Hello, everybody. This is Q Fagan here, one of the co-organizers of Future of Food at South by Southwest. I'm so excited about our next thought leadership panel because how this came about is that we have the title, Destigmatizing Hunger and Investing in Change. This was really important for us to bring to the thought leadership of what is Future of Food at South by Southwest, because one, there's still statistics coming out about how much people experience hunger. But even more importantly, and where it hit especially home for us, is that when we surveyed our speakers and sponsors from last year and the year before, we were surprised but not shocked at how many people checked off that they've experienced some type of hunger or food insecurity in their lifetimes. So even though we had all these illustrious people, it was just amazing of how it touched all of them, no matter what their past background, gender, race, socioeconomic. So we really wanted to bring that conversation forward. And so we asked one of our great friends, Arlen Hamilton, of Backstage Capital to join us and give some personal anecdotes of what it means, what food hunger and food insecurity has meant for her. Hi, Arlen. You want to say hi to everybody?
Hi, everybody. Hi.
So first question, Arlen, is that what has food insecurity meant for you and in a very personal way in your life?
Well, I experienced food insecurity for most of my life, the majority of my life. I'm 42 now, and statistically, for more than half of my life, didn't necessarily know where food was coming from in a given day. And thankfully, I grew up where we were on programs and different things at school and SNAP and all the things.
Sure.
But it was always top of mind that I was hungry. You know, I know people who know. That feeling of, and I also think that they get this wrong because I've been homeless too. What people get wrong about homelessness, as we know, homeless doesn't always look like it does on TV, or it doesn't always look like it does when you're going through your town and you see it. Sometimes it's an invisible homelessness. A lot of times it's women and children. And that's the same thing with hunger. And it plays into so much of not being able to pay attention at school, having anxiety, maybe even acting out. Because as an adult, when I get hungry, what do? I get cranky. Right? Cranky. So when you think about that, there's so many things that can be going on with the child at school or in an environment. And sometimes and most of the time, it's just written off as this person's a problem child. And you never know, did they have breakfast that morning?
Absolutely.
Are they worried about dinner? And is one the only meal they're getting because it's at school? And so that's where it really started with me. And I have to say my mother was absolutely incredible making ends meet. And it never got to a point where I, was starving, but definitely. And then into my adult years, when I was homeless, when food stamps would run out, even the act of having food stamps. I remember when it used to be, you'd peel off a piece and you'd have to, and then it changed to the card in Texas. That's where it was, and I remember thinking, wow, this gives me an extra amount of dignity.
Yes.
Because I'm handing over a card that could be my debit card if people aren't paying attention too closely. So it was just a very acute understanding that it was important.
Sure. I love that you connected, like if you're hungry, it's going to impact all these other areas in your life. It's not just the directness of it, because I think a lot of people don't associate with behaviors and experiences with the fact that people are hungry. So I love that you said that. And so let's pivot for a second. So what has been one of the most inspiring associations that you've had with food in your life? Because you're well traveled. I know you've experienced a lot. Like, tell us one of those food experiences where you're like, whoa.
Let me tell you, I am a pretty simple gal. I will take my Tex-Mex. A tamale is my favorite thing. I'm very much a creature of habit, so I'll get the same thing every time I go to a restaurant. But what has been inspiring to me has been watching my mother experience food in different places. Because she makes it's like the Queen of England has just walked in, and it is a process, and she appreciates it so much because that's not what she always had, right?
Right.
So she will take video footage and it's a whole thing. And it's the most delicious thing she's ever had in her life until the next day. You know, and that inspires me, and it actually makes, we have built some of our trips around what kind of food we're gonna get, you know? So it makes me happy. I know that she's having a good time if there's this wonderful meal involved, and that if that's the takeaway that she had. Yeah. Right. And to that point, I can remember certain trips based on where did we go? What did we eat? Yeah.
Absolutely.
So that's exciting. That's exciting.
Absolutely. So thank you for sharing that with the audience. And I'm sure it resonates with a lot of people, because I know it certainly resonates with me. Yeah. So, you know, you being the founder of Backstage Capital, who was one of the pioneers in investing in underrepresented startup founders who are really trying to solve real world issues with their startups. I can't imagine like what you just shared and bringing that forward to what it was like to write that very first check. Right? So describe to us what that was like the touch, taste, feel of it, you know, you just think about that.
If I think about it, and I may be getting this wrong because I'm just thinking through, I think the very first check that went to a food company must have been when I did a pitch competition, kind of on the spot, $5,000 to partake in 2016. That had to be it. Now we've gone on to invest hundreds of thousands, you know, and every time it's wonderful. And you think about the other companies, and what I like about it, and to your point, I like that we've invested in, you know, Gooder and Journey Foods and Planet Forward and Partake. But if the first check was 2016, the most recent would have been this year, that into those companies again. So it's not just a one-time thing, it's they're performing so well. We have had multiple rounds with these companies.
Wow. Yeah.
Right? Because it is such a staple. They're all in their own way, either trying to right a wrong of the past or create the future.
I love that. Love that. And how do you think that has really played into who you choose to invest in and ones that you pass on when it comes to food?
I think I maybe subconsciously had been doing it, but it's just like with any other investment, I wanted to have impact. It doesn't have to necessarily be social impact. It just needs to make waves. It needs to cause a ripple effect. And there are just some companies where I say, well, where's the differentiator? What is so different about this cookie or this next thing that is going to change, you know, lives? You know, hopefully, I love impact, that type of impact. But what's going to keep you going as a founder for a decade or more? The chips are down, no pun. Yeah. and what is also going to maybe hopefully affect millions of your customers. And you see that with the 4 that I listed and others that we look at. And if we pass, it doesn't mean that they're not doing something great for them and great for some people. It's just that I like to look at it as you look at Julia at Planet Forward. If she gets this right, what would that do to change lives and change the world.
Right.
If Jasmine continues to get this right, how many people are not going to suffer the hunger that we experience, and so on and so forth. It's really about how far-reaching what they do really is.
Right. Absolutely. Love that. I want to go back to something that I just heard you say. It's the first time I think I've ever heard someone say this phrase who's in your position, is they said that one of the things that that is unique about the portfolio companies that you invest in is that they're trying to right a wrong. I don't think I've ever heard that before. And so what is that like? Explain that a bit more, expound on that a bit more, because I think that's a very interesting phrase.
Well, I think of Gooder, for instance, Jasmine. When I think about the way that they're repurposing food that's being thrown out or left discarded, and they're getting it into bellies of people who are hungry on a day-to-day basis, and in real clear and present danger of being hungry. And they're doing it in such a clever way of going to the airports, going to the big sports entertainment complexes, and just repurposing, just moving it around where it wasn't before, and making the infrastructure to make that possible. So it's not necessarily only, they do have a nonprofit arm, but it's not only that, it's like, no, you can replicate this, and we're the infrastructure to help cities around the world replicate this. But if you think about why they're doing that, Jasmine and the other people on the team, they themselves have experienced it in a lot of cases, but they've also seen this food is just being thrown out at the end of the day. Okay. Literally, people say at the end of the day a lot, but at the end of a day, this food is being thrown away when it could have helped nourish someone. And I think that every day that Jasmine and Gooder work and do the work they do, the for-profit and nonprofit work they do, they are healing a wound that is not of their making.
Yeah.
And trying to turn that into something positive.
Right. What's so interesting about you saying that is that in 2021, when we thought about, really expanding what we consider future of food, is connected to something that you said, which is that during 2020, during the pandemic, on the front page of USA Today, it was right here in Texas, it showed a food bank line that was 2.5 miles long. And during that same week, it hit news that they were discarding, and I forget how many tons, but I literally mean tons of potatoes in Idaho, because it was, with the restaurant shut down.
Yeah, they couldn't get
and
it
I know it's complicated, as people say, but that was a travesty to us, a literal travesty. And so, thinking of, portfolio companies like you're talking about, Jasmine and Gooder, it's great that, there are companies that are looking for the solution part of it. And as you say, right or wrong, I think that's so powerful. And I just love hearing that from you, Arlen. So as an adult, what has been, so outside of, talking about investing in portfolio companies, what has been your viewpoint of your family and friends when it comes to, the whole destigmatizing, hunger and their very lived experiences? Because I know you also do some investment, or I consider an investment in like scholarships that is in your mom's name and whatnot, and the investment you make with it comes to like sharing your knowledge and experiences in your book and in your talks. Like, what has been just the general, perception that you've gathered regarding people and, destigmatizing hunger?
It's something that I think about, that I hope that I'm helping to destigmatize just in my everyday success. And I don't, every day is not a slam dunk, you see the highlights, but I think that the same way we started it by saying that there's this negative to being hungry, and it starts very young, obviously. If we can say, if I can be, by example, show what happens when you do have nourishment, when you do have that support and infrastructure as a human, what you're able to accomplish.
Yes.
It's as important as healthcare. It is healthcare. Food is as important as healthcare. It should be looked at as such. And I mean, I think it might be a tangent, but I also think about, I heard someone, I forgot who it was, but they were talking about the types of food you can get on food stamps. And I remember thinking this when I was on food stamps, like sometimes I want something fancy. Like I remember I would get like shrimp, like cold shrimp, because it was cold, so you could get it. I would get cold shrimp and cocktail sauce, and it cost like $12 of food stamps. And I remember like a couple of times the checkout person would get a little spicy. You know, a little bit judgmental. Because if you're on food stamps, you're supposed to want. You're supposed to lack in something that you.
Yeah.
And I don't buy that. And it goes back, if we go back to Jasmine for a moment, one of the things, the thing that made me write the first check, and take note if you're a founder, because having this kind of story in your repertoire is great. When she did the homeless meals for homeless people, she didn't just hand them meals, which is, please do hand them meals, give them food, give them money. She also gave them a menu. She set a table with tablecloth.
Wow.
So what my favorite word is dignity. You know,
yes,
that's one of my favorite words. And talk about destigmatizing.
Right.
Because when I was in it, and I can by the way, I still feel it. I still feel it viscerally, what it felt like. And so when I was in it for most of my life, 70-80% of my life, there was an insult to injury of being hungry. Okay, now we have a solution. We do have food stamps, or we do have someone gave you $10 or whatever. But then it was that added kind of embarrassment of riches. It's sort of like, oh, I'm on someone else's borrowed time and money. Therefore, I shouldn't get that thing over there that I really want. I really want the cupcake. I really want the steak. But I'm gonna go ahead and get the pork and beans because that's where you put me.
Yeah.
That's a part of it, destigmatizing, that we have to think about too, because it's so there. It's like this judgment. Think about if you would judge someone if you saw them getting a certain thing on food stamps, would you judge them in line? And why would you? What right do you have if you would? So starting to retrain ourselves is a good idea.
Right. And it is, I always like just adding, you trigger different anecdotes when I hear you talk. One of the biggest pivots that they've made here in downtown Dallas is that they were always giving the homeless in this one section called Deep Ellum area. They were always giving them cold things. And those cold sandwiches would just be thrown away blocks away, because for some homeless people, it had been months since they actually had something hot.
Yeah.
It's simple as that. Sounds and I was one of the complainers, I'll be the first one. And they changed it, and it made a huge difference. They stopped in the food.
Yeah, I once talked, I mean, I grew up in Dallas, and that Deep Ellum, that hits home, but I once talked to a homeless man in Philadelphia one night, and I asked if I could talk, talk to him, because I really wanted to understand him. And he was a Black man, probably in his late 20s, early 30s, and he had been a highly trained chef, and he had started taking drugs and become addicted. And lost things. He lost his ability to make rent, and then he found himself homeless in the cold of Philadelphia. But he was a highly trained chef. These are people. And they could be you. And if they have been, people who know. But if you haven't experienced it, you can't look at it as like, what did they do to get themselves there? What happened to them? It could be you. It's just like when a tornado comes through town and hits this house and not that one. It's simple as that. It could have been your house.
Correct.
You don't look at the other house and go, I can't believe those guys. I can't believe them. Let's walk the other way. They probably have something going on. You say that could have been me. That could have been me, and I'm going to help them.
Correct. Absolutely. I love that. I could sit here and talk to you all day. So, Arlen, I want to pivot for a second. One of the things that we've observed that you've been, it seems like you're more adamant about it, is that on Twitter, you've been talking about the ability to brag about yourself and celebrating people who brag about their achievements, right? Including the Oprah thing. I remember that tweet. So yesterday we had a focus on women in food, and a lot of them are unsung or unheard of, but we gave a particular emphasis to allow them space to convene and share their stories. And so a lot of them are going to see this video today. And so what would you say to women in food who maybe are a little bit uncomfortable or shy, and they might have partners that are men, and the men love them, but sometimes women, they get put in the shadows or get put behind. What advice would you inspirational words would you give them?
Yeah, we just spent a time talking about how at one point I was homeless and on food stamps if I was lucky to get the food stamps. And now I have taken myself, with the help of other people, to a new level, a new place where it was my goal to get to, right? So why would I keep that quiet? Why wouldn't I celebrate that? That's A. B is, I wish that for all of us. We have a lot of time to make up for it, especially women have a lot of time to make up for it. And I say especially women, but it's really across the board.
Sure.
We have a finite amount of time on this planet. And then in that, what has held you back? What has been, 10 years ago, could you imagine where you are today, and for good or worse, right? But if you're at all proud of yourself, or if you've accomplished anything, even if it's accomplishing what you did this week, there should be nothing holding you back from talking about it. Because the biggest thing is, if you're not able to do it for yourself, do what I talk about, which is loosening the pickle jar for someone behind you. And by what you're doing, by bragging, what you're doing by saying, yes, actually, I did that, is you're giving someone else permission to do it, who may need to do it to get themselves out of a bad situation. They may need to do that as inspiration, you're simply helping them. You will be surprised, if it hasn't already happened to you, you'll be surprised by how many people come to you later in life, a week from now, a year from now, a decade from now, and say, I saw you speak at South by. I saw you stand up for 2 minutes at South by. And when you mentioned that you had kids at home, but you were able to get your pickles at the farmer's market, it just, the right thing hit at the right time, and it told me I could do that too with my cookie line.
Amen.
How incentivized, is that? Like, I would want to do it just for that. It's not about me. It's about what can it inspire in others.
Yes. Arlen, you're talking to me.
Excellent.
I'm so serious. So, Arlen, I just have two more questions for you. So, you wear a lot of hats, and different people know you for primarily one of your hats, but know you do all these things. And for a lot of people, that's a very real reality when you're trying to do anything of impact, right? So, how do you balance it all? How do you give emphasis here, but know that this may not get your emphasis? Do you have any words of wisdom for people who are impact-minded and not necessarily anecdotally, this one thing, that one thing?
I would say I do a lot of things. They tell me to stay in my lane a lot, and I don't listen to them, but I do stay in my lane. The lanes are just stacked, right?
Okay.
So it's a focus.
Okay.
So if you see me doing different things, know that it's always going in the same direction. So I actually don't recommend having 4 or 5 things that you work on that are pulling you in different directions, because you're only going to be mediocre at all of them.
Okay, got it.
You want to be, and think about it as a business strategy, right? Same thing. Speaking up for yourself and bragging about yourself is a business strategy, because it brings awareness to what you're doing and brings partnerships and things into your orbit. Think about going forward, having different ways you're meeting people, because you just said that different people know me from different things. If I only did one thing, highlight the thing I'm doing, the main thing I'm doing, I would miss out on so many people hearing about it, because not everybody cares about venture capital. But hey, what did I do? I wrote a book, and I wrote a book that was super relatable. So now you have this whole group of people, but the book was about the venture capital, was about the main thing, was about getting investment into dollars into, underrepresented, underestimated founders. So now they have the awareness of it. Then I have a podcast called Your First Million. And that's a whole different group of people. And they come in through the conversations. But what do? I'm ultimately talking about generational wealth. I'm talking about building your businesses. It's all going there. And some of the founders, some of the people watching are going to be future people I invest in one day. Because it's all going here. It's all going here. So everything that I do, including hirerunner.co, which is matching talent with companies, everything I do is in the same direction. I talk about having 7 income streams, but they're not 7 different topics. There are 7 income streams in the same direction.
Correct.
So stack the lane.
Yeah, I was just about to repeat that again. I love that. Same lane, but you're stacking in the same direction. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. So, Arlen, our time here has been amazing. Thank you so much for taking your time. And we just have one last question that we want to leave everyone with. And that question is about what is the most exciting thing when you think of food and our future? And of course, this is called the future of food at South by Southwest. What is the one thing that you can just leave our audience with that you have a lot of hope for when you look forward, when you think of food and you think about the future?
I think it's very nascent for me, so I don't know a ton about it, but I like this idea of individuals being able to have their own gardens and have their make their own way. I think, and I know that that's from the beginning of time, obviously, but in some countries that's just the way it is. It's like everybody has their own garden, and that's where you get your food. But I just think that's really interesting, and I think that it's just exciting to me to believe that maybe the next 42 years I'll learn how to not only consume the food, but to maybe grow it, or maybe cook it, or something of that nature. It's still a nascent thought, but it does give me a lot of joy. And it also is where I'm looking when I look at investments. These places, and that's where I've actually learned the most about it, is a couple of companies here and there who are working on making it possible for you to have your own kind of plot on this earth.
Yeah, yes. it's being more intentional and knowing where your food comes from. Yeah, consuming it.
It's really interesting to me. I think we count on other people to bring us everything. It's like this invisible millions of people who are picking things for us and cooking and preparing, and in factories. Someone like Khalees, she would be great to talk to. Khalees has her own farm, and she puts these videos up on Instagram. And check it out. It's so fun to watch her, and it's like, oh, I guess anybody could have done that, right? This is what how we started. It was this.
Yeah, very good. Thanks again, Arlen, so much for being a part of Future of Food. And again, we consider you such a friend. And so we look forward to much more exchange and collaboration. And we just continue to just root for you in not only destigmatizing food insecurity, but also that you're backing it up with investment that makes impact and that matters to people. We love that you do that, and we just root you on. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and thanks everybody.
That was so good.
Oh my gosh, like, come on, y'all. Was that not the most awesome thing ever? Like, and I'm not talking about because I was interviewing, I'm talking about Arlen. I was like, she is just a wealth of so much incredible knowledge. And the one theme that I think of with Arlen that has been shared throughout Future of Food, in my humble opinion, is that all the speakers, they just wanted to actually share so that it may inspire, so it may activate, so that it may just supercharge all our listeners, all the people in the audience to really engage and do something. We each have a voice, and I hope that inspiration is really carrying it forward. What about you, RNA? Sucking it in.
That is so good. No, that's so good. I think for me, some of the points that Arlen really drove home from the early part of the conversation when she's talking about her personal experience, that really taking it to the fact that it could happen to anyone.
Yes.
Right? The tornado comes through town, it hits the house. Being able to have the people that are watching this who have experienced that, and other people talked about it on stage, when you can recognize that you are not less than, you are worthy of respect, you are worthy of love, you are worthy of being able to build the life that you want to do, and you don't need to be held back by that. You don't need to be held back by someone else's assumptions or perceptions. I think that's really powerful from the entrepreneur's perspective, from the advocate or policymaker's perspective. You know, we heard from so many different people how those individual actions, how those little things can add up and really change lives.
Absolutely.
That really hit for me.
And I think that, you know, changing lives is, just in case y'all are not aware, if it were not for all of the people as an individual, but also the organizations and companies to partner with us, there's no way that this will be accessible and free and open to the public. And so when we think about impacting lives, we don't just say that as some anecdote. It's really real for us and our whole entire team of organizers. I want to give a special shout out to Iffy, who, like our culinary director, Olivia Hernandez, Sarah, Kenzie. Like, there's just no way that this can all happen without some of the most badass women that I personally
Truth.
I think they're amazing, and I'm biased, but there's just no way we would be able to bring all this together, and it's so hard. It's as hard as you can imagine, but in that hardness, what keeps us going and undergirding our wings is that we know that if one of you hears something, if you have a conversation, if you do a follow-up, if you just hear some content, we are hoping, just hoping that you would take that, and instead of being just a receiver of impact, you will be an engager of impact.
You'll loosen that pickle jar.
Loosen the pickle jar! Arlen, you started something.
No, I think that's perfect. And I think right from the chefs that were able to come up here today and be able to share their creations, their creativity, their passion. You know, we talked with them backstage. A couple of them were really nervous about talking and being able to come up here with people who they admire and, you know, never imagined that they would be feeding their dish to. For them, that experience yesterday with Chandra and the entrepreneurs being able to pitch to investors and get that kind of feedback. Like Arlen said, someone who's watching is who she's going to invest in, because you're able to hear what she's saying. You're able to take that into your passion, your project, your business, and grow it. That's what we're creating with our partners, with the Kroger Zero Hunger Waste Foundation, with our partners We Don't Have Time, the Cook's Nook, all of our sponsors, our team with Mode, like all of that together, that is the thing that we're creating. And we're not stopping. We're going to continue this.
Absolutely not. Don't get it twisted.
We are a nonprofit, so we do need your help. We want you to follow us. We want you to donate. We want you to be with us as we continue this journey. And we'll be back here Monday for We Don't Have Time's Climate Hub in the same space. So if you're here in person, you can come back Monday. We're going to be having conversations about the climate. If you're tuning in online, we'll see you Monday. We'll be having a lot of great conversations.
Absolutely.
Q, anything else before we wrap this up?
So, yeah, this is, we've shared earlier, but I just want to really end with this note. So, if we keep repeating, like, we want you to get activated in some way, right? This all started with RNA and Kinsey in a booth at South by Southwest, and it was not called Future of Food and all this, like, right? But two people, and then they got engaged with other people, and then the layers started happening. You can literally do something that can create a huge impact and ripple effect if it's even this small. So I really hope that you think about that, and that one day, maybe, as you continue to evolve it, all these other people jump on the same ship, and some are going to jump off, and that's okay. But everyone who jumps on the ship, we're in this together. We are so grateful and thankful for those who have sponsored, supported, have not wavered in that. And we just really want to say we thank you. We see you, we hear you, and I really believe that 2024, we're already looking forward. It's going to be bigger than ever.
It's going to be so good. All right. Thank you, South by Southwest. We're the future of food. We'll see you soon.
Bye, y'all.